taking it to Brooklyn side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and Brian Mitchell is wearing a pink polo shirt. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I don't know if it's just pink, Jay.
Is it orange?
It's like a combination of things. I don't know.
It's got stripes, got an NFLPA logo. It's a cool shirt. Just what came to mind.
I look good.
What are you up to? You're like trying to print a PDF? What do you got cooking over there?
Man, I'm over here sending invoices. When I get ready.
Gots to get paid.
Yeah, I got to get paid.
Never-ending quest to get the paper.
Hell yeah.
British Open's on. Bryson DeChambeau, I don't know what side of the cut line he's on. Tiger missed the cut. Looks like Rory's going to miss the cut. Got some exciting players there up at the top.
Mike Lowry.
Scotty Scheffler just bogeyed 18. He's done for the day. 2 under for the tournament. Shot a 70 today. Shane Lowry's been on fire. He's also gotten the best weather.
We call him Mike.
Mike Lowry. Justin Rose is there. Billy Horschel. It's going to be fun to watch that over the weekend. Good coffee golf. Celsius golf, if you're like me.
Mm-hmm.
There was obviously big breaking news yesterday, right as our show ended, that Jason Wright is going to step down as team president, that the Commanders are going to look for a new team president, and that he's going to kind of transition over the course of the coming football season to a new role. He's still going to be involved with naming rights and in search for a new stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Wright's a polarizing figure. It's kind of perplexing in a way. I think Jeff actually said it best, as you and I were discussing this before the show, B, that a lot of people blame Jason for the name. And you said something that is pretty interesting, though. Like, coaches, general managers, even players all get a pass.
Everybody has gotten a pass because of Dan. And for some reason, people act like Jason walked in and was able to do everything to him by himself, and Dan had nothing to do with it. That whole naming thing was ran by that family.
Yeah, what I've heard specifically is that there were conversations about some of the names that were more popular, but they would have required legal maneuvering and
had to spend some money.
Yeah.
And who didn't want to spend money?
The choice was the path of least resistance.
Yeah.
The way I look at it with Jason, and I said this on NBC4 last night, is when he came in, the organization was at an damn near rock bottom.
Yeah.
Right?
Like Leslie Shepard said, it was at rock bottom.
Right. And he provided a level of professionalism, a level of class and grace that had lacked. I think he engaged with fans directly. He was very willing to be kind of like out and about, you know what I mean? And that was something that like nobody in a position of authority from Washington had really ever done over the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he deserves a lot of credit for that. Whether it was directly his fault or not, there are some high level misses during his tenure that like, it's kind of like, who was the president? Was it Truman, Eisenhower, one of those dudes that came up with the phrase like the buck stops here? Like there are other people that are probably to blame, but it was his tenure, so he's got to take it. The rebrand. Jeff, I love you. What in the hell?
Why is this so small?
What? If you're watching on the stream, look at the font on the show sheet.
It looked like somebody sent it to us on an iPhone.
And yet it has a second page to remind us that it's, I mean, look at this. It's Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday written in size 4 font.
Jeffrey.
Okay. Yeah, we got this. I don't know. I think the fervor surrounding Jason Wright, to Jeff's point, is largely about the name. And I think the decision to pick that name was largely out of his hands. I think everybody would have been well served around the name. And maybe this is hindsight, right? Like maybe in the time it made sense. If just don't be so vocal about everything. Like, remember they made the TV show about it? They made the YouTube series or whatever about the name change.
Mm-hmm.
In hindsight, that's a huge miss. Like, you just don't belabor a point like that. And, you know, I think if anybody's surprised by the Jason Wright news, I think you live under a rock. One, new ownership came in. They spent $6 billion. Josh Harris and David Blitzer, his partner, they have professional sports teams in other leagues. Like they're going to have people they want to run their professional sports team. Magic Johnson has interests all over the country. Mitchell Rails owns one of the most successful companies in the world, right? Like they're going to want their own people in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fairly simple to see. And if that is a surprise, it was last month, within the last 6 weeks, that there were national reports of Jason being a contender for the Packers job that came up. Like whenever you hear that, and Brian, you and I know that when the Ravens team president job came open maybe 2 years ago, he was a contender for that. Like when there's reports of you looking at other jobs, pretty clear that something's moving here.
Yeah, but that's business. That's just the game of football, and that stuff happened like that. So my whole thing is when the report came out with the Green Bay thing is when I started thinking, okay, possibility at that point something could happen. But the ultimate thing is, Landfill said it yesterday. Somebody spent $6 billion, they're gonna want to bring their own people in, people that think like them and work like them. No matter how good somebody else can be, they're gonna want to move forward. But I think the ultimate thing to give everybody a pass and blame Jason for everything because of even though Snyder was above him as well, is asinine. I truly believe that.
I think blaming Jason for everything is stupid. I think he does have some blame in lots of things, though. Like I think
he may
two
have
things
some
can be
blames,
true.
but the whole thing about it is, I mean,
you can't get the crest wrong at the rebrand.
But
you just can't do that.
You think so? He's the only person in that building that has something to do with that crest.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
But he was the president.
But the president is just like being a coach, just like being a GM. You have final say in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, but we blast coaches and GMs when they make mistakes.
Those same people are given a pass because of Dan Snyder. Am I right?
Yeah.
So why now we're gonna blame him and not say Dan Snyder?
But I'm very clearly not just blaming him.
But
I agree with you on the Dan thing.
It doesn't seem like that. It seems like it's like, yeah, but
I started
he's
by
still
saying there were good names they could have chosen, and Dan wouldn't spend the money.
I understand what you're saying, Jay. I'm saying you finished up your thing by saying that, but he does deserve. Ron deserves some blame. Bruce deserved blame. Shanahan deserved blame. Kyle, his son, he deserved blame. But we still say, well, how do you expect him to have success under Dan?
I blasted Bruce. I blasted Ron. I agree with all that. I
get you. But I'm telling you, it's a total difference when it comes down to that dude compared to all these other dudes out here. Hey, Ron probably had more power than damn Jason.
I think there was a power struggle there for a little while.
Yeah, but he had as much because he acted like it, and he was involved with everything.
Ron was in the dumb documentary they did about
he was in all that stuff.
Dude, I think all of them deserve a ton of blame. 2222 was a disaster. Everybody involved.
It was a disaster.
Everybody involved.
He's moving on.
The Sean Taylor statue was a disaster.
The Sean Taylor statue
I think those two
is
things
a disaster, but I don't think it was on Jason solely. I can't.
I don't know how to make this more clear. I agree with you. It's not solely on Jason.
What I'm saying is, it's totally different the way he's being talked about compared to the other people. And I hear you say you blasted him. You blasted Bruce, this and the other. Bruce still was able to roll out this thing and was cool. But it seemed like Jason is blamed solely for stuff. I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve some blame, but he's blamed solely.
Not by me.
Because of it. Dude, I'm talking about everybody broadly now.
True.
So the ultimate thing is I don't understand it. I never will, but I could kind of understand the whole fact of it. But the whole thing is some of the things that people are concerned about doesn't make a difference to me.
I think Jeff's explanation for why he thinks Jason gets so much heat is very simple. I'll let you say it again, Jeff, because you said it in here whenever that was, 5 minutes ago or whatever.
The name.
Yeah.
But
Jeff doesn't have his headphones in or paying attention.
That's the final thing, though. Did he have final say in the name? You know it. I know it. So I think that's the ultimate thing there. If we both know this and we are on these airways every day, we can present that to the people.
We've said it.
And what I'm saying is still, nobody hears it. We've said it's a lot of other people on the airways that don't say that. They blame him for everything. And I think that is the unfair situation. Okay, I could care less where he goes because I have nothing to do with it. But my thing is I expect everybody to be treated. If you're going to give everybody else a pass, you give him a pass, keep moving.
I think there were a number of factors, right? I think when he got to town, this team was an absolute disaster. And
Yeah.
he gave them a level of professionalism they did not have, frankly.
Mhm.
I think eventually he and Ron kind of clashed. Jason kind of talked about it openly that he wanted to take over the football operation, and then Ron kind of pushed back. But I think, like, when you look at the last 4 years from 2020 until Harris took over late 23, the organization was so messed up that there's not a lot he could have done. I don't know how well he did with what he took on, but I know that he gave them a sense of professionalism that did not exist. And I don't know how well anyone could have done. If you put Bill Gates or Steve Jobs into that situation, like, you walk into a burning building, what exactly are you supposed to get done? And so I just think multiple things can be true. You also got to consider this dude had no experience running a team. So you get thrown into that fire and then try to make sense of it all. There's going to be ups and downs. And I think his tenure had ups and downs. I think everybody that worked for Dan had more downs than ups. And I think he was unfortunately thrust into that box. I think it's good for the organization to move forward. I think it shouldn't be a surprise whatsoever. I think, they've hired, when you see, like, more than anything though, dude, I want to not care about this stuff.
But don't.
More than anything.
I think that's the ultimate thing.
We've talked about this. Like, we don't have to care about the business side.
We come
anymore.
with this stuff and we have conversations, I think, that sometimes are unnecessary for our audience. Our audience are football fans and basketball fans, hockey fans who care about the product. We waste so much time talking about the stuff that has nothing to do with that I think sometimes we get caught up and we forget about what fans really care about. I don't think I think
the rebrand was a huge part of what fans care about.
That's a big thing. But we talk about things so much that I don't think they care, but they only care because we put so much time into it. And there are times we'll talk about something today, and then we can't let it go for the next 2 weeks. We don't have to talk about it every day.
Yeah, this just happened yesterday. It's news.
I'm
it's
cool
relevant.
with that. But I'm saying, I'll stick by it. You can have your thoughts, I have my thoughts. I think he gets more of a raw deal than anybody else that has worked on the Dan Snyder.
People openly hated Bruce.
He gets more of a raw deal. That's my opinion. I don't care about it when people hating Bruce. Bruce was still liked too.
People hate Vinny. I think people like Jason way more than Vinny or Bruce.
Vinny is going on doing his own thing. We don't much talk about Vinny. See, the reason I say they don't, because when we start talking about the terrible things, we rarely mention Vinny.
It was also 15, 20 years ago.
But what he did was 25 years of destruction.
The difference, I'd say, is Vinny and Bruce were in charge of the football operation, right? So they were, like, we saw the results of their work every day, and it was bad. Jason was in charge of the business operation, and I think largely with business stuff, it's kind of like being an offensive lineman. Like, you only hear their name when something goes wrong most of the time. Like with Jason, they were making deals. They didn't they sell out most of their games this past year? Like, good things happened that we didn't talk about.
That's what I'm talking about. So the football operations, who people care about,
right, was
god awful. Okay, and Dan wasn't doing that, but they still get that excuse of Dan. The business operation Dan was highly involved with, but Jason doesn't get that excuse of Dan. You get the difference in that?
I totally.
That's all I'm saying.
I think it was different with Jason because he was such a public person, and all kind of Dan's previous minions had just hidden back rooms. And I think he deserves credit for trying to be a public person and, like, show an unfiltered light to fans. It was just, the situation was so broken. I don't know that Mahatma Gandhi could have made it better. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just, to your point, it was a disaster. He tried. They're all moving forward now. I bet he gets another NFL job. I don't know if he gets another team president job, but, like, one, he's staying with the team through the season.
Yeah.
Two,
if he was awful, they would have been in and out. Bye. Go. They wouldn't have kept him on for the rest of the time. So he has some value to the people that are making the decisions and stuff now.
There are few people, when you are in a high-level setting, right, with, CEOs and executives and all that stuff, and I have been in some of those situations. You have too, B. Few people can talk and work a room like Jason.
Mhm.
Like when you're trying to get people to commit millions of dollars to things, that dude can work a room.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that is a skill when you can maneuver in those types of settings.
Totally.
I like to stand in the back and have a vodka soda. There's a far more important thing that happened yesterday to the actual outcome of the football team. Or maybe it actually happened this morning.
Yeah, my Newton.
Yeah. So Johnny Newton, the Commanders' second-round pick, placed on the NFI list. We talked about this the other day when Ricky Pearsall, the 49ers' first-round wide receiver, got placed on the NFI list. NFI means non-football injury.
See, that's I'm kind of confused by this one.
So it's non-football injury, but all that means is it didn't happen
In their building.
in the Commanders' building or at a Commanders' sanctioned event or practice or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? So he hurt his foot. We know about the hurt foot last year in college at Illinois.
Mhm.
Then he shows up after being drafted at rookie camp and has a boot on his other foot because both feet required surgery.
Mhm.
I've been told this morning.
This is just something that they have to do.
Yeah, because he's not going to be able to pass his physical.
There you go. So my whole thing, I saw a guy make a comment saying, "Oh, Chase Young 2.0." No, dude, this is like sometimes like you just have to do.
Chase also didn't start on the.
Sometimes
on the
you have to do you just have to do stuff because that's the way it is. It's not that he got hurt out doing something else. He got hurt in college. It's not in there under their tutelage. So that's the way of them saying, okay, non-football, but it's actually football. I don't understand some of the NFL stuff, to be totally honest with you. Because if I'm training for football,
it would have been pup if it happened. Say he came to rookie minicamp, right? Say he came to rookie minicamp and hurt his foot. Then he would have been on the pup list because it happened while he was a Commander.
Same thing. It's just what's the word I'm looking for?
They can also take him off the NFI list and add him to the active.
Quickly, yeah.
On July, the hell day is it? On July 19th, this is not a big deal.
Hmm?
Now, a question I'd love to get an answer that I've asked that you can't get a straight answer. Did you know he had this other foot injury when you drafted him?
But even if you didn't know about the other one, you knew about the first one.
Right.
And you still drafted him.
But it was his other foot.
I just think it's just what's the word I'm looking for here? You just have to put this down in the files. This is something they have to do. I don't think it means nothing at all.
I totally.
Yeah.
The fact that it's NFI versus pup, that means nothing.
Yeah.
The fact that it's an injury to a second round pick, that there are things that matter.
Hearing that Trace is on a PUP, that is something.
That's not a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, not a surprise, but it's something.
Remember when we got the contract details of
the contract is all about health.
Of what he signed.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope I'm very wrong on this, but I think Chase's career will never be what it could have been because of the injuries. I think now he's got this neck thing that's reoccurring. The knee injury was so massive here.
Mm-hmm.
I was told in no uncertain terms that a huge hurdle at the trade deadline was a lot of teams were concerned he wouldn't be able to pass the physical.
Mm-hmm.
And that you've told me this, that with the physical for Chase, they needed a team that wanted him and that the physical was going to be chill.
There you go.
And not like a very thorough.
If it's thorough, you're going to have problems.
Right. And that's the way the league works. The Newton thing is still very small on the, we got to keep track of this thing scale. And all the people I talk to say he'll be fine. We expect it back mid-August. Cool. As long as that happens, no big deal. But at this point, it's something to keep an eye on. Bobby Blanco joins us next, talking baseball going into the second half.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here.
B. Mitch and Finley.
What'd you say, Jeff?
106.7 The Fan. Just heard something very weird just happened in our ear. I don't know that happened on air, but I believe we have Bobby Blanco. Is that accurate, boys? I don't have VX up and running here, so if you could just pop Bobby
there
up,
you go.
I'd appreciate
what
it.
Up, Bobby?
What's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, JP, Big Mitch, what's going on?
Good,
How are you
man.
guys?
We're doing well, man. We're doing well. Did you the baseball, I just pulled it up. The baseball reporter life is a grind, bro. Because the other part, I think people don't realize, one, there's 162 games. People know that part. But what time are you usually at the park? 2?
I gotta get to the park today by like 2 o'clock. So I'm gonna be in my house at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Actually, no, I probably got to get there early. They bumped up Clubhouse for us today for some stuff, so I gotta be there probably by like 1:30 actually.
So let's do a standard day for a baseball reporter. Clubhouse opens at 1:30, 2 o'clock.
Today, 2:10, yeah.
And it's open for about an hour?
About an hour, 50 minutes, probably till 3 o'clock. Then Davey.
Then the manager talks. And say Davey talks 10, 15 minutes. Then you go out and watch BP for both teams, right?
Yeah, I usually don't stay too long for the visiting team, but definitely go out there for the Nats.
And then doesn't Davey talk again in the dugout?
No, he doesn't talk again. He's around. You can chat with him and the players, but it's not like an official, press conference or anything.
Okay. And then, so you have a little bit of, what do you have, an hour between all that and then the game starts?
About an hour and a half maybe. Then I'm up in the press box writing a pregame story about whatever news came out. Then sometimes I'm going on the pregame show. Then you get a 2.5 hour game. Then you get an hour plus post game, and then an hour drive home. So
yeah, dude.
Wait.
Baseball's a grind, man.
That's for all the home games you're saying, basically.
Yeah, that's for the home games.
How about road games? Are you going all those?
Yeah, not all of them. I went to New York last week. I go once a month. Mark Zuckerman does most of the road games for us, so he knows the grind better than I do. But road's a little more casual. It starts a little bit later because the road teams always take BP second, so they don't have to report to the stadium until a little later. But it's all the travel stuff that really catches up to you.
Baseball, dude. As far as being a beat reporter, football is by far the closest to a regular job because there's one game a week. Right. As a player, it's not exactly 9 to 5, but it's mostly like a daytime thing when you're out there.
I always saw them, though.
Yeah.
So if you're there, they're there. So I think no matter which sport it is,
it's a grind.
It's a grind.
It's
no
a
matter
grind,
which
for
way
sure.
you look at it.
For sure.
I think people don't really realize that, it doesn't start in March or April. It starts in, Valentine's Day, mid-February. And if you got a good team, you go till November. So you get 2.5 months off. And then there's no All-Star break because they moved the draft during the All-Star break. So I didn't have a break this week. I worked all day Monday, Tuesday, took a little time off Wednesday, but then worked all day yesterday too. And we're back at it second half.
The second half. What can we be looking forward to in the second half here, Bobby?
Yeah, I think now that the draft is over and we've reached All-Star break and it's over, I think then obviously the next big point on the calendar is the trade deadline. That's coming up July, I think it's like 31st or 30th. So that's in a week and a half. And what do the Nationals do, who they sell off, I think that's going to be the next big storyline. And then obviously after that, it's going to be, what prospects kind of reach the major league levels. Do we see Dylan Cruz up here? Do we see Brady House take over at third base in late August, maybe September? Those are the two big storylines in the second half for me. And then, of course, how they finish in the standings, right? They're currently 5 games better than they were at this point last year. And, last year they made that 16-win jump. So, another 5+ win jump this year, maybe finishing around closer to 500 is another big step in the right direction. So, how they actually finish in the standings, I think is going to be, a pretty interesting way to stay in tune with this team through the end of the regular season.
Absolutely. Do you think there are more trades coming? We saw the Hunter Harvey trade I guess that was last week now. Do you think there's more trades coming, specifically Lane or Finnegan?
Yeah, I think there are definitely more trades coming. They just have a handful of guys on 1-year deals that Mike Rizzo probably can spin for, maybe not top prospects, but, you take a flyer on someone's prospect and just add to the farm system, add some depth. But the question is going to be surrounding Lane Thomas and Kyle Finnegan heading into this break, because we saw that Mike wasn't afraid to trade someone who had another year of control on under contract. And I think the timing of the Hunter Harvey trade, makes a lot of sense when you factor in that they got a pick back for him to use Sunday night within the first 2 rounds of the draft. Obviously, that's not going to be probably too much on the table or too helpful for them in the coming trade deadline. So you're looking at more prospects. Finnegan and Lane Thomas will get the Nationals probably the biggest return back because they're both having good seasons. It's actually a good thing they can now point to Finnegan that he was an all-star this year.
Sure.
And Lane has had a good track record over the last year and a half of being a solid outfielder. So, and they both have, one more year under contract next year. So you're getting a year and a half of them as opposed to just a rental at a couple of months for a playoff push. So, I think Mike's not going to be afraid to listen to calls on them. I would just be, curious to see if someone matches what he's going to be asking for them, because they are valuable right now. They'll never be as valuable as they are right now with that extra year. They could theoretically trade them at next year's trade deadline, but then they're rentals. So with that full extra year, I think, Mike Rizzo can really try to squeeze a team and get a good return back. I just don't know how those conversations are going to work out. Will a team bite? Will a team get desperate for one of them? Probably specifically Kyle Finnegan in terms of, bullpen help and closer help. Or will they kind of back off and go somewhere else where they might have to, quote unquote, pay for, cheaper rental or something like that. But I think guys like Dylan Floro, maybe even Derek Law, and of course Jesse Winker, all on expiring deals, are easily tradable in the coming weeks. So I expect those guys to, bring in a couple prospects to this farm system.
Nobody does it like Riz. I think he'll handle it right. I advocate selling everything. You're still, what are they, 9 under 500 right now?
Yeah, about. But like I said, 5 games better than they were last year. So
totally.
I mean,
they're building back. I get it, but you're still probably 2 years away from competing.
9 games under 500, and I think 6 games back in the wild card.
Take me through the draft again. We know they took the kid from Wake Forest in the top, and just give me just the overview of who all they got.
Yeah, Seaver King was the shortstop out of Wake Forest with their 10th overall pick. I think maybe some people are looking at it's kind of a surprise pick because a lot of teams had him ranked maybe going later in the first round. I know some publications had him projected in that 10 to 12 range, so it wasn't that much of a stretch, but you are, I think, kind of looking to maybe pay him under slot for that value pick so you can overpay someone else, and I think it's going to be Luke Dickerson, the high schooler they drafted with their 2nd round pick out of New Jersey. He was, he tied Mike Trout's home run record for the state of New Jersey. And he didn't even play the full season because he was busy, winning a state championship with his hockey team. So he had a late start to the baseball season. So he could have surpassed Mike Trout's home run record if he had to play the whole season. And that's a kid that, he has a commitment to UVA. When he spoke to us on Zoom, he did tell us that he, did pretty much allude that he's going to plan on signing with the Nats and not go to college. But that's probably because the Nats are going to overpay him for his lot value because they're underpaying Seaver King for their 1st round pick. So, this is something that I think the Nationals are going to start doing recently because they have Brad Ciolek now in their draft room who comes over from the Orioles, and the Orioles are the best team in baseball at drafting and doing this very thing where they underdraft maybe. If they have not like a top 2 pick, you under slot the guy in your 1st round so you can overpay and keep guys, top prospects, in your 3rd and 2nd round picks. So I think it's a good avenue for the Nationals. They drafted a lot of college bats again and college arms. So out of their 21 picks, they only selected 2 high schoolers. So they're staying with that kind of, veteran experience, guys that can maybe advance up the systems a little quicker than you would get out of a high school bat or arm. And definitely more of a sure thing. So all in all, I think it was a pretty solid draft for them. And I think the way that they handled their first 3 picks, obviously King and then Dickerson in the 2nd round, but then also getting a catcher, Caleb Lamavita out of Cal, with the pick that they got in the Hunter Harvey trade was some good maneuvering by Rizzo and company last weekend.
Riz the GOAT. Bobby,
Smart
thanks for
man.
making time for us, man. We
All right,
always
Bobby.
appreciate it.
Yeah, guys, enjoy your weekend.
All right,
Appreciate
you
you,
too,
brother.
man. Bobby Blanco. Nats are back on tonight. Are they on the road or are they home? Do we know? Who they got? Cincy?
Reds.
Okay, 6:45 first pitch. I'll be happy to have baseball back on because there's been nothing to watch. Thank you, Bobby.
Yep, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Everybody give him a follow
Find the Twitter friends.
it's not on at night at Bobby_Replay Blanco. Where I like to sit and watch baseball is on my Offenbacher's furniture in my porch. Offenbacher's did a hell of a job transforming my outdoor space, and they can do the same for you. Get ready with Offenbacher's for the finest outdoor furniture, fire pits, hot tubs, and swim spas. Head over to Offenbacher's today. My boys Alex and Dave will take care of you. They got the largest outdoor furniture showrooms in the area. You can't buy outdoor furniture on Amazon or order it online. You got to sit in it, feel it, make sure it will fit in the space you have. That's why you got to go to their showrooms. They've got a huge selection of styles. And if you really want to go all in, build your backyard out, consider a swim spa instead of a pool. It'll probably save you $400,000. And with a swim spa, you can swim, play, and work out year-round at the perfect water temperature of your choice at a fraction of a cost of a pool. Take advantage of free financing options if you are a qualified buyer. Check them out, Offenbachers.com, or go to any of their 4 D.C. area showrooms, Annapolis, Rockville, Herndon, or Gainesville. Let Offenbachers outdoor specialists assist you in creating your ideal backyard paradise. Check them out, Offenbachers, your destination for outdoor living excellence. About football, all football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use your savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Today's edition of Golf is Hard. They're currently playing golf over in Scotland at Royal Troon. The weather looks appropriately Scottish is one way to describe it. Looks cold, man.
Looks better today than it was yesterday, though.
See, I think it looks colder today. Yesterday, you had a little bit of rain.
Yesterday, you had a little rain and stuff. So with the rain and the cold, that's terrible.
Justin Thomas, a two-time major winner, I believe. I think he's won the PGA twice. Ryder Cup player. I mean, a world-class player. JT yesterday got out, finished at 3 under.
-3.
He was in the lead until Shane Lowry finished. He was certainly in the top 5 when the day finished. Justin Thomas just shot a 45 on the front nine.
Yeah,
at Troon.
yeah.
And
that's the difference in links golf and here. When you add the weather with the terrain, and you get into some of that fescue, some of it is very wiry, some of it is like twisted up, and it'll take your club and rip it out your hand. And if you're not on point then, or you don't play the wind right, you hit a green, put some spin on it, it may come back to you. So when you see guys that are, and Lowry has been damn good at that. And I was listening to the broadcast yesterday. They said he flew over early. He was able to play multiple days, and it was a different wind every day. So he basically has seen all the stuff that they could possibly see today.
Yeah.
This whole weekend.
Yeah. I mean, this round all right, so he just got a birdie. So he's back to, he went from 3 under. He's currently 5 over.
Yeah.
I mean, that, like.
We've seen those days, Jay. Well, we never see the 3 under. Let's say we saw just 3 over, and then we ended up 14 over.
What I can absolutely do that Justin Thomas did is shoot 45 on the front. Like, that's something I can actually do. It's very rare you get to say that.
You think you can shoot it on that course?
Not from their tees, for sure. It's just wild to watch this. It should be a really fun weekend watching the golf. You wake up, you put it on, tell your kids to go in the other room. That's my advice for the weekend. Coming up in just a minute or two, we're going to be joined by Ben Standig. We're going to do,
Benny boy,
as we have training camps opening. Rookies are already there. They all get there Tuesday. The first practice the media will be at is Wednesday.
There was some people that showed up on the 13th for camps. The guys that are playing in their Hall of Fame game, whatever.
Yeah,
they've been there.
Who was it? Houston and Chicago.
I think it was. That was last week, wasn't it?
Yeah, they get that extra week because, dude. I mean, here's what's crazy. There's going to be a preseason game in
next
probably
week?
about 10 days.
Yeah.
The first preseason game is. Let's look at this. I think it's August 1st. I think it's less than 2 weeks away.
Wow.
Yeah, because the Skins' first preseason game is the 10th against the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
So that means kind of that first week of preseason, though, I'm sure there'll be a game August 8th, that Thursday night.
Yeah.
So there'll be whoever the preseason games are, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. The Hall of Fame game is August 1st, which is less than 2 weeks away. Wow. Think about it this way. This is the last Friday of the year without football.
I'm with that.
Like, granted, next week it'll just be practice, but 2 weeks from today, we'll be watching the tape of the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
How much CJ Stroud do you think we see in that game?
Lots.
You think?
Well, no. We're gonna say a
drive.
They're gonna talk about him last year. So I'm just saying all of that at different aspects. They're gonna have little packages of him last year. Then he's gonna go in and play. And then when they get bored, like in the third, fourth quarter, they'll be talking about CJ Stroud again. That happens all the time.
I'm not saying they'll talk about CJ Stroud.
But he's not gonna play a lot.
Maybe a series.
I think he really showed already what he's about.
What about Caleb Williams?
I think you'll see probably a series, maybe 2. They need to get it because he hasn't been around. And they need to get some stuff going. CJ and his crew got it going. I understand the quarterback talk, but every quarterback is not at the same level.
Sure. I think we see a series for CJ. I don't know what they do with Caleb. Because, I mean, to your point, he needs the work, but this is also a 4th preseason game, and people barely play in any preseason, so maybe they don't. I know that I believe that game's on NBC. I could be wrong. I know that the NBC execs would sure love to
They
have
would
it.
love to see it for. They want to see at least the first quarter with like those two quarterbacks doing something.
Who's the Bears' backup? Do we know
Mhm.
offhand? I'll pull it up. Shout out to our lads. It's a super useful website if you're unfamiliar with it. They have depth charts for every team. Oh boy. I got to be honest with you. They got a lot of eggs in the Caleb Williams basket. Do you know who their backup is?
Who is it?
He started a couple games last year for them. He played D3, maybe. I don't want to besmirch where he went to college, but it's not D1. It ain't the Big Ten or the SEC.
Who is it?
Tyson Bagent. He went to Shepherd in West Virginia.
You made that guy up. That's not a real person.
Bro, he got starts last year.
Stop.
I'm telling you.
Hey, you never know. Man, second year, you may be ready.
JP is just making guys up here
If-
on the
if-
radio.
if
He
he
started 4 games
If
last
he
year.
has to hold the clipboard all year, then he'll be just what they want him to do.
He started 4 games last year. The Bears went 2-2 in his starts. He completed almost 66%
The man
of his
got
passes.
2 wins, man.
3 touchdowns
Out of
to
4
6
games.
picks.
That's not good. But still, it's just
6'3",
he only had 4 starts.
215.
Went to Division 3.
I'm just surprised if you know you're drafting 1-1 and you're going to take a rookie quarterback, maybe you get a veteran in there.
Well, but I
Washington
think,
did.
but the veteran, but that's Washington. But veteran may cost you more money. So I'm gonna get this other guy who I see something in. Because let's be real, nobody thought Brock Purdy was gonna end up being what he is.
Sure.
So what if that guy ends up being as good as one of them veterans?
Maybe.
There are a lot of veteran quarterbacks that have been quarterbacks for 10 years, and they still probably go into the game and they'll lose.
Well,
They'll lose 3 of the 4.
If you tell me your backup quarterback could come in and win half his games, complete 66% of his passes, I don't think anybody's arguing with that.
Yeah.
Those are backup quarterback numbers. Shout out to Tyson Bagent and Shepherd University. Ben Standig joins us next. Shot. All right, it is officially now. When you hear this song, pour yourself a cocktail. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday is powered by Scotty's handcrafted vodka. Scotty's vodka is Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. A dude that loves vodka is our friend, Mr. Ben Standig, joining us now from The Athletic. What up, Benny? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right, fellas. How about yourself?
Good, brother.
We are good, dude. We are good. Oddly busy last 24 hours in Commanderland. The Jason Wright news and the Johnny Newton news. We'll start with Wright. What do you make of his, a gradual exit from Washington?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think, we've all kind of, a lot of us have heard this was coming to some degree, over the course of this year. Look, they've made a bazillion changes in the organization. And while most of them have been on the football side, eventually Josh Harris is going to start working on the business end. And that became, what's going to happen to Jason Wright. And I think we all kind of knew this was coming. The question was, how would it unfold, that he's going to stay through the year? Maybe a little surprising to an extent, but, ultimately it's clear there's a new path headed, and we'll see what that means in terms of who Josh Harris wants to bring in to eventually take over that role.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if you agree with this, but I want to get to a world where we don't care about the team president. Like, Jim Van Stone, rather, runs the Wiz and the Caps, and I don't think we ever talk about him. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't even know I know Rizzo. I don't know who the team president is for the Nats. Do you?
No, I don't. It's funny. I was in Vegas for the NBA Summer League and talking, there to see some of the Wizards games, and we were talking about they've obviously made a lot of changes in their organization, and when Tommy Shepard was the GM, Brett Greenberg, who has been in the organization a long time, was the number 2. So the assistant GM. And we had, and several of us had to ask the question, wait, is he still in the organization? Turns out, no, he's been gone for a few months. And I bring this up to say, that's the assistant GM. Imagine for the Commanders, the people worried about whatever position Brian LaFemina had, or anybody who leaves the organization. It is historically, it was viewed as some crisis. Oh boy, here goes somebody else.
Right.
So yeah, to your point, I don't need to know what's going on and things that don't involve the GM, the coach, and the staff. Everybody else, go do your job, and then hopefully we don't have to hear about you too much.
It's because we've had such a bad team and stuff so long that people care about everything else.
It's because of Dan, really.
Yeah, but I'm serious. If they were winning, even Dan would have been put on the back burner.
Right.
And that's the whole thing where we can sit here and we talk about all those things. The only thing that matters mostly is winning. If you win, I guarantee you nobody will care who the hell the president is. Nobody will care. Jack Kent Cooke wasn't a perfect gentleman, okay? And did you talk about Jack Kent Cooke a lot?
What is the crazy story? His wife got
she was
handcuffed to a mailbox in Georgetown or something?
She was on the hood. But the ultimate thing is, we didn't care about. Nobody cared about that. They cared about people who were going to playoffs, trying to win Super Bowl. And I think that's the ultimate thing. You got to get to that point.
Yeah, I agree.
And also, obviously, Jason Wright was in a unique situation because the owner was a recluse. Jason Wright immediately became, along with Ron Rivera, sort of, the face of the franchise. He's the one who was tasked with talking about anything business related. And look, let's just be honest, Jason didn't mind being in front of a camera or doesn't mind. So, he was out there a lot, and that put him front and center far more than we would have under normal for a normal team, because there would be some type of, GM or the owner, the owner as well,
right,
leading such discussions. But here, Jason was given that assignment, and plus, obviously, a very compelling story. The first black team president in the NFL, the youngest team president at the time, et cetera. So he was a unique person on top of the fact that, we are crazy with knowing everything about this organization at all times.
Yeah, I look forward to that not being the case, frankly. One thing that actually matters from a football perspective, we're talking with our friend Ben Standig, covers the Commanders for The Athletic. You can give him a follow at Ben Standig or check out his podcast, Standing Room Only. I think B-Mitch was just on it. From a football perspective, if you care about winning games this fall, the far more important news that emerged from Ashburn over the last 24 hours is that second-round pick rookie Johnny Newton opens the season on the NFI list. Considering he had surgery in late April or early May, I don't think this should be that big of a surprise. What do you make of it, Benny?
Yeah, not a surprise. I mean, once we heard he was going to be, he was having the surgery in May, based on what we had been told about the procedure he had in January and the recovery time for that, it seemed reasonable to think he would miss some, if not most, if not all, of training camp. We don't have a timeline yet. Dan Quinn will speak next week when training camp officially opens. So we'll see how willing he is to give us a real update. So at the moment, I guess I'm not too concerned. At the same time, obviously having two procedures on both feet, not ideal. But they did the second one as a bit of a preemptive move, so he could potentially be ready for the start of the season rather than it lingering and then having to have the procedure in season. So hopefully that action, benefits the player and the team. And obviously, I think Johnny Newton has a chance to be a pretty big impactful player this year, not only as sort of the third defensive tackle, but maybe even a guy who can, play significantly with Allen and Payne. Because it's not like that other, that second defensive end spot's kind of open. And if Newton is able to come in and be significant help right away, I could see him playing with those other guys. So he could be a pretty good weapon for them right off the bat, but we'll have to check out his health first.
Level of concern that he had to get the surgery, like just all of it.
I mean, it's never great to hear about these procedures. For some reason, like the Jones, whenever I talk about the Jones fracture, I'm always like, ooh, that doesn't sound great. I don't like when they have names.
Yeah.
If it's got a name on it, it means like it was, at some point somebody just had to really solve a problem here.
But see, the Jones is not serious like the Liz Frank.
Right. Yeah.
That's what they say.
Let's hope. That's what we hope. That is, like, we know he slid a little in the draft because of the injury. The only thing that catches my eye is that then the other foot had the injury also. But he also played through the injury at Illinois, and the tape is what matters most, and it was fantastic. Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's really reason for alarm. They certainly don't seem alarmed, but I can't shake, dude. The history of second-round picks over the last 10, 15 years is such a bizarre. I mean, you're talking different GMs, different coaches, now different owners. We'll see.
No, look, I mean, there's no question. Just even in his own position room recently, a second-round pick at defensive tackle has barely gotten on the field in his first two seasons. So I think it's reasonable to be a little gun-shy, especially at that spot. But I think I'll say this, if we're being like super honest, certainly they want him to play this year and be helpful and all that. Okay. But I think ultimately for me, I think what Johnny Newton represents is what is he able to show that then tells Adam Peters and crew what they need to do with Jonathan Allen here at some point, because Jonathan Allen's contract, 2 years left, but there's no guaranteed money. The defensive tackle market's just gone up and up since he signed his deal a few years ago. So at some point there's got to be a conversation. Are we giving John Allen an extension? Does he get released after the season? I think a lot of that's going to hinge on what do they get out of Johnny Newton and what do they see? Is he a legit replacement or where is he at? So I think that's a huge part of where Newton's at. So it doesn't necessarily mean for me week 1, week 2, whatever, but at some point this year, does he show them, hey, he's a guy that we can rely on, or boy, we got some more questions here. Let's figure out what do we do to keep John Allen.
Well, dude, at some point, John Allen's probably going to have some questions. Like, I'm making significantly less than everybody at my level in the market. You know what I mean? And oh, by the way, I don't have any guaranteed money. Like, whether either Johnny Newton answers the question for them, but John might have his own questions. I think a year from now, that could be a pretty interesting discussion. What is at least, whether it's real or not, it's at least an interesting discussion point is the Brandon Ayuk stuff. I don't really think it's happening. Maybe that changes. Where are you on the most annoying story of the summer?
Ayuk?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I don't comprehend why San Francisco is going to trade him. And while there's two obvious ties here in Jaden Daniels played with Ayuk in college, and Adam Peters was with the 49ers when they drafted Ayuk in the first round. Those are compelling reasons, but I just thought, it still makes no sense for Washington to not only acquire a player that's going to cost an immediate, very expensive extension, but you'd have to give up draft picks to do it. That's just the opposite of where they are right now. They didn't perform that way in the offseason, doing bad deals or reckless moves. And I think they're setting themselves up to see where they are next year. Does Jaden Daniels, have that sort of CJ Stroud-ish type year that they can then say, okay, let's spend money while he's on this rookie deal and make moves. But there's no reason to do that now until you get a better feel for your whole team. They need, as we know, offensive tackle, probably another pass rusher at least, maybe even a corner next year. So you don't want to trade away any assets or burn any money until you know where you're at. On top of the fact that, me personally, I just don't want to pay two wide receivers a ton of money. And if you give Ayuk, $28, $30 million a year, Terry McLaurin's going to be in the same spot that we just mentioned with John Allen a year ago, where he'll be going into the last year of his deal. I believe no guaranteed money at that point either, et cetera, et cetera. So it doesn't make any real sense. I will say that on The Athletic today, we have a story up. They asked a bunch of us to weigh in on this, and I was tasked with having to all suggest a trade. So I did, but yeah, I don't really see it.
I don't really see it either. You're actually a really good person for this. I feel, B, are you just Googling this? B's got all these answers all of a sudden.
Now I'm know people that are popular, and I started looking for their number.
So, I want to give credit to the person that sent this to me. Apparently, Joe Haberman, shout out to Habes59, sent me this thing that in Boston, some content creator came up with a list of 0 through 99 of numbers affiliated with players, right? This is not a new idea. It's probably been done on this station for all I know, but we're going to do it right now. The ones that immediately jumped to mind for me were OV, Doug Williams, Sean Taylor. You have any obscure ones for us, Benny?
Well, I did see your tweet about this, and
this is right up your alley, dude.
Well, in 2020, when we were all scrambling for content during the pandemic, myself, Grant Paulson, and Tarek El-Bashir did exactly this.
Okay.
Yeah, we sat down, nerded it out. I got scolded repeatedly by mentioning people who played in the 70s or 80s, and
I'm going to put you on hold real quick. There's no way you're not Googling stuff, because in the last 5 minutes, B. Mitch has come up with Ben Olsen, Christy Tolliver, and Marcin Gortat.
I thought of the name, and I thought of a name, and I looked for the number.
But you thought of Gortat?
Yeah.
See, I hadn't gone that deep. I had to look up Russ Grimm's number, but I
had to look up number 68.
Yeah, I wrote him down. I didn't have to look up Santana's number.
Fan?
Dude, I didn't remember. 66 was Jacoby. I didn't remember Russ Grimm's number. I also barely saw him play, Brian.
Yeah, but he was killing people.
I barely saw him.
All right.
I only remember
your friend
the
Ben.
90s
He's old
season.
enough.
Well, Ben's already telling us he's already done this. He's calling us late to the party. Give us obscure ones.
I will put this out there. Well, I just looked very quickly just to make sure I had this right. Number 30, we did properly give to the great Brian Mitchell. So there is that.
Landfill thinks it should be Trung candidate.
Landfill should be shot.
I said Troy Apke.
I got a question for y'all. Who do we put for number 23? Michael Jordan or D'Angelo Hall?
Great question. I'm pretty sure I was anti-Jordan on this one, but hold on. I'm going to look really quick.
In DC. Come on now. Think about that.
It's fair. Well, dude, I think the number 3 is a fascinating battle. If we're going to use local colleges too, because these guys all were here. At number 3, Allen Iverson, when he was at Georgetown, was electric. Juan Dixon
Mark
won a
Mosley.
title. Juan Dixon won a title in
League
Maryland.
MVP.
Mark Mosley was an MVP of the NFL, and they had Brad Beal.
Well, Brad is not beating those people.
He got the most money.
He got the most money, but
Although Mosley's got
who
that
did you
five
say
guys.
the problem today is that money is like people consider the best. No. You're not the best because you got the money.
What's your vote at number 3, Benny?
Well, who did you, JP? Who did you say besides Beal?
Beal,
Iverson,
Iverson,
Juan
Dixon,
Dixon.
and Mark Mosley.
Yeah, there's also Mark Mosley, an MVP, Scott Stevens.
We just said Mark Mosley.
Man, what were you for the last like 2 seconds?
I'm looking at my phone trying to pull up my article to weigh in because my brain doesn't work. I don't remember anything anymore. Boy, that was one of the ones I noticed we had like sort of a debate format because there was a lot of options. I think I'd probably go, as I sit here right now, with Juan Dixon because of that. He was
championship.
The leader of the one title. I mean, no disrespect to Mosley, but obviously that team won multiple Super Bowls, and for Maryland that was the one. And even getting there the previous year, Dixon was the best player on that team as well. So I'll go with him. But obviously,
Mark is the only kicker ever to get league MVP.
It's still
That's
it was
saying a lot
stunning
right
in
there,
the
bro.
moment
It's
and
crazy.
bizarre all these years later.
And he's working with 5 guys. We all get to enjoy that.
Yo, shout out. If the Mosleys are listening, we could use some 5 guys. Just saying.
Today.
Like right now. I think 23's got to be D Hall, dude. The MJ Wizards era was.
Hey, man, I would say this. You can say what you want about MJ's era with the Wizards. Chinatown got built because of MJ.
1223 was popping.
I'm just saying.
The top floor at 1223 was popping.
I think I fell in there a couple times.
I imagine you did.
24, Champ Bailey.
Is there a different 24? Champ was here for what, 3 years?
Don't care.
He
was
was
damn
great,
good while he was here.
But he was great in Denver.
He was still great there, too.
Another good one is number 11. You've got Mark Rippon.
Yeah.
You've got Ryan Zimmerman.
Elvin Hayes.
You've got Elvin Hayes. You've
Elena
got Elena
Deladon.
Deladon. That's a pretty good one. I mean, all those people were involved with obviously
Championships.
titles or long time figures around here.
Are we counting Virginia?
Like UVA?
Yeah.
Kind of far away.
Ty
Dawn
Jerome.
Staley.
What was her
Dawn
name?
Staley.
25.
You are Google. How did you come up with that?
I just saw a name.
No, Landville, do you think B-Mitch has a list of famous numbers or something going on?
Yeah, I always think something.
Yeah,
We all got to find out the list.
I'm just saying, you got to. I think
By
you
the
got to
time
like
we get to
think of
26
it.
up here.
26 is Portis to me. I think that's an easy one. I
Yeah.
think when you could think of them off the top of your head,
Yeah.
that's when it's kind of a given.
All right. Well, you Maryland people, give me a 25.
91, Kerrigan, whoever put that in, that's a very good one.
25.
I don't know why you're getting mad, Landfill. We're talking about it with Ben. Yeah, but there's 100 numbers. We're going to be good. Benny, we got to run, man. Thank you for the time.
See you guys.
All right. That's our friend, Ben Standig. We love hanging out with our friends. We love doing work with our friends. That's why we work with Paul Henry. Working with Paul Henry has tremendously changed my home. It has tremendously changed Brian's home, lowered my utility bills, all of it. Working with Paul Henry is working with his family, and you get that family experience. I'm serious. You should call him. And if you call him in July, you get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each doors.
Yeah, Paul came to my house and he did a lot of stuff for me as well. So much that I'm getting some extra things done. And I'll be starting this up in September. He's going to be doing some stuff in my detached garage. Windows, doors. He's going to fix a walkway for me. I think a lot of people, when you look at your house, you don't almost think about gutters. Guess what? Paul does that too. He fixed gutters and everything. He can put the little gutter covers on it so you don't have to get your gutters all jammed up. So Paul is a guy who could probably do everything you want. But what I love most about him, he gets it done the first time. He doesn't try to overcharge you. He makes sure the job is done. And they come in. When they leave it, they don't leave junk like a lot of people do. They come in and do junk work at child, and they leave a lot of junk. So reach out to Paul right now, and you'll get $120 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. So contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Workout. B. Mitch Fenley, 106.7 The Fan on a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday. Sometimes you just stumble into stuff, and it's a lot of fun. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to have Cody Betts, the tech executive, at 12:45 for Real or Fake. Right now, we've kind of stumbled into this. We're not saying this is a new idea. Most content is stolen anyway. This dude, Joe Haberman, tweeted me this morning. Let's make a list of DC sports 0 to 99. Me, Landfill, Jeff, and B. Mitch have kind of just not stopped thinking about it since. Let's talk about the ones we agree on, because there's going to be some disagreements, and we're going to let people chime in on this. Everybody who wants to get in on it can get in on it, okay? Phone lines will be open. Twitter's open. The chat's open. Holler at us.
All right, I think the easiest one is 0.
Gilbert Arenas.
No debate
Gilbert
there.
Arenas.
I think the second easiest, 21, Sean Taylor. No debate.
I think 28 is
I think-
easy.
Dude, I think
Did he
20
get 36 too?
You
That's
skipped,
true.
You skipped over a lot of people that are automatic.
I think there's
Yeah.
you want to go in numerical order of automatic?
Yeah.
Okay. 0 is automatic.
Yes.
Gilbert. True automatic. The next one,
Is Ovi at 8.
Ovi at 8. There's a little part of my heart that would say Cal Ripken, but it's Ovi at 8.
Yeah, that's Baltimore, JP.
That's true. Sonny at 9, automatic.
Yeah. You don't think Joe T at 7?
I say that, and they let Haskins wear it.
No, he let Haskins wear it. But that don't mean it means nothing about hell. You gonna say me at 30 and you goddamn all the people we can name that make me upset.
Landfill,
They
I
are-
thought it was Trunk candidate at 30.
Personally,
see,
that's my
That's why they let Tron Kennedy
I vote
wear
Trump
it.
candidate.
Hell. They let what's the other dude name?
LaRon Landry.
I'm not even worried about him. He was just trying to become a muscle man. The other one, Nehemiah Broughton.
Apke.
Apke.
Nehemiah Broughton is an awesome name.
That's
Awesome name.
freaking great
Ball
name.
player.
If we're just talking names, Nehemiah Broughton or Brian Mitchell.
By the way, that's a segment we got to do too. Best names.
Ifeanyi Oolete. I love that. Remember, Portis
Great
never paid
name.
him, I think.
Great name.
All right. 0, no debate.
Ifeanyi Oolete is one of the alumni who's at fault for this team not performing at the level they should be.
7, Joe T. 8, Ovi. 9, Sonny. And these are the ones you think of top of your head, right? 21, Sean Taylor. 28, Daryl Green. 81, Art Monk. 84, Gary Clark.
You
89,
jumped over
Santana
19, Nicholas
Moss.
Backstrom. Who else wore number 19?
44, John Riggins, obviously. All right. Now do we go number by number? Rod Strickland at 1, I think, is easy.
Yeah, I don't know
As-
no other number ones.
My favorite bullet ever. 2 is,
Who else is that too?
I can't think. John Wall's it for
That's
me.
it.
Is there any De'Ami Brown?
I mean,
Mm.
De'Ami Brown.
Do you think it should be De'Ami Brown?
John Wall. I mean, they both from North Carolina, right?
That's true.
Man, John was all up on the billboards and everything else.
John
man.
was a
I
big
think we
deal.
still
Yeah.
have a John Wall painting here somewhere.
CK's told me I could take that. I kind of want to take that.
John had DC doing the Dougie.
He had them. It was them on lock.
Rose Bar was popping too, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
Number 3, we've got our first dilemma, I'd say.
Yeah, because AI, bro. Listen, AI and Juan Dixon, they may be two college people that might, based on what they did as college people here, might beat the other two.
You've got Iverson, Juan Dixon, Mark
Beal,
Mosley.
Mark Mosley.
I think, like, can we dismiss Beal of that group? Beal was good, but, like, they didn't win anything.
Yeah.
I think we could dismiss Beal. I think
Yeah.
you've got a real Iverson, Dixon, Mosley debate.
Hey,
No-
man, we got Georgetown versus Maryland here, baby.
But the Skins are more powerful than both. Do you have a dog in the number 3 race? Landfill?
Yes, Allen Iverson obviously wins because he's actually a DC athlete.
Because when Mosley played, the Skins were at RFK.
Okay.
So he's not a DC athlete?
Allen Iverson.
I'm leaning Mosley because he may send us some five guys.
That's true.
Let's be clear. To 5 guys in the Mosley family, should you send us some 5 guys, you win number 3. No debate.
And number 5.
And number 5. Now, what if we give Mosley 5 for 5 guys? Tress Way might have something to say about that. I think this was a clear Google, but I'll give it to him. Moses Malone at number 4.
4. You never heard him say that?
I've never heard
He always
Moses
say
Malone
4.
talk. All right, great. He was on the Bullets for a very short period of time, right? He played 2 seasons here. Now, I don't think there's a really compelling case for who else should get number 4. Is there a number 4 we're forgetting about? Baseball or hockey or something?
Curtis Samuel.
What's his name? When he was here with Gilbert and
Karan?
the other one.
Jameson?
James, we wore number 4, didn't he?
I thought he maybe wore. I will pull
I
that
don't
up.
know. I'm asking.
If Jameson did wear 4, I think he'd be more deserving than Moses Malone.
Did he wear 4?
Trying to figure
Or
that
was it
out.
Karan that wore 4?
I think Jameson did wear 4 here. I think Jameson more. That's a good call, B. I think Jameson should get it ahead of Moses Malone. How do we feel about this? Those were the best Bullets.
Moses had his best years in Philly.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they won the title, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we made real progress. Moses Malone is out. Antoine Jameson's in. Everybody good with that? Jeffrey?
Yep.
Okay. Number 5 is a debate.
Yeah, that's a debate.
Rod Langway.
I think a lot of people will tell you that Langway.
I think he's in the Hall of Fame, right? What I know about
if he's in the Hall of Fame, he wins.
Wasn't Langway the last dude to play without a helmet? That's what I remember about him.
Just the fact that he played without a helmet, he should be there. To be honest with you.
Hold up. What? He played without a helmet? What?
Yo, hockey players,
without a
nobody
helmet.
used to wear helmets.
They cray. All of
Oh,
None
yeah,
of them
that's
used to wear
insane.
In those days, they were cray.
That's insane.
And then the NHL finally mandated that everybody's got to wear helmets. But like, if you were
someone wear long, some wear their little mask way up here.
If you were previously playing without a helmet, you got grandfathered in to not have to wear a helmet. And Rod Langway, I remember going to the Cap Center as a kid. That dude was out there in the early 90s without a helmet on, which is just bananas. All right. First debate, Tressway versus Rod Langway, and maybe, just maybe, Jaden Daniels. When we return, taking calls. We're open for business. Come on in.
Tanner, man.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We got the internet going, baby. People are buzzing. People are calling. We're figuring out the best numbers for all Washington sports from 0 to 99. While we do that, caller number 10 right now. You win 2 tickets to Sammy Hagar, the Best of All Worlds tour with special guest Loverboy. Saturday, July 20th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Courtesy of Live Nation. 2 tickets, 800-636-1067. Now, we thought, listen, let's be real. Between the 4 of us, myself, Brian, James Andrew Mullins, and Jeff Walker, we're an argumentative bunch. We don't agree on a heck of a lot. Now, we thought I
think Landfill just do it sometimes just to do it.
He might. I might too. You might too.
No, I definitely think.
If I don't like it, I'm going to say it. If I like it, I'll go with you.
Trunk candidate 30. I'm firm on that.
I'm not worried about it.
Now, we agreed on 0, Gilbert Arenas. We agreed on 1, Rod Strickland. We agreed on 2, John Wall. We agreed to not agree on number 3. Somebody somehow, Iverson has stayed on there, and Juan Dixon got erased from the Google document.
I saw a guy named Landfill doing it.
Yeah, that I believe.
Right, I erased Juan Dixon because he didn't play in DC, and I left Iverson because he did.
Dixon won a title. Iverson did not.
Right, but Dixon is disqualified not being a DC athlete.
Mark Mosley gets my vote, and it does not hinge totally on if we get 5 guys or not. Now, we got to number 4, and we thought we agreed on Antoine Jameson, but Matt in Stafford has a different idea. What up, Matty?
Hey, honored to talk to you all.
Who you got
I think
for?
there's arguments that Taylor Heineke in the cultural lexicon of the DMV is a pretty big deal, and you kind of don't think about it for a second because Sam came a little bit after. But there was a couple years where he was the only thing that people were looking forward to watching every Sunday.
There was.
I think that's a stretch.
Listen, Heineke definitely has a special place in DC sports fans' hearts. I agree.
Not that
I don't think he gets number 4.
Well, the reason I would say what they were looking forward to the most was a lot of people going in thinking it was going to be.
Matt, your phone's cutting in and out, bro. I appreciate you. I love Taylor. I know Taylor. He doesn't get number 4.
No.
Antoine Jameson, they went to the playoffs. Antoine Jameson was here for like 6 seasons. Made the All-Star game twice.
Who's currently number 4 with the Commanders? That guy might be ahead of Taylor Heineke before too long.
That's messed up.
That's messed
Is
up.
it? Taylor Heineke was like a below average to bad quarterback here for 2 years.
Actually, number 4 is Frankie Louvu. If
Frankie
he pops
Louvu,
and has a double-digit sack season.
If Frankie Louvu gets a pick 6 ever, he's ahead of Taylor Heineke.
I don't think that's fair.
That is 100%
Multiple
fair.
pick 6s. You might be onto something.
We're also not putting Jeff George on the list. We're also not putting Tony Banks on the list.
Touchdown, Tony Banks.
It's not happening. We're not putting Rex Grossman on the list.
Number 4 is settled. It's Antoine Jameson. Okay. Number 5.
Yeah, Chris Webber was another one somebody was talking about.
I loved Weber, but he was gone relatively quick. How was Weber here? 3 years, maybe? And they made the playoffs once? Weber was here 4 years. They made the playoffs in that 96 season. You know what's laughable nowadays? They kind of ran Weber out of town because I think he got pulled over with weed in the car. Nowadays,
it was more than that, Jay.
Nowadays, you're like encouraged to have weed in your car.
That's not even the story.
Is that not it? I don't remember. I was a kid.
It was a party, and it was a few other people that were involved with that. But Chris was the one that they kind of put the blame on.
Well,
Jawan was supposedly there too.
Who was?
Jawan Howard.
And
it was blamed on Chris. But if you talk to some of the people that may have been there, many people didn't believe Chris should have been the one that was ran out of town.
If it was about weed, it looks really stupid in hindsight. If there's more to it, I don't know. We have our first real debate at number 5. I vote Antoine ahead of Weber. Does anybody want that to be Weber? Speak now.
Keep moving.
Okay. Number 5, we have a real debate. Tressway against Rod Langway.
Rod Langway is a Hall of Famer.
A lot of people are saying Heath Schuler.
Rod Langway is a Hall of Famer. That name that they just told you should even be mentioned when it comes to best.
I mean, if we're including Heineke on the conversation, why not Heath?
Well, we could put the not great numbers on the other side.
The worst number?
Yeah.
Heineke would
worst
not
player?
be the worst. So I posted a tweet, who should get number 5, Tressway or Rod Langway? In 10 minutes, got over 500 votes. 76% of respondents are saying it should be Tress. Now,
you know why? Because 76% of the people are Twitter age.
Right.
The other people, Rod Langway people, are not Twitter age.
Jeff, had you heard of Rod Langway?
To be honest, not at all.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. I also may have inadvertently skewed the poll because I wrote Rod Longway on accident, and I can't edit.
And they're like, who the hell is Longway?
I love Tress. I think you're right. Langway's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Right?
Tress, nobody love him.
There's got to be a general rule that if you're a Hall of Famer, you get it.
Number 6, I don't know who put this in, but I think this is pretty good. I can't think of anybody else. Rendon. He was a huge player of a World Series team.
Yes, he was.
And whether or not he may or may not be a jerk now out in California doesn't really matter. They got
I don't care what he is out there.
Banners fly forever. 7, Joe T. No debate.
Nope.
8, Ovi. No
Hold
debate.
on, let me see. No, I'm joking.
No debate on Ovi. Sonny Jurgensen at number 9. Dude's got his own cigars. He gets number 9.
When I looked up here, it was no name for number 10.
There was a name written down earlier. Somebody wrote Booby Dandridge.
No, I changed it to Bobby.
I preferred Booby.
I hit it wrong. I hit the wrong button. But Bobby and RG3.
This is
I think if you, I told you earlier, it's gonna come down to how
age.
old are the people that's doing it.
Let's do this. 800-636-1067.
Mhm.
High noon is coming in the District of Columbia. Should Robert Griffin III get number 10? Taking your calls, keeping this list going. Cody Betts at 1245. contestant for the number 10.
Who?
This dude was good. They won titles. Echeverry played for DC United. I think he was Bolivian.
All right.
Those DC United teams were good.
They were.
The bigger debate, though,
If
at
you,
number
go,
10.
if you go for the just votes, though, they won't get a lot of votes.
Right. If you're just tuning in, B and I and Landfill and Jeff and people calling in, and certainly people on Twitter and in the stream, we're naming DC athletes by jersey number 0 through 99. 0 is Gill, 1 is Rod Strickland, 2 is John Wall, 3 there's still a debate.
Had a Steve franchise number 3 put in there.
And also, Juan Dixon should be included.
Yeah.
But Iverson or Mosley appear to be taking the lead there. Number 4, Antoine Jameson, though one dude called in and said it should be Taylor Heineke. Number 5, I got nominations for Heath Schuler. Tressway certainly part of the discussion.
We're not taking a nomination for Heath Schuler.
But it belongs to Rod Langway. He's a
And
Hall
I
of
was
Famer.
I was in the huddle with him, so no, not best.
Langway played a long time for the Caps. Rendon at 6, Theismann at 7, Ovi at 8, Sonny at 9. We've had our first kind of debate here. Number 10, Bobby Dandridge, part of that Bullets team that won the title in 1979. There's also Robert Griffin III. RG3 was a rocket ship for a year.
It was a year, though.
And they didn't get a title. He was a damn rocket ship. Henry's in Northwest. Henry, who you got at 10?
Patrick Ewing. Y'all forgetting?
Didn't he wear 33?
Hello?
Didn't Pat wear 33?
You talking about as far as number jerseys. Oh, I thought you were talking about overall ranking. I'm sorry, fellas.
Nah, we talking about the jersey
man,
number.
I don't know no number 10s. I thought Bobby Dandridge. Bobby Dandridge, Patrick, that other guy, RG, he didn't do enough. But I thought y'all was ranking for
Henry,
overall athletes.
Henry, can I tell you something, sir? I appreciate you
I
listening.
like Patrick.
I appreciate you listening.
No, I'm at work. I'm off and on. I'm back and forth with the radio. I'm at work, fellas.
I
I'm sorry.
understand
Happy
that.
Friday,
I got to
though.
say, this is an all-time bad phone call. And I just want you to know that.
Bobby Dandridge. Bobby Dandridge.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Yo, he literally asked me, what were we talking about? I said, who would get number 10 of all athletes that wore number 10? Who was the best to wear it?
I mean, that was just.
I even butchered Bobby Dandridge's name a
You
couple
call
of
him
times
Booby
before I even got the name right.
I have Patrick Ewing down as 33. Like that, I don't think that's. Although I think Sammy Ball might have worn 33, so we might have a discussion there. But
I think we put a vote out for that with Pat to win it.
Sammy Ball was nice though.
I know, but
and if we can't have punters,
the people that really watch Sammy Ball, they're not around anymore.
I agree with that. If you watch Sammy Ball, please call in and defend him.
Yeah,
800-636-1067.
Call in.
Or we could say it's a list of the last 50 years or something.
Tell Doc to call in.
That's really mean, but really funny.
You know that.
And let's do the math on this. I don't even think Doc could have watched Sammy Ball. Sammy Ball played in the 40s.
Did Sammy Ball play before TV? So could have anybody watched him?
Sammy Ball played his rookie year was 1937. That's a long time ago. I think we got to go Bobby Dandridge. I vote Bobby Dandridge. They won a title.
All right.
What do you vote?
I'm with that.
Landfill? Jeffrey. I think Jeff might go Robert.
Nah.
You going Bobby?
Yeah, if he won a title here compared to a guy that only gave us one
Man,
year.
like, he won a title. I'm like, it must have been 79. That's the only one he won.
True. Andy wants to talk about number 8. I don't know what the debate is for number 8. Hello, Andy.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Did you consider Cal Ripken Jr. at number 8? I think they're both all-time greats that revolutionized the game.
I said it and was immediately shouted down. I would make a much stronger case for Cal if it wasn't Ovi, and it's Ovi.
No, I know. I think it's tough. They're both great.
Ovi might be one of the greatest scorers in his.
Cal is an all-time great. Yeah. They're both all-time greats, but it's got to be Ovi. Thank you for the call, Andy. Appreciate you listening, bud.
Yep.
I mean, it has to be Ovi because it's a list of DC athletes, not Maryland athletes.
I don't even want to do this because when the Nats weren't here, we all grew up watching the O's. That's just what you did. The Washington Post had Orioles beat reporters. Like, it was on TV. George Michael, you'd watch Channel 4, and they'd give you Orioles highlights.
Yeah, collaborators.
A lot of people want to talk number 11. We've made it through 10, okay? Number 11, this could be hard. Ryan Zimmerman, Elvin Hayes, Mark Rippon, Elena Deladon. Now, what I think, I love Rip. That's the Super Bowl you won. His success was relatively short-term from a longevity standpoint.
Yeah.
Then again, that might be the greatest NFL team of all time. Big E, Elvin Hayes, all-time great, Hall of Famer. But I think most people don't think of him as a bullet, right?
They might think of him as what?
I don't know. Maybe it is as a bullet. I mean, he was here. I mean, he was with them when they started in Baltimore.
Well, based off of landfill analogies, he's out.
Zim, I would think, is a Hall of Famer, right? He's got a World Series winner, 2-time All-Star. He's certainly a legend with the Nats, especially because he came up. His rookie season was their first season. They were so bad, and he stuck through it all.
He did all that stuff here, high school, college, and
yeah. And then, honestly, Deladon might be the best in her field of all these folks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Elena Deladon, I think, is like an all-time women's basketball player.
Yeah.
Honestly, my heart probably says Rip, but that's just me being a fanatical football fan.
Take 5 calls and see what they say.
I mean, the people are already ready for number 11. Darren's in D.C. Darren, who you got at 11?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call. I have Ryan Zimmerman at 11. He spent his whole career with the Nationals, and they won a World Series. And their opening game at Nationals Park, he hit that home run.
It was awesome.
That walk-off home run.
All right.
Yeah, dude. I'm cool with Zim at 11. I got no argument. Thanks for the call, dude. Danny is in D.C. with a vote at 11. Danny, who you got?
JP and B-Mitch. The new DC Sports Hall of Famer, Ryan Zimmerman.
All right, that's 2 for Ryan.
2 for Zim. All right, thanks, buddy. Who you voting for at 11, B?
I look at the longevity, and I'll go with Ryan.
3 votes, Zim. Jeff, what about you?
Who do I want to go with? Let me put this in perspective.
When you talk about the longevity aspect, B, Deladon was fantastic.
That's what I was about to say. I'm going to go Deladon.
The Mystics won a title, but how long? I mean, I know she's technically still on the team, but
she's been out for a while.
Yeah. I mean, so she played actual seasons with the Mystics from 17 to 23. But 21, she barely played. When did they win that title? Was that 2019? Was that
she gutted through that to win that, though.
Yeah. I don't think there's a bad vote here. You're voting Deladon, Jeff?
Yeah, just because she's like you said, she's more of a power figure in her perspective sport, you know?
Yeah. I also think she's beautiful. PJ's in Reston. PJ, who you got at 11?
You know, it's a toss up 3 ways, right? I'm gonna lean Elvin Hayes because I think he's I think he's a higher ranking basketball player than, you know, what Ryan Zimmerman would rate as an all-time baseball player.
I agree.
But it's like splitting it. Elena Deladon is very underrated. But yeah, I'm gonna go Elvin Hayes. By the way, I couldn't think of any. I looked at 12 and 13. I cannot find anyone that can come to my mind. But if anyone is trying to get some ideas to help you guys out here, there's a website called ranker.com, which I've been using. But yeah, 12 and 13, I was going to give you like a couple more answers. I can't think of anybody at
12's
number
an
12
easy
and
one,
13.
and Landfill got it. Thank you for the call, PJ. Peter Bondra at 12. Or is that you? B-Mitch got it. Bondra was awesome. Bondra was Hovey before Hovey.
Yeah.
I mean, not to that level. We got to make a decision here, boys.
He's
At
food
11.
on the golf course, too.
Who you got at 11, Landini?
Zimmerman.
Zim got the votes.
Okay, we'll ride with Zimmerman. Sorry, Elvin Hayes. Sorry, Elena Deladon. Zimmerman's kind of a hometown hero. 12 is Bondra, no debate. Is this dude serious? Will and Stafford, is this dude serious, Jeff?
What about?
Hey, all right, Will and Stafford, make your case to B. Mitch.
Hey, guys, I was just going to say Jeff Halpern. I mean, he was the Caps' best player in the early 2000s, and he's a local kid from Potomac, NHL head coach. Also, number 4, Kevin Hatcher. Number 3, Scott Stevens. And before you get to 40 and 32, you got to do Calbert Cheney and Mitch Butler, because not only were they good locally, but they were in blue chips as well. Thanks, guys.
I did love Calbert Cheney.
You know
you the
what?
man, you the
I'm
man.
telling you, like I said, bro, it comes down to the age of the person and what sport you like. Because every name you name are legitimate names.
One more vote. I'm gonna let this dude get in here. I think we've made our decision with Zim at 11. John and Chantilly, what do you got at 11?
Gotta be Elvin Hayes. Look, not only did they win the championship, but they went back to the finals the next year, but with 7 games the next year. Gotta be Elvin.
All right, bro.
All right, man. Thanks, buddy.
And Elvin was a bad man too. Now.
I think if you remove whatever personal nostalgia feelings from this, I think Elvin Hayes and Elena Deladon were clearly better at their craft than everybody else. What'd you say, Jeff? Line 3 is Terry in College Park. What up, Terry?
Hey, boys.
How you doing, man?
I got one you haven't even thought of.
Who that?
Joe Gibbs Racing. Denny Hamlin drives the number 11 car.
Yeah, but you know what? But he's not in D.C. He's in Charlotte mostly. The closest
he's from Richmond, though.
Who cares?
Hamlin.
He care because we say Washington sports, dude. That's what you got to care about what we say.
I like the idea, Terry. You have my support for thinking outside of the
Who's
box.
from Richmond?
I thought Hamlin was from Richmond. Somebody's from Richmond.
I don't know if Denny is from Richmond.
John in Richmond's from Richmond. Is Denny Hamlin from Richmond?
I don't know. I know
Somewhere
he
in
can drive a
Virginia.
car. I rode in the car with him for 20-something laps, 30 laps.
I also don't think is he still with Gibbs? I thought he bought in with MJ.
I think he bought in with Mike, but he still was riding for Gibbs.
Apparently, he's from Tampa.
Well, where did you get that Richmond stuff from?
Someone's from Richmond, Landfill.
Someone.
John in Richmond is from Richmond. Have we
The guy
decided?
that used to drive the M&M's car. I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Yeah, you're
Elliot
right.
Sadler.
I had an English teacher named Mrs. Sadler in middle school. Are we locked in with 11 as Zimmerman?
Yes.
Okay. Bondra at 12. Gortat at 13. That's the best we can do.
That's the only one we got.
What about Kelvin Harmon?
Who?
You don't remember Kelvin Harmon?
You don't remember me?
He had really good chemistry with Dwayne Haskins the last 4 games of the year in 2019. Then I think he's hurt his knee like 3 times. Played for the Defenders for a while. Big kid out of NC State. You want me to keep going?
Now I want you to just leave and go to another number.
I have far too much file on Kelvin Harmon. This was somebody Googled this joint. Ben Olsen played for DC United at 14.
United. They were great now when they first got around.
What did Fitzpatrick wear in his?
Don't you even put his name out there.
In his quarter and a half of
what was he on the 14th lane of the
Wasn't Brad Johnson 14?
Yeah, there you go.
If Brad Johnson was 14, I think that's a debate.
Brad had 1 year here too, though. Think about that.
That is true. Yeah,
He rolled in 1 year
because Dan wanted to run him off for Jeff George.
Yeah, for Jeff George.
He was 14.
What number did Jeff George wear?
I think he was 3, right?
I don't know what he was. He wasn't good.
I think he might have been 5. What number was Jeff George? If you want to know what July 19th content is, baby, this is it.
3, it looks like.
Jeff George apparently just all-time bleep. Just an all-time jerk. I've never met him. I don't know him. B, you know him. All right. I think you overlapped with him, right?
On the team?
No, you were gone when he came in. All right.
I never heard many people say many positive things, but you know.
John Lucas at 15. Maryland. You allowing that?
Maryland.
You allowing it, Landfill?
No.
Who y'all gonna pick? Tell me who you gonna pick. Not that little dude that played 15 for the team right now.
Steven Sims, I think, wore 15.
No, it's the one that's playing now. That used to be there. What was his name? The receiver.
Right now, Dax Milne.
You're not gonna pick him. Hell no.
Dax Milne. John Lucas was like a 3-time All-American. He was awesome.
I don't know what Landfill talking about.
All right. John Lucas it is. Number 16, Alan May, enforcer. We good with that?
I'll take Alan.
Number 1 in our hearts. 17 is a debate. I don't think it should be. I fear recency bias would win. 17 for me is Doug Williams.
Yep.
I think a lot of folks would make the case for Terry McLaurin.
Hey, man. Back to number 10.
Uh-oh. Booby Dandridge?
Nah, man. Lamont put something in here. Lamont say Kelly Miller. He played 940 games for the Caps.
Lamont Jordan is saying Kelly Miller over Bobby Dandridge?
Yeah.
Anybody have? Bobby's got a ring. Banners fly forever. Well, and B, if you needed...
Lamont, deal with JP what you're saying.
Hold on. B, if you need further reason for it to be Bobby Dandridge, I think he's from Virginia.
Yeah, Bobby's from the area.
Kelly Miller was good, though. I remember him.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He played, like, when I was going to Caps games at Capitol Center, I feel like Kelly Miller was on those teams.
He played from...
I was an Ally Afraidy guy, though. That was my favorite. Kelly Miller played from 85 to 99. Yeah, he was on the Caps from, like, in the early
87
90s.
to 99.
Yeah. It's a good suggestion, Lamont, and we always appreciate you listening, but you're not right on this one.
Beat him up what you're saying.
Joe in D.C. has a vote for number 13. What up, Joe?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
What up, brother?
Thanks for
This
calling,
is old school. This is old school. How about Charles Smith, the point guard for Georgetown Hoyas?
Hey. Now you're bringing it back.
Is he better than Gortat?
Charles Smith was good, man.
His career, he was Georgetown won a lot.
Yeah,
that's true.
Hey, that's what I thought. Georgetown was a HBCU. I was in Louisiana watching like, hey, that's a nice school.
Thanks for the call, Joe.
Then I got up here with the Georgetown.
No problem.
When
Thanks
did they
for taking my
change the
call.
school?
Right. Thanks, buddy. I think we're sticking with Gortat. 14 Ben Olsen, 15 John Lucas, Alan May at 16. Do we all vote Doug Williams gets it ahead of Terry at 17?
Yeah.
Jeff, you're the young one. You want to weigh in? Or are you good with Doug at 17?
Super Bowl championship, dog.
Yeah.
Give it a damn.
I'm good with Doug. Jeff, are you good with Doug? I want to give the young man an opportunity.
Yes.
Okay. 18, the locker, Craig Laughlin. 19, absolute no-brainer, Nicholas Backstrom.
Yeah.
Hall of Famer,
Mackie.
all-time player. 20, B-Mitch has Christy Tolliver.
I mean, name a dude that wore 20. Mark Logan?
I'm good with it.
Yeah, she went to Maryland. Of course
She's a Terp. And that's what she's getting in here for, right? Or you saying the Mystics?
Both.
Okay.
I mean, you said the area.
Yeah. Christy Tolliver, good with me. 21, Sean Taylor.
Hands down.
Yeah, no debate there. Jose is in Ashburn and is calling about the number 10. What up, Jose?
Hey, fellas. Number 10, Marco Echeverry.
We said
three-time MLS Cup.
Yeah, we said that.
I'm sorry.
We
Oh,
mentioned,
you did?
we
Oh,
mentioned
man.
it because somebody had called. It could have been you, and JP just didn't go to you when he said it.
No, because
Nah.
somebody tweeted me that.
Oh, okay.
I that must have been me. I tweeted too. I wasn't sure if you guys were going to get around to him, but I mean, 3-time MLS Cup champ. That's a lot of titles. I know it's not one of the big four, but still, you got to argue that a professional athlete.
I
winning
remember
three
him,
titles,
dude. He had like the big curly hair. He was nasty. He was really,
he was
really good.
wild. I mean, they called him El Diablo for a reason.
Having a nickname like El Diablo is kind of badass.
Yeah, I mean, if you saw him on the pitch, man, you wouldn't want to be on the other side of that team. You foul him, he'll remember you, and he'll leave you with several
What
marks.
was his level of play? Was he like an all-star MVP type player?
All around playmaker. If you want to call it the quarterback of the team, I mean, he was just overall outstanding player. He would score, he would assist, he'll make you look good. He'll make any of us look good on the field, really.
All right. We will take this under consideration. Thank you for the call.
No problem.
Hi, bro.
All right, man. Do we want to revisit 10 and put in Marco Echeverry?
I don't, but what about Skip Hicks for 20?
UCLA running back?
Hell no.
I love Skip Hicks.
Skip never went up the field. He was running sideline on sideline, and he had one game. I think he might have ran 250 yards, but he only had 17.
He had 3 touchdowns in a game one time. I was pumped.
Also, Skip Hicks is a cool name.
Cool name.
Well, when we do the names, we'll talk about him.
Um,
They told me that
I think
Skip Hicks,
Tolliver at 20
I
makes
was
a lot
told
of
that
sense.
Skip Hicks was better than Stephen Davis by somebody.
They were wrong.
That was
Actually,
Vinny.
you know what?
That was Vinny.
Do we have a 48? Stephen Davis just got 48. Boom. 48.
Oh, yeah. I thought he was already on there.
He's not on there yet. He's on there now. I just put it in. Somebody just sent me a really good 22.
Big country.
Who the
Todd Bowles?
Didn't Soto wear 22?
He did.
They got a ring.
Hey.
I
Yeah.
think Soto gets 22. We good with that? Boom. Landfill's writing it in.
A lot of people that's mad because he's not here anymore.
Oh, hell. We got to go to break, huh?
Yeah, we got to go to break.
This is fun. This is the most fun segment we've done in a long time.
Not for laughing.
We're going to try to get to 99. We'll see if we get there. Stay tuned. and he said number 20 should be Josh Gibson. Homestead Grays played here at Griffith Stadium, and he's finally acknowledged as one of the top baseball players ever. He's in the Ring of Honor at Nats
There we
Park.
go.
I think that's a good one.
I remember that name.
We're kind of limiting it to the last 50 years because we had like a Sammy Baugh situation too.
Mhm.
Gibson, obviously a great player, deserves to be honored. We got Christy Tolliver in the 20 spot. I think we left things off with 22 Juan Soto, the correct answer there.
Mhm.
23 D'Angelo Hall or Michael Jordan. Jeff, you got to vote?
I gotta go with MJ.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Like his start, bro. Even though he was old when he came here, I was still excited that it was Mike.
Jeff called him old.
I was still excited that it was Mike when he got here.
Everybody was, bro.
Yeah,
Believe me.
Like I would
JP
never
said
forget
earlier,
the
the club
Jordan
life
years.
was hot.
I still have my jersey, my Michael Jordan Wizards jersey.
Dude, I remember. I went to the game. It was MJ. D Hall was good though, dude, and he was here a while, and he played at Tech, and
didn't Jordan score 50 points with the Wizards?
All right, one vote, MJ, and that's a fair vote. Landfill, what say you?
I would go with D Hall. MJ was really good, and he is the greatest basketball player ever. But I think D Hall had the better Washington career than MJ.
I think if you look at a lot of stuff that were built and stuff that when MJ came through here,
a lot of stuff happened.
He left a lot more money in his town than most people would think.
Not his best, right? His best happened years prior. I put it out on Twitter. People can vote. I'm sure the replies will be terrific. D Hall did have that 4 interception game against the Bears.
He did that.
The quick results on this Twitter poll are overwhelmingly for D Hall. I say we circle back here. This is a circle back because MJ is MJ. 24 Champ Bailey, 25 Steve Blake, 26 Clinton Portis, 27 Brad Edwards had one of probably his greatest ever game in the Super Bowl, but Ken Houston. Now, if we're doing last 50 years, though, when did Ken play? And how long ago is 50 years ago? Like, what's our cutoff? 50 years ago would have been 74. Is that right?
Yeah.
So Ken Houston was here then. He got here in 73.
Yeah.
I remember Tandler talking about Ken Houston as just Sean Taylor before Sean Taylor, just one of the hardest hitters. He's a Hall of Famer.
Played from 73 to 80.
I think it's got to be Houston then. I mean, if our rule is if you're in the Hall of Fame, you get it.
Right, hell yeah.
All right.
No Fred Smoot.
Mississippi State Bulldogs.
Bulldogs.
The hard part with Smoot is that when he was at his best here before he went to Minnesota, he was wearing 21. I think.
Yeah.
Right?
And we already know got 21.
Yeah, Smoot was wearing 21 for the first 4 years of his career. And then when he came back, he put 27 on because Sean was there then. And then nobody was putting 21 on. So, love the Smoot, but Ken Houston's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Just because none of us saw him play doesn't change the fact that he's in the Hall of Fame. 28.
D Green.
No debate whatsoever. We don't have a 29, huh?
Mark Murphy.
The dude that was running the Packers?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What position did he play?
Safety.
All right. There you go.
Just say, there you go. I'm just throwing out a number and see if people want to vote on it.
Well, B, there's nobody else. So he gets it.
Reggie Branch.
I think Mark Murphy.
Reggie get more love for being a bounce at Starboard.
Yeah. Shout out to the Starboard. Shout out to Monty. Either you got a 29. I can't think of anybody. Landville, who did you want at 30?
Oh, the legendary running back for the Washington Redskins, Trunk candidate.
He came from St. Louis.
He did, yeah.
Boy, Landfill, boy, I tell you.
LaRon Landry was a first-round pick.
Didn't play like it.
Big guy, too.
Troy Apke was fast.
Troy Apke was fast.
He was fast.
Troy Apke ran stuff out of plays. LaRon Landry. I remember just Deshaun going past him like he was standing still. Who else you want me to name? Tron Cannon. Did he ever get on field?
Tim Legler wore 23.
23.
I'm just saying. Instead of D Hall or MJ.
No.
Could be Legler.
That's not going to happen.
I almost want to tweet out who should get number 30 and just say Apke or Landry, and just to get the replies of people screaming that it should be B-Mitch.
Please do it.
We all know that it's B-Mitch.
Do it.
All right, I'm going to do it right now. It's Friday, baby. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday.
That's probably what we should be drinking.
For this, yeah. Cody Betts also said, this is so much fun. Keep going. He'll come on at 1:30. So we're just going to keep going. Who should get 30?
Cody tried to finish up his real or fake. He didn't finish it up.
If I know Cody, he's been ready for a while. So the candidates, I'm doing this tweet right now. Troy Apke, LaRon Landry, or Trung candidate.
What about Zach Duke from the Nats? You want to add him in there?
No, I never heard of that dude.
Right.
Apke, Landry, Trung candidate. Candidate is a candidate. All right, people are going to go so ballistic that it's not B-Mitch. If anyone's listening to the radio, it's obviously B-Mitch. All right? Everybody aware? It's obviously B-Mitch.
I don't know. I saw this poll on the internet.
I can't. Let's see who replies to this, because I got people real mad about Rod Langway.
All right, let's continue. 31.
Cody Betts says, hey, Apke was really fast.
Yeah, he was fast. Couldn't make no plays. Anyway.
31.
Max Scherzer.
No debate.
Yeah.
To be clear, there's also no debate at 30. It's Brian. 32, Dale Hunter. Good career, then came back as a coach.
And Ricky Irvins, man, what the hell?
I love Ricky.
Ricky was killing it, man.
I think Dale Hunter's in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, well, that's over, Rick. Sorry, bro. I was trying to argue for you.
I will confirm that real quick. But Dale Hunter was really good. Dale Hunter is not in the Hall of Fame.
12 seasons.
12 seasons in Washington. He
Jeff
played.
Green.
Jeff Green, the
Georgetown.
Yeah, he was good.
Yeah. And he played for the Wiz.
He did. I think he's still in the NBA. He was at Georgetown when I was at Georgetown, and I think he's still in the NBA.
Jay, you're gonna think now Joe Smith played at Maryland.
Damn. Went number 1 overall.
Oh.
That's true. Maybe it's not Dale Hunter. I think Jeff Green.
See, when you say somebody from Maryland, he quickly changed. Oh, wait, now let me think about this.
No, I love Joe Smith, but I think Jeff Green has a real claim to this. They went to a Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
The next one, there's no debate because we're only doing last 50 years. So Sammy Baugh doesn't count. It is Patrick Ewing. I think this is a debate, though. 34, Bryce Harper or Len Bias?
I think if you put that vote out, it's going to be Len Bias.
Yo, I'm not putting that vote out. I don't want to imagine the replies on that.
Hey, Bryce didn't win no championship here.
He left, and then they won one. But Lenny didn't win a title either.
No.
They won an ACC title.
But everybody felt Len was at that point. Len probably was better than Jordan at that point.
Bryce also left of his own volition.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like, you chose to leave. I vote Lenny B.
I think if you really want to go viral, dog, you put out that says you think Bryce is better than Len Bias.
I don't want to go viral. There are people here that are desperate for Twitter attention. I'm not one of them. I prefer to troll people and put out a list of number 30 candidates that includes Trung candidate. We'll be right back. It's B. Mitchell Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of the show today, we're going through naming DC athletes for jersey numbers 0 through 99.
Yeah.
Some of them are no-brainers. Alex Ovechkin at 8. Daryl Green at 28.
Just going to carry this over to Monday?
Dude, we'll just go on until football starts back
Because
up.
it sure seems like we don't get through it.
Some of them, though, we had a difficult time. There were some real debates. Number 3, we debated, Allen Iverson, Juan Dixon, Mark Mosley. Number 17, we had a debate about Doug Williams, Terry McLaurin for the younger set. We had a lot of trouble about picking somebody at number 30. So I put out a Twitter poll and let people, let democracy be heard.
Yes.
I said, who should
do it, bro?
Who should get number 30 in DC sports? Troy Apke, LaRon Landry, or Trung candidate? Overwhelmingly, 72% of voters are saying Landry. We got a lot of responses. BJL 1906 said, Apke was fast. Plus, he played multiple positions in special teams. Name me another 30 who could do that. Clay Hale responded, I think we should pick someone who played quarterback in college but became a game-changing returner in the pros. Can't quite figure out who that might be, though.
Oh, boy, this is funny.
Yeah, this is funny as hell.
Hell, man, Dale Curry. Steph Dad.
Well, somebody said, don't sleep on Nehemiah Broughton, which is fair.
Lord have mercy.
Bernard King.
Yeah. BK.
Now, the good news is a lot of people understood. All right, Chris, you're up. Chris, who you got at 30?
Bernard King, he's a Hall of Famer.
All right. Thank you, Chris. You don't think it should be – Chris, do you listen to our program much?
Yes, all the time.
Do you remember what number B-Mitch wore?
30.
Okay. Chris making his case. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. We're number 30 is Brian Mitchell, and that was a joke to all the people getting mad at me on Twitter. 31, Max Scherzer. 32, I think we're going with Jeff Green. Are we good with that? We had Dale Hunter.
32. Check it out.
It could be Joe Smith. Fred is here to talk 32. Fred, what up?
Hey, good afternoon. What's up, B-Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Jack Pardee.
What?
Number 32.
Who? What?
Jack Pardee.
Jack Pardee?
Is that within the last 50 years, though?
Pardee was a coach. They had coaches wearing jerseys back then?
And he played linebacker.
Thank you for the call. That is not within the last 50 years. He last played in 1972.
Okay.
So Jack Pardee has been eliminated. But thank you for calling. We're going with Jeff Green. Patrick Ewing at 33. I think we all agree Len Bias at 34. Who was the dude you said it should be? I like Lonnie Baxter at 35. Kevin Greavy.
Won a 78 championship, and he also had a sports bar called Greavy's. And I used to do my show from back there. And the food was always good. And he let me come in there and eat when I didn't have to do the show.
All right, fair enough.
I was living by myself. I got a lot of meals from Greavy's.
Let's do this. 30. We don't have a 36.
Timmy Smith.
200
and something yards in the Super Bowl?
I was going to say.
I think we should put Sean Taylor on there twice.
Who 29? What's 29 at?
Timmy Smith, maybe Sean Taylor. DJ Swearinger also wore 36.
Who's doing 29?
This dude in Lumberjack, Virginia. Is his name Lumberjack or is he calling?
His name is Lumberjack. He's
Lumberjack. What's up, brother?
Lumberjack, how do you do?
What's going on, man?
How you doing?
Good, man. So for 29, I just wanted to mention Roy Halou.
I'm glad you did. Roy Halou has entered
Hold
the chat.
on. Lumberjack. Are you trying to crack a joke?
He did set a record for most catches in a game.
He did?
I mean, I think
he used to be a little bit of a baller for us back in the day,
he had
man. I
14
remember him.
catches against the Niners in 11.
How many yards?
I think it was John Beck just throwing to him like I don't.
You mean John Beck that wore his name on his shirt like he was in a gas station?
Roy Halou, is he a local guy too, or was that?
I don't know.
There was one of those running backs was local. No, Halou.
Let me see. on his thing.
He was a nice guy.
I thought it was
talking
Evan
to him.
Royster. Wasn't it
Yeah.
Royster?
Royster, that's what I was
Listen,
thinking.
man, I love you guys, man. Y'all keep up the good work. I got to jump off here and get back to work.
Thanks,
All right, bro.
Lumberjack.
Go ahead, man.
See you, dude.
He's like, I call in to tell y'all one thing. I don't want to talk to y'all all damn day. I got to go make my money.
All right. Roy Halou against the
Mark Murphy.
I know you've said Murphy. All right. It was against the Niners, November 6, 2011. Had 14 catches on 16 targets for 105 yards. That's a good game. You still vote Mark Murphy?
Yep.
I never saw Mark Murphy play. I will defer to you. Mark Murphy it is.
Starting safety on back-to-back Super Bowl teams.
That's pretty good. We're going with Len Bias. We're going with Kevin Greavy, Timmy Smith. 37 to me is not a debate. I loved Ole the goalie. I know they got to that Stanley Cup final.
Butterfly.
But it's Steven Strasburg.
Steven Strasburg is definitely. Yeah, Pat Fisher in that thing too now.
We don't have a 38, a 39. I think 40 should be Calbert Cheney, frankly. He was kind of good.
George Rogers wore 38.
Okay. George Rogers it is. Anybody got a 39?
Doc will tell you right now, OT. Otis Wansley.
Jimmy Carter?
The president?
Otis Wansley. Landfill says from DC.
Connor Smith in the chat just read my mind. Jeremy Reeves.
I like it. All pro.
Over Otis Wansley.
Jeremy Reeves made all pro team.
Better go check out Otis Wansley.
All right. I will pull up
That's
Otis
your
Wansley.
investigation tonight.
I'm checking it out right now.
Go look at some film.
Otis Wansley played 5 seasons, won a Super Bowl, wore 39.
He did the same thing that Jeremy doing.
Wansley, now I know those teams are really good, and he's probably backing up John Riggins in that time period. I'm just going off stats. Don't kill me, Doc. The stats aren't particularly impressive.
No, he's a special teams guy.
Okay.
You don't have stats when you do that all
Okay.
day.
I didn't know that. I'm going with Reeves. Jeff, I'm with you. J-Dogs forever.
Forever.
Landfill, you're the deciding vote. Reeves or Wansley?
He's going Reeves.
Wansley.
Of course.
You know what? I ain't sending you nothing.
Calbert Cheney at 40. Is there any 40s we're forgetting?
Alvin Walton.
What was Brig Owens? Could he have been 40?
I don't think Brig. I don't know about 40.
He was 23.
Yeah,
That complicates things.
Niggas have to go back and revisit that.
But most of his career was pre-1974, so we're just going to lock that out. Calvert Cheney gets 40 to me because I have his old Bullets jersey. Shout out to the dude that gave it to me. That's a big listener that wears Hawaiian shirts. Wes Unseld at 41, no-brainer.
Yeah.
Charlie Taylor at 42, no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Wilson at 43, no-brainer. I
don't know, man. Larry Brown now. Hold on.
You were the one that came up with Wilson.
No, I did not come up with Wilson. Landfill put in Wilson.
When was Larry Brown playing?
1970s.
I wonder.
Maybe before.
The bulk of his career, it's kind of split. He played from 69 to 76. So he would only have 3 seasons to count for us. And in those 3 seasons, that was kind of the evening of his career. So I'm going Willie. I can't think of anybody for 44, though.
Adam Dunn.
Adam Dunn. Jeff, can you think of anybody for 44?
For anybody taking us serious, we're joking. We know it's them. It's Riggo.
I was going to see if Jeff knew. That was my plan. Jeff, you know 44?
Yes.
I'm proud of you. Nobody go anywhere. Coming right back. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you've been listening, we've been doing this DC Sports jersey list from 0 to 99. Some of them are obvious. Sonny Jurgensen at 9, Sean Taylor at 21, Art Monk at 81. We've had some serious trouble in a couple of spots, and Denton Day, the College Sports Insider's insider, was walking down, and we asked him just quickly if he could think of anybody for us at number 30, because we can't believe the best 30 is Troy Apke.
Yeah, I sat down in the studio and immediately realized how idiotic that was by thinking that Troy Apke was the best number 30. So I'd like to formally apologize.
Who is it, though? Somebody said Rasheed Wallace when he was on the Wiz, on the Bullets, I guess.
I heard he was pretty good. He's a little before my time, though. What did Rashard Lewis wear when he was with the Wizards? Did he wear 9? Or was Gilbert wearing 9 at the time?
Gilbert was wearing 0 always.
It was 0 the whole time.
No, he changed at the very end. After the gun thing, he came back. He's like, I got to move past 0.
So he wore 9?
So he wore like 9.
After he have a gun incident, he wear a 9.
He wore 9.
That's kind of funny.
If he'd have worn 45, I would have took the same thing. Or 357.
Do you think it might be Rashard Lewis?
Yeah, Rashard Lewis. He wore 9?
He wore 9.
He wore 9. Damn. Yeah, I thought I was on to one.
You can't think of anybody else? LaRon Landry?
Did the roids disqualify him or no?
We're okay with roids on this show.
Did you have a baseball player that maybe wore number 30?
I thought it was Austin Kearns, but he might have wore 25.
So you can't think of anybody else that wore number 30?
No one.
Are you doing a bit?
Of course I'm doing a bit. I'm sitting next to Brian Mitchell. Yeah, I'm doing a bit.
I asked the guys if they thought you were doing a bit, and they both thought you were.
That's because I'm a great actor.
Yeah, I was about to say, Denton, your acting is on point, bro, because when you were coming up with names, I'm like, this don't sound like sarcasm. I'm over here like, this is not sarcasm.
In there, I couldn't tell it was a bit. Once he sat down here, I knew it was a bit. All right, well done. You can stick around. You can leave, whatever you want to do. All right, where were we? 44. I can't think. Can you think of anybody at 44, Denton?
No, we didn't have a tight. I mean,
Diesel.
Yeah, Diesel.
Oh, you gave it to him.
Yeah,
don't give it to him.
I'm too young to remember all these experienced gentlemen.
Who do you think should get 46? Alfred Morris or Patrick Corbin?
Alfred Morris.
Not Patrick Corbin. That's for sure. He gonna be. When's Patrick Corbin pitching again? He's gonna be pitching angry the next time he's on the mound. Take his over in strikeouts.
Why?
He got a lot on his mind.
Hey, man.
He's tweeting about Trump.
He got a lot on his mind.
I tell you what, Landfill gonna tweet.
45 is Mike Sellers. That's easy.
Well, you sure?
Are you Googling famous 45?
No. I told you earlier, Phil.
Oh, Phil Chenier. That's a good one.
Oh, that is.
It's got to be Phil then. They want a title.
Sean, he didn't even know Sean Merriman wore 45 in Maryland.
I thought he wore like 8.
Oh, are you counting Maryland guys too?
We got a couple Terps,
DC,
couple
baby.
Hoyas.
DC.
We got a couple Terps, couple
we
Hoyas.
got Otto Porter at 22 or what?
Fellow by the name of Juan Soto. Ever heard of him?
Yeah. You know what? He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player.
He's pretty good. He didn't lose to Florida Gulf Coast.
No, sure didn't. Wow. We haven't had a whole lot of serious debates. I'm not sure he wore 45 at University of Maryland. I'm just saying that. Sean Merriman, Terps. I will give it to him. He sure did. Do you want to give it to Merriman over Chenier?
I'm asking you because I know everybody that went to Maryland, you're trying to put them on the list.
That's not true.
It is true.
I acquiesced on Juan, even though I think it was incorrect. We talked about Joe Smith at 32, but we went with Jeff Green, didn't we? Or Dale Hunter. So that is Jeff not Green. True. 45, Chenier or Merriman is a good debate.
I'd go Phil Chenier. He won a championship, didn't he?
I'm pulling that up.
Yeah. I would.
Phil's also just cool.
Yeah,
man.
Phil was the
he
voice
was on the title team
of youth for people my age growing up watching the Wizards.
Phil and Buck was just legend.
So Phil definitely got to be on.
Phil it is. All right. 46, Alfred Morris. 47,
Cooley.
48, Steve
Davis, big
no
country.
question. 49 is Bobby Mitchell. 50, Ralph Sampson. That might be the only Wahoo that makes the list, but he was such a legend at UVA.
Or it could be Derek Smith. Because he said one of the best things on TV ever.
That's a great story that B just told us. That cannot be repeated. 51, no debate. Monty Coleman.
Monty Coleman.
Monty was so
My
dude.
dude.
Good. We got a 52.
Either Mike Green or Neil Okowitz.
Yeah, but I say Mike Green got to be on there.
Okowitz.
I think it's Olkowitz, dude. I mean, when the Skins were at their best in the 80s, I mean, 83, he started every game.
He played
84, he started every game. 85, he started every game. 86, he started every game.
All right. Sorry, Mike Green.
Yeah.
Honorable mention.
You're out. Now, we're not anti-Mike Green. In fact, we applaud some of the things he does.
Or did. Maybe
Yeah.
he still does.
I don't know.
It's not up to us, Denton. 53, no-brainer, Jeff Bostic.
Yeah, Bostic.
We don't have a 54? Was Kurt Gouveia 54?
Kurt was 54, but
I love
in the politician? Was he
what?
Tom McMillan? Is he a politician now?
Yeah, he is a politician.
Didn't he
Yeah,
play?
you're right.
And he was like a two-time All-American. Tom McMillan is a good pick. And for the record, that's you picking Terps, not me.
I picked that one.
You also picked John Lucas.
Because I've talked to him sometimes. And
He's
Lucas,
been on the show.
And Lucas is great.
Well, McMillan's been on the show with
Yeah,
us. He's very generous with his time. He's a good dude. I'm just trying to get a picture of McMillan in college. 54. Boom. Done. McMillan makes the roster. Chris Hamburger at 55. LeVar Arrington at 56. Ken Harvey at 57. Wilbur Marshall at 58.
Them 50s is a lot of linebackers.
Yeah, a lot of linebackers.
London Fletcher at 59. 60, Chris Samuels. Shout out to 61, Levon Hernandez.
Yeah.
Nobody threw more junk and lasted that long in the majors, dude. I mean, I honestly think, like, we had the running bit about who Jeff could get a hit off of. I think he could get a hit off of Levo. And Levo was the ace of that staff.
I
for
don't
a
know
while.
if he would, though.
Did
Levo make you think he gonna throw some heat, and that thing come out there like 60 miles per hour. You swung twice.
Yo, like his changeup was probably 43 miles an hour. Did he win a World Series with the Marlins? Wasn't he like the starting pitcher for Game 7 or something? Shout out to Levo, man.
He was really good for a while.
He was awesome.
He had some pitches like Michael Rubin.
Those were bad. 62, Sean Doolittle. I'm good with that.
How about Ray Sharkey? He was the Indian that played for the team.
Doolittle won a ring.
Okay, I'm just saying. I'm throwing out names sometimes.
I'm with you, but Doolittle was the closer.
Sharkey, I played golf with Sharkey. That's why I'm throwing him out.
Shout out to Sharkey.
Sharkey.
Raleigh McKenzie, super versatile piece for a lot of great offensive lines. Shout out to Rallo. I play golf with him too. We need a 64, boys.
Head.
Done.
Kendrick Golston.
Friend of the program. Gets immediately in.
Yeah, Stonebridge High School represent.
Yeah, there you go. 65, Dave Butts.
Yep.
The only man with a bigger head than Brian Mitchell.
That's not true.
No, Scott Jackson.
Scott Jackson just has a bigger forehead.
No, Scott Jackson has a bigger head. The forehead is a part of your head. It makes him wear 7 and 8 eighths. Just an 8.
65, Dave Butts. 66, Joe Jacoby. We need a 67.
Raymond Brown.
Done. Another friend of the program. Another guy I've played golf with. The only man I've ever seen pick up a golf cart with one hand. Russ Grimm at 68.
Yager.
Ooh.
But I go with Russ.
Yeah,
Yager wasn't good here.
I
This
go
is
with
a
Russ.
Pittsburgh list.
I go with Russ.
We need a 69. Pause.
Nice.
Slurry.
Okay. Stink one.
Big stink.
You want a ring? We need a 70. Wasn't there a hockey 70?
Was there a hockey 70? What? No, he didn't wear 70. Did Simeon
Yeah,
Varlamov wear 70?
Holtby, I think.
Did Holtby wear 70?
Come on, man. Somebody. Braden Holtby. I'm pretty sure he wore 70.
69 plus 1.
All right, there it is.
But I can't. Hockey. Right. How are there no.
Why are there no pictures of
I
him
don't
wearing?
know.
I've never searched so
70.
hard. There
Oh,
it is.
man.
Holtby.
There's so many hockey fans that are screaming at their
Screaming.
radio.
Just so mad at us. 71. Absolute no-brainer. My favorite player when I was a kid, Charles Mann. We need a 72.
Mr. D.
We need a 70.
Dexter Manley, fool.
Okay.
I'm going to tell him to shake your hand because you didn't pick him.
Please don't. I love Dex. We literally didn't have 72 written down. That's all I'm saying. 73.
Mark May. Charlie 10 Hitch.
74 is John Carlson. This isn't, we need a 75. Sheriff? Didn't Sheriff for a 75?
Yeah, Sheriff for 75, yeah.
We need a 76.
Sam Cosme.
Kind of current? What the
What's
hell?
my man?
I like Cosme.
Ed Simmons. He's one of the offensive linemen.
Do you want to go with him or Cosme?
I'll go with him. He won a Super Bowl.
He's got a ring? All right.
Yeah.
Simmons it is.
Cosme better get paid, though. Hopefully soon.
I feel like 76 might have been an important hockey number, too.
John Jansen.
Jansen was good.
Jansen was good for a long time.
Did he wear 76 or 77?
6.
And Jansen played through, remember that season he played with 2 broken thumbs? And he just had casts on? It was kind of wild. I'm going with Jansen. 77, TJ Oshie, to me, is a no-brainer. Adam Oates also wore 77.
I go with TJ, my golf buddy.
Yeah, we'll go Oshie.
78, Bruce Smith, Redskins legend.
Yeah, and also from Virginia Beach area.
I don't know that we can actually claim Bruce Smith. He
Virginia
went to Virginia Tech.
He went to Virginia Tech.
I mean, so he got a lot of the stuff that's mixed into it.
We need a 78, a 79, and an 80.
You got a 78, Bruce Smith.
We're going with that?
Yeah, go Bruce Smith.
It's kind of funny, but okay.
79, Lachey.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. 80?
Roy Jefferson.
Sold.
You don't know Roy Jefferson? Well, I don't. What year did Roy play, though?
I think he's a little before my time. 81 is obvious, Art Monk.
Yeah.
82. Anybody? Jeffrey?
Randall L.
No.
Michael Westbrook.
No. We already got Steve Davis on the list. We can't have a fight within the list.
You got too many old dudes on here. There won't be no fight.
83 is Ricky Sanders. 84 is Gary Clark.
Yeah.
85, and I don't know if I remember this correct.
You guys don't want Albert Connell for 83?
No. Donnie Warren.
I heard you say Donnie Warren. Didn't Henry Ellard wear 85?
Yeah, but Henry Ellard was here for 1 or 2 years. Donnie Warren was here for multiple years and played in 3 or 4,
Super Bowls.
1, 2, or 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
And Brandon Lloyd, the legend.
The hell did you
Henry Ellard was here for 5 seasons, and he did catch 113 balls.
Okay, well, what did Donnie Warren? How many Super Bowls he went to? And they were blocking. He didn't catch no ball, but they were blocking for all the running backs.
Donnie Warren it is. All right, we don't have an 82. We don't have an 86.
86, Jordan Reed.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, that's not
We could put Ben Sinnott in there, Sinnott for 82.
I think it's a little premature.
I mean, we got to have somebody.
Who's 87?
John Bates.
No.
John Bates. I know, what did Keenan McCardell wear for that 1 year?
He wore 87 here, but there was a tight end that was real good.
Better.
What,
Somebody.
Jerry Smith, that's his name?
Is that the redhead dude? I'll look it up. We need some old people to call in.
Yeah, 87s are literally just going to be your wide receivers and tight ends because, like, nobody in hockey wears that.
Jerry Smith wore 87, and he's from Silver Spring.
There you go.
Boom. Jerry Smith it is. We still don't have an 82. Logan Thomas.
Garcon.
Garcon at 88's good.
I got an 88. Doc.
I think we give it to Doc.
I could give it to Garcon.
Well,
because he was a wildebeest.
I thought Garcon was 13.
No.
Did I hallucinate that?
Yeah.
That's Kelvin Harmon.
Yeah, okay.
Kelvin Harmon and Anthony Armstrong was 13.
Pierre was definitely 88. I kind of think we should give it to Doc. Doc won rings. If rings are the rule.
Hey. Oh,
I know.
I wish we had Doc here so we could ask him.
I know Jeff has a strong opinion about this next one.
89 to me is an absolute no-brainer with Santana Moss. But Jeff loves Cam Sims so much, he at least wants to make the case.
He picked Cam Sims to get 5 touchdowns 2 years ago.
Jeff, make the case for Cam Sims.
There's no way y'all sat and watched him moss Trayvon Diggs in the end zone, and y'all putting 8 to the 9. This is the real 8 to the 9 right here. Like, y'all are playing. Hey, Cam.
I hope
Adam.
I hope
go
your
get
mom
Cam
not listening
back.
to this because your mom,
go get Cam
your mama
back.
might
We don't
disown
need
you.
Brandon. We don't need Brandon Ayuk. We need Cam Sims.
I'm
done.
Hold on. How many touchdowns has he caught since you said he was going to have 5 that 1 year?
That don't matter, D-Man. It don't matter.
It's a mentality.
Oh, Jeffrey, I love you, buddy. Jeff's bit might have
Tana,
been-
man, I'm just playing, dog. I'm just playing.
Jeff's bit. It's Santana, and it's not a debate. We need a 90.
Kennard Lane. Nah, that's a blast for the past.
He was a first-round pick. 91 is Ryan Kerrigan.
Yeah.
93 is John Allen.
92, Kuzi.
Kuzi.
Hey, man. Kuzi. Boom.
Yeah.
John Allen or Philip Daniels?
Allen.
Yeah, I'll tell you out because remember what Daniel said that, man, that's messed up. You know, running up the score on Coach G. I'm like, you play D-line. You shouldn't say that. You're on the field, dude.
All right. We're getting to the finish line here. 94, Deron Payne.
Man, Randy White.
Okay. Terps,
but you know, he was great. He was great there, and he was great in the league.
I mean, he's a Hall of Famer.
Played for a team against us, man.
Sure. 95.
Dan Wilkerson.
Big Daddy Dan
I've been
Wilkinson.
pulling names out, bro. Numbers.
I mean, that's kind of all we.
Yeah, that's all we got at this point.
96.
Ooh, I don't know nobody with that.
Cornelius Griffin.
Any hockey guys? And is there like a great UVA D lineman that maybe wore 96? I mean, hell, who's 96 right now? Is there one?
It does say Cornelius Griffin.
Yeah. I mean, it might actually be Cornelius Griffin. There's aren't a lot of 96s in.
Right now, Narell Pollard, undrafted guy out of Virginia Tech.
Yeah, local.
All right, Cornelius Griffin it is. He played a number of seasons, big fella.
Strong.
97, no doubt, Lorenzo Alexander.
Lorenzo, man, one-man game.
98 and 99, we still need.
Rakapo.
Yeah.
And that would, what's called him?
Yeah.
Vinny.
And
Brian
Andre
we got
Carter.
Brian Rakapo.
I like Andre Carter.
Yeah, Andre Carter for 99.
Nobody had more cut-up arms than Andre Carter.
Oh, he used to scare me.
All right, we got
cut up arms and tight ass jeans.
We have a billion phone calls on this. We're going to take all the calls next. So whoever has a beef with our numbering system, we're letting you guys close out the show.
Not a beef. Just let us know that we may not be smart.
What's beef? Beef is when you need two gats to go to sleep. You know what else you need? To go to Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. Now, that's a hell of a segue. They have 7 locations all over Northern Virginia. From Alexandria to Chantilly, they can sell anything you're looking for. All the makes, all the models, great financing options. They've got it all. And what stands out for me and for Brian, we're both repeat customers from these fellas, the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
Yep, we absolutely love that. They take care of you, and they don't sit up there. They make you feel special. That's the thing about it. They give you up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance. They give you loaner cars with every major maintenance and a lifetime engine guarantee. When I say they give you loaner cars, they don't make you pay for it like a lot of other places do. And there's more good news. If you have a car to sell, Oarsman will give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. So take it from us. Let's ride together.
Hey, we've been talking for a while now about the best players
One
in DC
more
sports
time.
history, and we're trying to lay it out with jersey numbers 0 through 99. Just heard from our old friend Brendan Darr on Twitter, who said, yeah, mostly we had the same idea. He did put John Harkes played for DC United a long time, was awesome, played for the national team. He was number 6. We put Anthony Rendon there. If you're a soccer guy, we probably had a few holes, frankly.
Yeah.
Jaime Moreno at 99. Should we go with Moreno or stick with Andre Carter?
Dude
I go with
scored a
Jaime.
lot of goals.
I go with Jaime.
I think Moreno makes it.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah.
also rounds out our list a little bit. We got a soccer guy on here.
Yeah.
Do you think we need Harkes instead of Rendon?
I don't know about that one.
I don't either. Because I think we also we mentioned Echeverry, right?
Echeverry and Olsen.
Yeah, and we got Olsen on there. Boom. Global. All right, these phone lines have been packed for a while. People have opinions. I am not surprised. This dude's been on hold the longest. Jimbo.
Watermelon.
Jim, Watermelon. What's
Well,
up,
we still
dude?
need some more stuff to go in there.
Hey, Jim, we on the phone, man.
I don't know.
Should I put him
Hello?
on hold or just listen?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, I know Neil Olkowitz started on 3 Super Bowl teams, but you got to give some consideration to Buck Williams at 52.
Ooh, Terp.
Well, you know what with Buck?
Yeah, Buck's a good dude. I like Buck.
Yeah. Think about it. I got to think about it at least.
Consider us thinking. Thank you for the call,
All right,
Jim.
brother.
Thanks.
Buck Williams is awesome. He's an All-American.
Oh, yeah.
Our guy Jeremiah in Fairfax. Hello, Jerry.
Hey, how y'all doing today? Thanks for taking my call. So I got 3 things, but I'll make them all very quick. Number 1, I heard y'all saying we need an 82. I never heard Jamison Crowder's name thrown out there, so I'll give y'all that. Number 2, even though I don't think he's better than Man at 71, just with how good he was on the team, I feel like you have to at least mention his name on air as Trent Williams.
Jamison
And then
Crowder
third,
never wore 82, dude.
He never wore. What did he wear?
He wore 80, and now he wears 83.
Didn't he re-sign with the team like a year ago, and he did wear number 82, or am I just hallucinating?
He's
like
wearing
Mansfield
83.
was on
Logan
83?
Thomas was 82.
All right, never mind. Scratch that one then. But regardless, I still thought it was worthy to mention Trent Williams. And then I thought today would be an Ask Me Mitch Anything day. So if y'all feel like answering this, can you name every Redskins receiver to have more than 1,000 yards and double-digit touchdowns in the season? There's only 4. Thanks so much for taking my call.
Thank you, Jerry. That's a good trivia question for later, but these phones are packed. Trent at 71 is worth consideration. But I feel like Trent's going to go into the Hall of Fame as a Niner. Damon in Oxon Hill. What's up, D?
Oh, good afternoon and happy Friday to you, gentlemen. Thanks for taking my call. I got your number 82 because I'll take Desmond Howard over his whatever Crowder number he thought was wearing every day.
Des didn't do a whole lot here, dude.
Well, he did more than Crowder did wearing number 82.
Well, Crowder never wore 82.
Yeah, I know that. That's my point.
Yo, but, all right, hold on.
It's okay. No.
Desmond Howard didn't wear 82 here either. He wore 82 at Green Bay. He wore 80 here.
Yeah.
Well, he's still better number 80 than Crowder to me. Even still, I had issues with your Ralph Sampson at 50 because I think Dikembe would say not in my house.
But I thought Dikembe wore number 55 though.
What? Oh my goodness, man! I must be on a good one today.
You
well,
must
I know
be.
These dudes, I know these 2 dudes, but no. I know these 2 dudes could be in the room to coach him up. Coach Gibbs and his assistant coach would be Coach Thompson.
Thank you for the call,
How about
Damon.
that one?
All right, gotcha. But people gotta get the numbers right.
Yeah, dude.
The whole gist of this whole little thing we doing is about the number.
So many people. Now maybe Dikembe wore. Yeah, he wore 55. Goodness gracious. I mean, so far every caller that is mad about our list has been incorrect
Wrong about the numbers.
Mo is in Damascus. What up, Mo?
What up, Mo?
What's up, fellas? Hey, man, listen to y'all since day one, every day, man. I love the show.
Appreciate it, brother.
Hey, I know I'm not tripping on my number. I don't know how you guys missed it, but I still love y'all. Number 87 for the Washington Redskins, downtown Charlie Brown, Fun Bunch.
Oh, man. We did forget Charlie.
You want him over Jerry Smith?
Jerry.
Absolutely. Phoenix, you got to give me that one.
I don't know. You got to look at Jerry's career now, man. Jerry had a hell of a career.
He's a two-time Pro Bowler, one-time All-Pro. Did not win a ring. Was on the Super Bowl team that lost to the Dolphins. And most of his career,
I just love me some Charlie Brown, man. That's all.
I think Charlie Brown might be the right play here because the bulk of Jerry Smith's career happened before our artificial deadline of 1974.
Where we go with Charlie Brown?
Correct. And the Fun Bunch and all that with Ricky and Gary, I just got grew up with watching them.
It's got to be Charlie Brown. He's a two-time Pro Bowler, just like Jerry Smith.
Got him.
And he's got a ring.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know what, Mo?
Thank you, Mo. Man? Thank you for listening to
call.
Thanks for listening to all of the things we were saying and then correcting us.
I'm trying, man.
Instead of the people that were trying to correct us with the wrong numbers. What's up?
I don't know why all these callers been tripping all day long, man. They're starting early.
One dude called to tell us Patrick Ewing needed to be 10. He wore 33. Thank you, Mo. That's a great call, man. Appreciate you. All right. Landfill, our streak of great calls is at 1. Can it get to 2? Let's go to Keith McLean. Keith, what up, man?
Keith M. McLean, right?
Says Keith McLean.
Hey, guys. Great show. I was getting out of my car when you were stumped at 70. You should be embarrassed. Sam Huff, Hall of Famer, Redskin.
But in the last 50 years?
That is fair.
But you have Sonny.
Yeah, but we also didn't have anybody else for number 9.
Braden
Holtby won a ring, dude. The save against Tampa in the Eastern Conference Finals is iconic. I'm not comparing him to Sam Huff, but it's not like we just picked some schlub either. Holtby's legit.
Yeah, Holtby's legit, but he's no Sam Huff, who's Hall of Fame. And then
Keith, man, but we have an artificial deadline of 1974, bro. I'm sorry.
Well, you picked Sonny.
Sonny played in 1974.
Oh, God. Okay, goodbye.
I feel like we really pissed Keith off.
Oh, man.
DJ's in Rockville. DJ, what up, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good, man.
Previous caller who bumbled Mutombo took my thunder. 55, you got to have Mutombo. And at 86, how could y'all miss Clint Didier?
It's Didier.
Didier.
Potato.
We went with Jordan Reed, who was really good. I'll defer to you on
Sam stopped playing in what, 60-something?
So Chris Hamburger is who we have at 55, who I believe is in the Hall of Fame. Dikembe was really good. And, of course, Dikembe has the absolutely legendary urban legend that he once walked into a party at Georgetown and said, "Who wants to sex Mutombo?" So
that's right.
I'll go with Mutombo just based on that story. Will you be offended if we change it, Brian?
I'm not offended.
All right. Who wants to sex Mutombo has made the list. Thanks for the call, DJ. Jay is in D.C. Been on hold a while. Jay, what up?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? Hey, I'm having a good time later. Some of these calls taking this way too serious, man. Hey, check this. For 86, I would agree the last guy, man, Clint Didier or Didier, to go with him. But 45, I'm going to call Barry Wilborn. I don't know if he got a title in that back with the 87 crew, but if I got my years right. I'm Barry Wilborn. And then for 77, Trey Johnson.
Big Trey?
Trey
led me through a lot of holes, I'll tell you that.
Pause. Barry Wilborn did win a Super Bowl and was an All-Pro. We could put Barry on there at 45 if you wanted.
Who you took off?
Right, well, nah, it's Phil Chenier.
Chenier.
Yeah. That's a good call, though. Thank you, dude.
Good call. Good numbers
77's TJ Oshie, man. He's got a
Right,
ring.
brother.
Sorry, Big Trey.
Big Trey, bro.
That's a good call.
Trey
though.
opened up a lot of holes, bro.
Yo, that counts as a good call.
Offensive lineman open up defensive lineman, just so y'all know.
That counts as a good call. So we've gotten a few. CJ's in MD. What up, CJ?
Okay, for me, I know you said like number 9 is definitely going to go with Sonny, but I'm going to go old school and go Frank Howard. But you can't argue. Also, 45, 40 was also like West Sunsil. And I know
we got
you
Unseld
probably
on
still,
there.
okay, that's cool. You probably got Sean Taylor at 21, which you should, but I'm again go old school and go Dave Bing.
All right.
And I know at 87 you went with I'm sorry, 56. Again, I'm going old school. You went like with LeVar, but I'm gonna go like Lynn House.
All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call. Left hand up, we got a hole in the resume here. Mia Hamm wore number 9 for the Washington Freedom. Mia Hamm's like the MJ of women's soccer. I don't know that boots Sonny off the list. Sonny only did play in 1974, and he only played 4 games. We got a little bit of a controversy.
We talk about football 99% of the time.
Abby Wambach also wore number 20.
For who?
The Freedom. But, isn't it the Spirit? Was that a different league? We need some clarification on what league.
Did they play in another city and the team just moved here now?
I don't know. We're going to round out the phone calls when we come back. Hell of a show today. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're lucky our boy John Leahy is in here chilling with us. Honorable mention. We've been doing this list thing all day, making 0 through 99 a list of great DC jersey numbers. Got to give an honorable mention. It was before the arbitrary deadline of 1974 that we have used all day to make it the last 50 years. John Thompson wore 21 at Archbishop Carroll.
All right.
And Noble Martin tweeted this to me. The picture's crazy. I mean, somebody you knew well. Look at him that young, B.
Yeah, he changed.
I mean, it's just crazy how young he looks right there and how much JT3 looks like him there. Also, Leahy correctly pointed some stuff out to me that 90, we didn't have a 90. I think Montez Sweat can be number 90.
Yeah, we never said 90.
We didn't have anybody at 90. So Leahy came up with Sweat. I think that's good. They traded him away. He didn't leave on his own. And then 82, we got to fill this out. So 82, our options are Antoine Randall L, maybe. Michael Westbrook, maybe. Michael Westbrook did have some good seasons.
Yeah, he did.
Logan Paulson, our friend. I don't know. Does anybody have a? We got to fit. This is the last one. Who do we want for 82?
Out of them people you name, you got to go Westbrook.
One vote, Westbrook.
Westbrook had that one good year.
He did have a big year.
At least he had a good year. The other two didn't have good years.
Got a contract.
Jeff?
I guess Westbrook it is.
All right, Westbrook it is. All right, and we're going to finish off these phone calls. Los is in Severna Park. What up, Los?
Hey, guys, listen, I just woke up. My apologies on that. And I know when I called, I wasn't thinking about this. But 19, you guys had Nicholas Backstrom at 19, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, my honorable mention is Keenan Reynolds, United States Naval Academy.
I saw that.
Touchdown. What's up?
I saw that. I saw somebody mention his number because if you look at what Keenan Reynolds did at Navy, what Backstrom did in the league is not better than what he did at Navy.
Right. Just honorable mention. Just honorable mention because, like, you know, most touchdowns and for a quarterback, most rushing in a game for a quarterback.
80-something touchdowns, I think, total.
He was good, man. Those Navy teams were good.
Yeah, shout out to Coach Neil Matalolo and all that.
All right, brother.
You know that he's at Fresno State now?
Who is? Keenan?
No, the coach.
Oh, Neil Matalolo?
Yeah. And he's not going to run the option there.
They called him Nima. But you know what? But that's a coach who can adjust. If your talent there is not option team, then you don't run the option. Joe Gibbs came here to be Air Coryell and got here and say, oh, I got a running team.
Sure.
He changed it.
Shout out to Jeff also. Carlos, our boy Los at Severna Park, waited on hold for about 15 minutes. And all he wanted to talk about, he wanted to point out Keenan Reynolds' success as number 19 and make him an honorable mention, which is deserved, right? And Jeff wrote down 18 in the subject line.
Things happen.
I know you said 19, but I'm going to put 18.
This has been a blast. Thank you to everybody that contributed and tweeted. That was a lot of fun. We got to wrap up the week. We make bets every day.
Who won, Jeff?
Can we get the bumper first? There we go.
Real quick.
Heard it here first.
Real quick. Did we sleep on Joey Juneau at number 90? He was pretty good for the Caps for a minute.
Did you?
Collectively, we. You want Montez Sweat or Joey Juneau?
Landfill pointed out a fact.
What's that?
Montez Sweat, number 8 overall sack leader for the Commanders. What do he rank in his organization?
What sport do you think Joey Juneau played?
You said he played hockey.
Okay, he's a hockey guy. No,
he pays attention sometimes.
Montez keeps it, but shout out to Joey Juneau. Not a name I expected to say today. All right, who won the week, Jeffrey?
Since y'all want to know so bad, in 4th place, JP Finley. Yeah. You missed it there. Tied. Well, really, JP, you're in 3rd place because tied for 2nd, we got B. Mitch and Landini at 2 and 2. Yeah,
JP's in 4th.
Yeah. Okay. Well, JP can get fourth. Y'all
I
still
don't care.
tied.
I can be fourth.
And at number 1, your boy bounced back with a last-minute parlay. Jeff Walker for president.
We don't buy that.
I'm the winner. You want me to tell you where you lost? You lost when you thought it was cool to go with the Jazz against the Clippers against me. It didn't work. And then I stepped out on faith because I thought Sar was going to have a big game. Now,
there you go.
Don't turn.
That's messed up. Cutting in and out like he's driving in a thunderstorm.
I'm the winner, baby. I see y'all Monday.
Shout out to Llama Lieberman says, what about Torrey Smith, who had a hell of a career at the University of Maryland for 82 instead of Michael Westbrook?
I'll go with that.
I'm good with Torrey.
Yeah, I go with that.
Won Super Bowls. Boom.
Multiple.
Torrey Smith's making the list. Hell of a day today. That was a lot of fun, B.
It was.
If only we could have figured out number 30, Landfill. If only we could have figured out number 30.
I mean, Trunk candidates got it in my book. That was settled hours ago.
LaRon Landry was a first-round pick, dude.
Bro,
Listen, I know this.
If the show is B. Mitch and Jeff on Monday, y'all know why.
It's about to be Troy Apke and Jeff on Monday.
LaRon Landry, Louisiana legend. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, he owned the monkey and the big truck.
Thank you to Bobby Blanco for joining us. Thank you to Ben Standing for joining us. Thank you to everybody that listened, everybody that tweeted and streamed and called. This was a fun one. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I have a beer.
Want to know who's number 30? Go look at the stadium.
Yeah, Friday. What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are taking you all the way up to 6:15 tonight ahead of Nationals baseball pregame. Nats, Reds, Charlie and Dave in the 6 o'clock hour. Danny, happy Friday.
What's up, buddy? We got a lot of good sport to talk about today. Just a quick side. You heard the update from our guy, Tobias Funke. Tiger Woods is like 16 over.
14 over.
14, yeah, whatever it is. This is one of the reasons I'm just not a professional golf fan. I just kind of can't do it for a trillion and one reasons. But whatever this is, like, can you imagine if a major league pitcher, the equivalent is like a guy that can't throw hard anymore, can't throw, and is still sort of trotted out there ceremoniously to pitch every fifth day? Like, he's not good anymore. He's the greatest golfer ever, but this is sort of what we do. When he finishes a tournament, he's missing cuts and he's not close. And when he doesn't finish a tournament, it's like, yeah, my back, my neck, and my back. And then sort of comes back and does it again. They do this thing in golf where it's like, you just get to hang on forever and ever and ever. And it's sort of like awkwardly, okay, they're playing you off as you're giving the acceptance speech and you're still standing up there while the music's going.
I think normally guys in his position, though, do it in a way where there's not a lot of attention paid and you've kind of earned the right to be out there. And so occasionally you hit a nice shot and we'll see you on television when you birdie the hole. But you miss some cuts, you shoot some really high scores, no harm, no foul. The difference is because he's Tiger and he's the greatest of all time, arguably, everything he does is loud. There's just so much attention to it. You know what this kind of reminds me of is the Bronny discussion we were talking about at the end of the show yesterday, where my point is I think he's getting way too much heat and way too much flack as the 55th or whatever he was pick in the draft. There should be no expectation for him to play well in the summer league. Nobody should be caring that he's not playing well. That's what happens when you're barely drafted. But because it's him, because he's famous for being famous, essentially, like there's so much more attention on him. So I think in Tiger's case, like if he was allowed to just kind of drift through with little attention, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But you got everyone and their brother telling you maybe this is the tournament where he gets right. You still have obsessed Tiger people who are telling you he might make the cut or he might win or he might do this. So you should be annoyed by them more than you are Tiger, who's just going out, playing golf, trying to keep the career
Yeah,
going.
less annoyed at Tiger. And this is sort of, again, that and I echo a lot of what you said about Bronny James as well. He's probably earning a lot of money just to show up or at some of these places, But to me, it's this, whatever this phenomena is, I just can't get on board with. Like in team sports, when you can't do it anymore, it's obvious. Nobody signs you as a free agent and, you hold your tearful retirement ceremony or whatever. Maybe there's a year or two past your prime in the downhill of your career. Like the example we always use is now, rest in peace, but Willie Mays is a Met, right? Like not the same guy he was before. Understand that. But we just get to do his year with Drew plus 16 over. Missed the cut, and now he's 14 over through a round.
Yeah, enough.
Like he can't do it anymore, and that's happened. Father Time is undefeated. He's $1 trillion and 0, and he'll go the next $1 trillion and 0.
And it's not just Father Time; it's injuries, it's
all of
crashes,
it. Sure.
it's leg breaks, it's all kinds of different things that he's had to overcome. But again, I don't think if you interview or have Tiger Woods sit down, I have no idea. Someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't get the sense he's out there saying, "I'm going to win this thing." Like, I don't think he shows up at the golf course with a legitimate expectation to be in the hunt on Sunday.
Right.
I think he's going, I'm still able-bodied enough to go out there and swing the clubs. And if I have a really good round, I can make the cut. And I want to compete. Again, the people that are annoying in this process are the people that are pretending like he's not done.
There it is.
And everyone should just acknowledge this is over, Johnny.
Yeah, it's ceremonial, has been for a time, and I just kind of can't get on board with that. Like, again, the Olympics are coming up, a 100-meter sprint. Carl Lewis isn't running in that 100-meter, like some sort of ceremony thing where he's going to lose by a second and a half to the world's best at this point. He was great. He was awesome. He can't do it anymore. We have a system for that, but golf doesn't apply to that.
You want a little sign of the times in 2024?
I'd like it.
So you will not have this happen in your life. You have 2 boys.
Okay.
But as the father of a couple of girls and a boy, my daughter had a recital this afternoon that I missed, which I feel bad and bummed about, within the last hour here as I was at work. Taylor Swift dance camp.
Okay.
She went all week long. to a little camp where they learned different Taylor Swift songs. She goes around our house already singing as Taylor Swift into a little microphone we got her. This was like perfect for her. But they did crafts. It was like several hours each day camp, but it was a Taylor Swift themed camp. Think about that. Just the influence in
I was
society
going to say, can you imagine
that this person has and how successful Taylor Swift is? And by all accounts, she seems like a good person and a good role model. But forget the money she made on her tour or the amount that people pay to go to different countries to see her. And all of that stuff is not common, but for a superstar music act, I guess semi-understandable. But my daughter was at a camp all week where they did crafts and basically in the theme of Taylor Swift just kind of existed in this camp, and then today performed a bunch of her songs for parents at pickup.
First of all, that's cool. You get a little dabble in the performing arts kind of stuff in that space.
I'm awaiting the videos now to see how the performance went.
So, I mean, that's a neat thing for kids to step out of their comfort zone and be able to do that in a kind of a cool, nurturing environment. I'm all in. I know that's not the point of this, though. It's the Taylor Swift point. I can't imagine. Like, growing up, there was no Madonna camp, as far as I knew. You know what I mean? For like the local girls that were obsessed with.
So that's actually an
with
interesting
somebody,
point.
You know,
made. Has anybody? I would think the answer is yes. I'm going to get my guess out of the way. But has anybody ever been a bigger star? And what I mean by that is what you just said. Social media has not existed until recently. The internet and the ubiquitous nature of content now makes it possible for you to be a larger star than you once were. If you look at the money she's generating, her tour, just her involvement in anything, see the NFL season last year, is it possible to say that she is the biggest star in entertainment in history? Or were there people along the way, like I would imagine the Beatles in the 60s?
Michael Jackson
at his peak of his powers. But like, again, there wasn't internet, there wasn't social media. I think that might raise the bar of ceiling for her.
So this is a really complicated thing, like I don't even know what fields you would need, but like the foremost expert in everything from sociology to anthropology to everything else under the sun. Now there's more
archaeology.
Yeah, you might need an archaeologist in there. Maybe Indiana Jones is available. No one knows, but there's more available. There are more options available. So in other words, when Michael Jackson was the most popular person on the planet, I don't mean liked. I mean like most widely recognized person on the earth. We had 4, 5, 7, and 9 for television. Occasionally 50 if the rabbit ears were working, right? Like there's no internet. There were no other options. So if they're going to show you something, it's going to be Michael Jackson on Ed Sullivan. Michael Jackson does this. Thriller. We got music videos. That's what you were watching.
That's a good counter argument.
There's now more than ever. So her acclaim and her recognition is on par, I think, standing out in a way more crowded field. So again, so who wins that face off? I have no idea.
Your point is the water was way smaller, and we're trying to figure out who the bigger fish was.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have been, I think it's fair to say, it would have been way harder. I'm just going to take the Beatles in the 60s.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson and whatever that would have been, early
80s.
mid 80s. It would have been way harder to not bump into them in content, whether that's the magazine, actual printed magazine that comes to your house or whatever, or on television on the limited channels you were watching. Because to your point, it's just a bigger percentage of what's out there. Whereas now there's so much out there. She's a very small percentage of what's available to you, but also you're bumping into her everywhere.
Yes, it's ubiquitous. So I don't know that anyone would get this treatment now. Again, the times are different, but bear with me. When Michael Jackson premiered a new music video, again, now this is not what people, I can't even picture any Taylor Swift videos. Like I know Bad Blood, someone gets kicked out of a window, but like I don't know what anyone's doing. Music videos are not the same as they were.
With all due respect, I think that says more about like your fandom of her. Because I'm pretty sure her fans know every.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
At 11 seconds, it means Jake Gyllenhaal, and this scarf means this guy. And
I believe it.
She's got huge videos, and they're very long, and they're like movies.
Right, but it's not the same as it was. And here's the point I'm trying to make. When Michael Jackson premiered a new music video, it was done on primetime television. In other words, like between the biggest show on Fox, either in living color or living single or whatever's going to be airing on Sunday nights. That's where they put it. The Michael Jackson new music video experience. No one's getting that. Now, again, there's more, it's different time. There's more entertainment options. There's more available to you, but that's how big these things were. You know what I mean? For Bad, this was the most anticipated television event of the year. Bigger than any Super Bowl, bigger than any national championship game, NBA finals, whatever you want to call it. Michael Jackson's premiering a new video and the whole country watched.
Well, the other thing too is she's ended the debate for me as to what's better, just putting out one album or the rare thing you worked really hard on and waited to release, or just volume. Because I'm pretty sure she comes out with like 16 songs
volume shooter
every couple of months.
Yeah.
And for the most part, what I've learned is your followers, listeners, fans, whatever, are going to love whatever you put out. So it just so happens that's a bigger group of people for her than most people. But with a lot of bands, I remember it was like every 4 years or something, you might get an album, or like, oh, they're back together.
Yeah, so the album comes out, they go on tour, basically they're sick of each other, hate each other's guts because they've been living and breathing in a giant bus for 6 months in a plane going all over the world. They're exhausted. They're like, I can't look at these people, let alone go to the studio, cut an album.
But she just every 3 months or so at midnight, everyone starts tweeting about how she just dropped 18 songs and this one's about this person. Like, that's kind of the cycle.
That's pretty much it.
And then you wait a few months and it happens again. But anyway, I thought that was fascinating.
That's amazing.
We've done like princess camps, Cinderella camps. Now we're doing Taylor Swift dance camps, which is incredible.
I was going to say, sign of the times, then even going to cover it. That's crazy.
2024, baby. The Commanders rookie class is at work. They showed up yesterday. Today was their first day on site, presumably getting a bunch of meetings, behind the scenes things done. No access for media or fans at training camp just yet. First practice is not till next Wednesday, but the rookies have shown up. There are actually training camps underway. The Texans play the Bears in the Hall of Fame game less than 2 weeks from now. I'm going to say that again because I think everyone needs to understand that we have made it through the desert and we are about to drink some water. In 13 days, the Hall of Fame game that kicks off the NFL preseason between Caleb Williams, the number 1 overall pick, and the revamped Chicago Bears offense. They drafted Rome Odunze. They traded for Keenan Allen. How many of those guys play in the Hall of Fame game? I'm not sure. Probably not the whole lot of them. But they play the Houston Texans, the surprise team from a year ago that won their division, that won a playoff game with the rookie sensation, C.J. Stroud, now a sophomore. They just had an unbelievable offseason. They built a heck of a pass rush. They went and got Danielle Hunter, among others. I think the Texans are going to be excellent. Those two teams play a football game in 13 days, and they are already at training camp.
That is cool. It is here. It has arrived. I don't totally have clarity on what the Washington rookies are doing. I know they checked in yesterday. I don't know if that's just like, height, weight, get what t-shirt size you need or something like that. But
they got work to do,
yeah,
man.
I think they're on the field, though, today, right?
They're running plays. They're scrimmaging. They're practicing in 5 days or whatever.
Yeah, I love it. So all about it. Get them up to speed. But that is the big takeaway. And again, I'm bummed. It's a league trend. It's not just a Washington thing, although they're on the kind of the lower side. But there are so few practices open to the public. I do think that's such a huge bummer. I wish that was different, but still, it's a reason to be excited.
Well, look, I have been very positive about everything this ownership group has done because I think they're batting like 993. And I am team Adam Peters. The limited number of practices is a misstep. It's wrong. It's incorrect. It's not the right way to do it. For a team that is trying to build its fan base back up and create excitement and juice and intensity, you need pizzazz. You're looking for people to re-engage. That is the comment. That's the wording, the diction that's been used by the ownership group, by Jason Wright ad nauseum. You're looking for folks to get back in and to limit how often they can be at the facility watching football and getting excited. Nothing gets people more fired up for the season than getting to go watch a practice and get some autographs and take some pictures and hear the helmets and pads smacking together. That gets the juices flowing. They already, and this is not new to today. I think I looked this up with you almost 2 weeks ago, a few days after the announcement. Almost all the practices were already sold out, because you had to get on and claim I don't know if you would call it a ticket or whatever, but a spot, so to speak, so that they have enough staff to help you and not get overrun and whatever else. I mean, within a few days, because it's such a limited number of practices, only 5, one of the lowest counts in the NFL, it's just very, very few people in the grand scheme of things are going to get to go. And I think that is a mistake. I talked to people with the team and they said, oh, well, the Eagles only have 1, or, this is the trend, as you just said, or look what this team's doing. The Eagles go to NFC championship games. The Eagles fan base packs the link. The Eagles were in a Super Bowl a couple years ago. The Eagles don't need re-engagement. You're an endangered species. Please act like it. And this ownership group has understood that and correctly, I think, gotten with the program, so to speak, on this. That, like, you should be extending olive branches and very welcoming. And I think they are. And that's what I love about this group. But the limited number of practices, I'm sorry, it's a bad decision. It just is.
Yeah, because it's controllable. You know what I mean? Like, this is one of those things where
What's the benefit?
Yeah.
Football stuff? I'm sorry. Find another way. Like, teams forever have been able to prepare for the season and win football games while also having open practices. The Chiefs have 4 times, I think, as many practices open to the public. You know, they go to a college campus and sleep in dorms and just have the old school Frostburg Carlisle situation, basically. I am out on this decision. I think it's a bad decision.
Yeah. So I think the point is very good in so much as this is what other teams are doing. You are not other teams. You know what I mean? Like, because it's the trend line. And I think this is a missed opportunity. I wouldn't go so far as to call it a mistake, or I think they're wrong. I think they've kind of missed this one a little bit here, where I can look at another organization and their circumstances and apply them to my own, and it's not the same. It just isn't. I know you're getting more tickets sold. I know there's more club sponsorships and more this and more that. The things that are better than it was when you took over. Dubious honor. You were in the negatives. You were in the red. It was as cratered as an NFL team could be. You guys saw that firsthand, talking to the ownership group in general. What better way than to go all out here and show extra effort? Because that's what this is. This is, I'm sure it's a pain in the butt for them. I'm sure these fan days where, it's fun for fans to be able to come in, but organizing everything from parking and security and insurance and, corralling everybody and the asking the players to go above and beyond. Nobody's saying you got to do it for every practice. Nobody's saying you have to do that. What we are saying is, I think, I don't want to speak for you, but for me is a few more days would have been pretty awesome. Like if you were 8 or 9, not among the fewest in the league. If you were closer to 10, just something else to show that we know we're not Philadelphia. We're not one of these teams that we were. We were at one point, but we're not now.
As a minimum, I'll take 8 or 9. What is unacceptable is the least open practice time you've ever allowed ever. At a time where it is more important than ever to get people to opt back in. That doesn't compute. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't make any sense. I just think you got to know what you are.
Mm-hmm.
And what I praise this ownership group for, and I think the people over there on the business side have kind of gotten in line since this ownership group took over, is you got to understand where you're at. I joke about them being an endangered species, but from a football standpoint, they're closer to that than they are, a thriving species, or like this growing number with, man, there's deer everywhere. Like, no, you can't find Commanders fans wearing gear in elementary schools. Get kids out to practices. What are you doing? How could you possibly only have 5 of them? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense to me. I was a diehard fan like every other kid my age, and a lot of us were at practices getting autographs and watching players like Steven Davis and Brian Mitchell and Michael Westbrook. And a lot of your fandom came from your vacation to go for 4 days to a hotel right off site and be at 2 practices a day. So, yeah, I just don't get it, and I won't get it. But know what you are. If I go out to eat lunch with you and Clary, and on the way back, you guys stop and get ice cream, just because you're getting ice cream doesn't mean I should. I'm an ice cream away from keeling over. You guys, put in the work, you could have an ice cream or 2. So don't tell me that the Eagles only have 1. I don't care about the Eagles. They're not in the same boat as you. Stop acting like you're in their boat.
So we got a tweet here. I'm at Funny Danny Grant at Grant H. Paulson. Someone hit us up and said, I had heard from a ticket rep that it was a Dan Quinn preference. And I'm sure maybe there's something to that, right? Where this is what the coach prefers. This is one of those times where I'm going, I know this is your show. You're here. You're in charge of an awful lot. Sorry. This is something we need to do. This is bigger picture.
Well, what I would tell Dan Quinn is don't worry about what's outside the sidelines. Your job's inside the sidelines.
Mm-hmm.
My job's everything else.
Yeah.
So you go coach the football players that we paid for to get you and make Emmanuel Forbes better. And we'll worry about everything else. Cool? All right. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
This is one of those times where I know everyone's new and maybe next year you'll be able to feel more comfortable telling them what for. I would say in this specific case, hey, man, this is a pretty exceptional set of circumstances. We can't do what everyone else does. We can't just be normal and sort of cater to this. This is one of those times you got to be uncomfortable. AK, Hey, I'd be more comfortable if we didn't have the Hard Knocks cameras here. Tough. We're trying to sell ourselves. We're trying to get back in the good graces of a lot of people that left.
He's Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. The rookie class is on site, and one big update on the status of one of the rookies who's not going to be ready for the start of training camp. We'll get that to you next right here on G&D. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We're taking you up to 6:15. Nats baseball again. Feels like it's been forever.
I remember baseball.
Since the good guys were playing. They are at home, 3-game set against the LA De La Cruz-led Cincinnati Reds. Patrick Corbin on the hill tonight for the Nationals. I want to get into rookies reporting to camp, but a couple people wanted to hop in on our mini rant against only having 5 open practices. Frustrated by that, think it was the wrong decision, but let's see what you guys think. Will's in Stafford on G&D. Hey, Will, how are you?
Hey, buddy. Hey, thanks for taking my call. I have season tickets. My buddy has them as well, and we both have the same ticket rep. And I think a lot of it is the construction. She has communicated that to both of us, that construction is an issue that's caused delays. And we were supposed to have a private event in the practice bubble last night for a film session with some of the coaches. They had to cancel that and push it back. I do believe the team when they mention that because I have seen construction driving by there. But, you know, if construction's going on in a permitted property, you can only allow so many people onto that property as well. So I've got to believe the team when they say that. If I had my choice, I wouldn't have any practices open to the public if I ran the team. Thanks, guys.
Oh, appreciate you.
So I agree with you if you're a good team. You know, if you're a team with a healthy, flourishing fan base. That's not what this is to me. This is a ailing organization that is desperate for butts in seats, literally and figuratively. They need to try to do everything they can to get people back to wanting to be around this organization. They're trying to get buy-in from fans that have been alienated, either because they hated the old owner or because the name change ruined their fandom, in their opinion, or because, I don't know, frankly, the team just hasn't been good in a long time. But for whatever reason, the numbers don't lie. They are what they are. Attendance from many years ago to now, interest, TV ratings, however you're going to measure it, you and I see it all the time. It's tangible to us because we've been doing daily sports talk radio in this town now for over a decade. It's just a reality that they've got to deal with. And one of the hallmark, the pillar, true chances that you get to get with your base, so to speak.
Yep.
Again, political terms.
To invigorate the base, to get them excited.
Like the RNC taking place in Milwaukee the last couple days. The DNC is coming up here very shortly. It's about motivating your base and getting your people rallied and behind you and ready to go spend money and energize. That's called training camp in football. You know, that is this part of the season, and they are opting out of a large portion of that as far as I'm concerned with the fans. Now, if I am the Ravens or the Chiefs or maybe even the Texans or, you know, a team, let's say you're not good, but the passion hasn't subsided because you don't have a new name and because you didn't hate your owner for a long time, the Bears or something. I'm not going to be upset if for a year or two you do this while you're doing some construction. If, in fact, it's a construction problem, then, man, is that bad timing. You know, a whole rest of the year where you could probably do that construction as far as I'm concerned. Like, they need to take advantage of every single opportunity to have kids build lifelong, lasting relationships via memories, like Mitch Rales, their minority owner, spoke about.
Yeah.
When he wants to build this Hall of Fame and send third graders from every school in the area and give them a hat. I mean, this guy's brilliant. He knows exactly what he's talking about. You know, when else you could do that is an open training camp practice.
So, like Will was talking about, you know, to his season ticket rep, you probably put those guys in a bad spot. They're trying to explain something away. We're going, hey, I would have liked to have gone to this or something to that effect. And to me, you're never going to be able to please everybody, right? You're never going to be able to do everything under the sun. There are only so many hours in a day, so many times that you got to get to work and get these guys on the grass. My point is limiting it to 5. They're already sold out, which speaks well. You've got some enthusiasm. There needs to be some consideration where you go, okay, we can't please everybody, but what about, and I'm making something up, you know, kids under 15 day or something like that, right? Or summer camp day where we bring a bunch of kids from, you know, areas all around DC, Maryland, and Virginia, bust them out there, let them go and have a day at training camp. Something to that effect, right? Where all it takes is a huge amount of effort, and that's controllable, right? You can't add hours to the day. You can't, you know, change a bunch of things that are unchangeable. This is an access thing. This is something that I wish they would have prioritized, where they're doing, it's okay. It's like the bare minimum to me. And that's not the position they're in. Nobody really should. I mean, that's how businesses go from being on top to being in the middle of the pack and then, you know, out of business by saying, we're good enough. You're never good enough. You should always be improving. This was an area that I think could have been taken advantage of because this is one of the ones you control. You don't control how many primetime games you get. You don't control, what broadcasting team has your games on 1 o'clock on a Sunday. These are your touch points with your fans. You control this one, and this could have been solved with effort.
Let's go to Kevin, who's in Arlington on G&D. Hey, Kevin, how are you?
Hey guys, Grant, your outrage, it mirrors mine. Maybe outrage is too strong a word, but you said it best. Know who you are. Think about this when we were first hearing that maybe, in fact, the team will be sold by Snyder. Everybody was calling the Skins Commanders a sleeping giant, and maybe they still are. But you know what? When you look at the real key hurdles they're facing, a disengaged fan base, the stadium politics and the timing of a decision, and you had a guy come on with the junkie say it might be 6 years before we have the next stadium.
Yeah.
There's the name brand change decision, which a lot of people think won't happen until we do have a stadium deal. Then there's this leveraged ownership group that spent $6 billion just to get the team and has the fixer-upper from hell. You look at those key interrelated hurdles and you're like, where's the urgency to just do the little things like the fans coming out? Right. Now, I'm not like the last caller. I'm not a season ticket holder. Economically, I cannot be. But I was a guy from 80s to just a few years ago that would make at least 3 games a year on average. Okay. And I followed the team religiously. But I guess my point is they have huge challenges. And so these little opportunities, like get the fans out there. We don't have time, Mitch, to wait for your Hall of Fame. That's a great idea. Get the kids out now. I mean, I think about your children, your all's children. My boys, they wore Jaguars and Bengals jerseys as kids. Now they finally come around, the burgundy gold, but why lose another generation of kids? Why be so methodical and patient, which is what this group likes to do, when you can be urgent about certain things and move quickly on certain things? I don't know. Am I overreacting? It just seems to me this is the time to do everything right.
No, well, you're not. You're in the same boat as I am.
Yeah, your chance to make that first impression again, right? Your chance to have renewed eyeballs on you, and you should get A's.
I'm not outraged to answer your original question if that's too strong. I mean, yes, it is. I don't have enough energy for that on this. I just think it's a misstep. That's all. It's a mistake. I think they're doing it wrong. When you should be saying yes as often as possible, they're saying no in this particular example. They're prioritizing I don't really know what. I suppose, the element of surprise. Well, meanwhile, Brandon Ayuk's got pictures of your film on his TikTok. Like, what are we doing here exactly? Can't quite marry those two either. But here's what I know. There is someone driving in their car right now listening who has a kid in elementary school. If they, on July 19th, decide right now their kid comes to them and says, Dad, I want to go to training camp to go meet Terry McLaurin or to get an autograph from one of the Commanders and watch a practice. In my entire life, every single year until right now, they have been able to do that. And this year they can't, essentially, because all the practices are sold out, I think. There might be one.
Last I saw, they were all sold out.
There might be one like fan day or something where they'll allow 20,000 people to show up. And, maybe you could still get into that one. But the point stands. Until now, forever and ever, if my son just says to me, he's only 3, he's a little too young to get it. But in a year or two, hey, Dad, let's go to training camp. I go, awesome, buddy, no problem. Of course I want to take you to training camp. My parents took me to training camp. I've always been able to do that. Not this year. Let's go to Kevin in Locust Grove on G&D. What's up?
Yeah, what I was saying to the guy that answered the phone, thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
After 50 years of construction industry, every day of my life, 50 years, you don't want anybody near a construction site that doesn't belong there, especially people with kids. Wrong place to have them. Maybe they could have done something with the construction sooner or after the fact. But the thing is that these guys are going so many different directions, trying to pick up and improve so many different things
that
Snyder didn't do. They're hip deep in it, and I cleaned that up.
Look, I get it.
Thank you.
A couple things. I view the construction thing as a convenient excuse. If I'm wrong, then I'd apologize to whoever's over there, and maybe that's real. I know I talked to a couple people about this, and the first thing they cited is this is the trend around the league. It's not just us. not, hey, we can't have people here because of construction. So that's number one. Are they doing construction? I'm sure. I will say to that what I used to say to like Chase Young when he couldn't show up. I'm asking for 4 days of your 4 months off or whatever. Like, there's 3 weeks basically where you're having training camp and you'd like to have some people in your building. The rest of the year, the other 49 weeks, it's just players and coaches, and you could probably do any of the construction you need to. How urgent is it to get rid of the turf field that's been there for 30 years? We got to do that by next week? No, you're not using that field until the end of the football season at this point anyway.
But even beyond that, again, it's something I frankly don't buy. Not that we don't want regular citizens walking around construction sites. I'm in favor of that. That's personnel, that's security, that's PR people, that's ropes, that's a whole bunch of things. Like, for example, when I went to training camp, when they had it in Ashburn, there was a rope that designated what section I was allowed in. I couldn't just go jog out on the field and see if I could, D up Michael Westbrook. You know what I mean? Like you're herded through places. You're moved through with your printed out tickets or your parking passes or whatever. You control where these people go. And if you can't have 15,000 people because they would spill over onto this construction area, then don't have 4. I'm just saying, like, to me, these are excuses that could have been thoughtfully worked around.
We're Grant and Danny on the Fan, taking you up to 6:15. I do want to get into the rookie class as we continue. They are on site. They are permitted to be at the facility, with or without construction. We should discuss them on the Fan. What's that? Reenie, you head back over there. He's with the team that doesn't throw accurate passes. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. So far, the quarterbacking from guys down there on the deuce,
Yeah.
not accurate.
Slash made a nice catch when I threw him the Nerf ball. Like a pretty nice catch. Kind of reaching back on his back hip. But then I asked him to sling me the pill, knowing it wasn't going to be on the money. And he didn't let me down. It was not on the money. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's push our rookie conversation to the top of the hour in 3 o'clock. So I want to get into those guys who have reported. Big update on Johnny Newton not being ready for the start of the year. But you guys have wanted to hop in on the limited amount of availability in practices for fans. I think there are a total of 5 open practices to non-season ticket holders. Looks like almost everything is sold out that I can find on the site at this point. So you're kind of out of luck already, as we're not even within a few days of the start of camp. That's unprecedented. And I just think it's a bad decision for a team that's trying to get people to opt back in. Let's go to Tailgate Ted on G&D. What's up, Tailgate?
What's going on, gents? How you doing?
Hey, buddy.
I don't know if you guys remember. It was a couple of years ago they tried this in 22, where they did the lottery system, and that completely blew up in their face, and they completely took it away. Maybe 3 or 4 days later, they also then decided to do a practice at FedEx Field so they could house, 70,000 fans if they actually wanted to be there. And I don't know why they're not going to do that again. And the suggestion I made was, why aren't you? And the reason I was told was because that costs us a lot of money. But you have to spend money if you want to make money, especially for a team that's going through a rebrand. And I just feel that it's so short-sighted. Just back to your point, Grant, on why you're not having fans to be able to have that access. At least if we had a chance, especially because we only have one preseason game. If you could give the fans the ability to at least go to FedEx just to watch it, it's not as intimate, but you could still be there and you could hold more people, and there's no construction.
Yeah, the Eagles, who everybody likes to cite, and thanks for the call, Ted, as always, good info. Everyone always mentions, well, they only have the one practice. It's a stadium practice.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a scrimmage, essentially, white on green or whatever they call it. And anybody who wants to go can go. So if it's important to you to be there, you're going to get to see your team. Can you say that about training camp 2024 for the Commanders? No, because if somebody signed up faster than you, you're kind of SOL. I like the idea of doing something at the stadium. They did that a couple years ago.
It was like a scrimmage or a joint practice, not joint practice, but like the inter squad activity they had. Yeah.
They scrimmaged each other, but it was basically, you know what it was? It was a training camp practice. You break up into position groups. You do everything you normally would do at a practice. And then you go 11 on 11, essentially. Ones versus twos versus ones, back and forth, good on good. And it was fun. You and I were there. Matter of fact, we broadcasted live from there. And I don't remember if you stayed or not. I mean, me and Darius, I remember sitting up in the upper bowl, hanging out, watching practice. Like, it was cool. And there were a lot of people there, by the way. But you can shuttle in the Mitch Rails plan. You could bring in high schoolers. You could do one in the morning if you want and get camp day. Well, why not do camp day? Where you just bring in every summer camp in D.C. and they're all in the lower bowl watching Commanders practice and hand out the hat that Mitch Rails wants to hand out a T-shirt. Like, to me, that's the type of olive branch behavior that I'm hunting for and looking for, which is kind of the opposite of, hey, we've got the least number of practices we've ever had open. Again, these guys have done almost everything right. So I give them the benefit of the doubt on stuff like this to ask them and say, hey, what do you think about this? But if this becomes the norm, where next year it's 4, the year after that it's 3, or it's just 5 practices even after the construction, wrong.
So the way you said something interesting just now that made me think. I don't know that this is. I guess if it's on a binary right or wrong, I'd say, hey, I think you made the wrong choice here. But this isn't like bad. But I think this could have been really awesome. And that's kind of my point. That's how I see this. This is a missed opportunity for something. How neat would it be if you led the league in chances for fans to come see you, and you were sitting there with arms wide open, welcoming people through your doors an awful lot?
This is a misstep.
Yeah.
A miscalculation. You said missed opportunity. I like that. It's just one example. I hope there won't be that many of them, of not taking full advantage of the desperation you've got to act with to try to fix this problem. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like Ted mentioned, only one preseason game. That's also important.
Yes.
There's one preseason game. I believe all the joint practices are on the road. So like all the cool stuff for the most part in August is not here. I think you got to bake that into the equation too, as you're trying to ramp up the in-town excitement. And maybe their thought is it's almost like not opening up your dress rehearsal. Like people have got to come opening night when the curtains open to see Jaden Daniels. And maybe that will work. Maybe as a marketing strategy, you weren't able to come. There was an exclusivity to it. You couldn't get behind the rope. So now you've got to be there to see that kid JD. But we'll see. I mean, I think the opposite is better. Like give people a little snack and you want now more food. Have them come to the water fountain and get their tongue on the water and then pull them away and say, if you want more, get back in line. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Speaking of Jaden Daniels, who else is going to shine among the rookies that are at work in Ashburn right now? They reported yesterday. That's next on G&D. Breaking Nats news in just a moment on Grant and Danny. We'll get to that right after I tell you that the exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. This coming out of Nats Park, where the media is getting ready for availabilities with Davey Martinez and company. Josiah Gray has a partially torn UCL, and he's going to have surgery next week, ending his season, according to reporters over there, including our buddy Bobby Blanco from Masson Sports. This is not Tommy John yet. They don't know if he'll need a full Tommy John operation. That's going to take more evaluating and seeing what happens, I guess, in the weeks ahead. But an emotional Josiah Gray says his season's over. And obviously, with a partially torn UCL, there's a really good chance you miss some time into next year with a lengthy recovery. What a shame. 26-year-old starting pitcher, was an all-star for the Nats last year with an ERA in the threes. He was actually excellent in the first half of the year before the all-star break, had an ERA sub-3. But over 30 starts, a 3.9, about 160 innings last year, and almost 150 strikeouts for Washington, was going to be a key member of this rotation moving forward. Now it's going to be a lengthy rehab. I actually bumped into him in the Navy Yard, right by the ballpark on the street. Must have been late last week, almost a week ago now.
Mhm.
It was like raining outside, and he's like, "Dude, what's up?" So we started chatting, and I didn't get a good vibe that he was going to pitch again this year, to be honest.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where I wasn't comfortable asking any more questions or poking or prodding. But today he said that it's a partial tear. This stinks. No other way around it.
No, that's it. It sucks. Lost year, and you feel for the guy because, like, as the ascension is happening, right? As you said, great first half. Kind of wore down, I think, last year as the year went on, but deserving of an all-star nod. And he was the opening day starter this year, and it just never happened for him. You knew something was seriously amiss when, as they're slowly but surely taking care of him, and they should, by the way, for his rehab, as he's on his way back, when they had to shut him down again, and there was that fatigue, and then he wasn't feeling real good, and then they tried to throw, and he couldn't, and you're going, oh, no. This just feels like one of those things where we're going to look up. It's the end of July. He still hasn't pitched the major league game, and then you're going to find, something seriously wrong. So, speedy recovery. Hope he's fine. Hope he's able to come back in short order and be, healthier than he was this year. But, yeah, it just stinks. Pitching is such a fickle thing. I mean, for every Nolan Ryan, there's a bazillion of these guys where it's such a violent mechanism on very tiny little, hold together type parts, these little tendons and ligaments and things, dealing with an outrageous amount of strain. Your big muscles, your quads, your glutes, and your hamstrings and your biceps, those are perfectly capable of being load-bearing structures. These little tiny things, you never know on how someone's wired or made. So it's a bummer when it happens.
I just finished reading The Arm, which is a Jeff Passan book about injuries to arms in baseball and how we can quell them, or if we can quell them, maybe is a better way to put it, which was a New York Times bestseller. It's been out for several years. Inside the $1 billion Mystery of the Most Valuable Commodity in Sports, talking about pitchers. It's an incredible book if you've never read it. I just finished it coming back from Texas. But I bring this up to say, you're right, arms break, and it's inevitable. You think you have these plans of who's going to be in your rotation, and it is evolving and always changing, and it's why if you think you're set, you're not. In order to navigate a year, you better have 7, 8, 9 starting pitchers you really like. And moving forward, the plan was that Josiah Gray would be in this young rotation with Jake Irvin and Mackenzie Gore and Mitchell Parker and some of the guys that are on the come in the minor leagues. And you, at least for the rest of this year and into the early part of next year, take Josiah's name off the list. I do not want to blame the victim, and I hope it doesn't sound like I'm doing that here. But it is always baffling to me when guys are having arm issues and they keep going, rather than just immediately opting to shut it down. And I don't know what I don't know. Like, maybe there wasn't imaging done, or maybe they didn't know there was any UCL damage. But when you start to hear forearm and elbow and like some of the stuff we were hearing with Gray, I mean, those were some of the most alarming words in pitching. And they just kind of shut it down, and then he kept pitching or, tried to come back, right? How often does that work? And I know these guys are the ultimate competitors, and the last thing they want to do is give up a year in the prime of their careers. But I just feel like the batting average on shutting down, rebooting, like building your arm back up, and then not eventually having the TJ when you're dealing with something like he was, seems really, really rare.
So the only thing I can come up with, you remember, now it seems funny to say in retrospect, talking about Strasburg, the ultimate sort of, long-time injury case here. But at the end of, I want to say it was maybe 17 or 18, when he had kind of that forearm tightness, elbow flare up, and you and I are going, oh my God, it's happening again. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. And turns out it wasn't that bad. It really was let's rest and figure it out. And these things might fuse together on their own. And then it did. And then I think he threw a career high of innings, either a year or 2 years after that. All kinds of run together now. Once in a blue moon, it's that. But you and I have been around enough, and people follow baseball enough. When you hear the phrase forearm tightness, when I experience it hanging out with you guys, it's not that big a deal. When the guy that's trying to throw the orb in a vice-like grip with 2,300 RPMs and snap off breaking balls and throw splitters and change ups and make things maneuver, that's a troubling warning sign. That's one of those things where you go, uh-oh, that very rarely ends with just, we'll stop throwing for 10 days and then play some catch from 60 feet and it'll be fine.
I think one other thing that should be acknowledged is he wasn't overworked. Like there's only so much teams can do.
Yep. Eventually got to throw the ball
to protect these guys. He was not a guy that the Nats were allowing to throw 8-9 innings at a time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The last 2 years, there was no real big violent jump either. I mean, he went from 2021, where a big part of his season was in the minors, but a similar number of innings, to 2022, where he makes a little leap and throws 148 innings. And then last year was 160. Like that is the out of the book staircase progression that teams are seeking. Now this year he gets to 180 or 190, right? Now you're built all the way up as a 27-year-old next season. Like they were doing this by about as much the blueprint as there is, but there's no way around it at this point. We're doing something unnatural. Arms, while they are supposed to throw things, dating back to the beginning of our time in caves or whatever it was that we were doing, like we're launching things. They're not supposed to throw things 98 miles an hour, 95 miles an hour over and over and over again. And so they do. They break. But in Josiah Gray's case, hopefully the recovery is speedy. He's back as soon as possible and helping the Washington Nationals. More on that story as it develops, and we will get you some thoughts on the Nats and Gray at the top of the hour as part of our Beltway Blitz as well. And there was a time when he was a highly regarded rookie. Let's talk rookies. They showed up in Ashburn. They are at work right now. The Commanders getting ready for practice number 1 next week at training camp. So I just wanted to run through their rookie class really quickly for a little state of the union based on several weeks post-draft, the reporting and what we've kind of heard to this point. One caveat being glowing reports don't always mean a whole lot. Remember last year through training camp.
Oh, yeah.
The Emmanuel Forbes love, the obsession with him. And every pick and every PBU in practice, the live tweeting, like I think people thought this guy was going to go have 5 pick sixes, and it just couldn't have been a worse rookie year. That having been said, let's start with quarterback Jaden Daniels.
The reports have been glowing. The thing that I've found amazing is reports from other teams that aren't there at Washington's training camp practices or OTAs or rookie mini camps are also glowing. I don't know, but you get small little data points from around the league. But again, this whole season starts and stops with what Jaden Daniels does or doesn't do as a rookie. It validates every decision they made, every decision they didn't make, everyone they passed on, everyone they selected. All of it really comes down to, does he play well? Do they have the special thing? Do they have the guy that's going to actually change the franchise for the positive? It's not fair to expect someone to be CJ Stroud. They made one of those guys. There's like a Stroud, a Herbert, a couple others. Even guys that we think of as superstars very rarely hit the ground running. Mahomes didn't play for a year. Joe Burrow was having a pretty good rookie year when his knee was blown out here in Washington, ironically. I mean, it's really, really hard to do what a couple guys in history have done. It's a lot more closer to kind of what Russell Wilson did, which is, or Ben Roethlisberger did, even the great ones, where you do some as a rookie, but it's mostly pretty good surroundings. And eventually more and more is put on your plate to become a star in this league. So far, we've seen nothing but glowing reports about Daniels. the infectious personality, the work ethic he's carried over, which made him a star at LSU. Apparently has come here about the early morning club, some of the leadership roles, not just yelling at guys like, here we go, teammates, but walking over to a veteran going, hey, what'd you see on this play? Here's what I saw. What's different? What's good? What's better? Those sorts of things are maturity, and that's really what's got people excited.
The stuff that matters, I think, which is the on-field and then the building reporting, has been excellent on Jaden Daniels. There have been two very minor things in terms of some judgment stuff that haven't gone perfectly. I'll be honest, I just don't care that much about those. If they end up being indicative of a guy that just doesn't have good judgment, that's a problem. I'm not willing to go there yet. And I'm talking about he had the $10,000 bet or whatever it was on Rookie of the Year. Remember, that got public with his former teammate Malik Neighbors with the Giants. And then, of course, the weird practice video picture, Brandon Ayuk flirtation thing that happened a couple weeks ago. Pretty minor stuff in the grand scheme of things. Way more importantly, it seems like his teammates, the coaches, and everybody in the building perceives that this is a worker. And that is what excites me. Already at this point in the past, with some players, I was being told from people on the inside, uh-oh. Because what happens is, okay, it sounds bad, and maybe it was. Maybe the culture was bad, and coaches getting the word out, or other players getting the word out, that, like, this guy's not doing it right. You could say that that's not a sign of a good workplace. That could be true. Maybe this one, everyone's just saying what they're supposed to say and being nice, even if they don't think that, because it's a much better culture. And I would make the case, if that's true, then it still gives them a better chance to thrive than the guys before, because that's what you want, is a good culture. But what you sometimes will see is people will start to distance themselves if they don't think the guy's going to be good. Or
It's a CYA, yeah.
Exactly. It's going to work out where they go. They just want everyone to know that they're on the record to essentially say, I don't see it.
Yeah, not my fault. Wasn't me.
And I'm getting zero of that with this guy. And I love that, right? Some of that is, it's a brand new group. It's a brand new staff. And, I don't know that those people are putting the word out with anyone in town on anything at this point. But it seems like it's good news all the way around on Jaden Daniels. And we know about the physical tools and the traits. The second round is where they used the first of their selections on Johnny Newton. He was placed today, Danny, on NFI. That is the non-football injury list, even though his injury stems from football. But because these injuries date back to his time before he was drafted, he is eligible for NFI. Important note, NFI better than PUP. That's the list that a lot of guys get put on. Chase Young as an example yesterday with the Saints. Because the PUP list essentially gives you a chance to stay on a list all the way into the start of the season. And there are weeks that are assigned
required almost, yeah,
based on the PUP distinction until you can practice or play again. NFI is like putting money away, investing money you can pull out anytime. So NFI, if they wake up tomorrow and Newton's like running around and he's just healed and he's the grandpa from Willy Wonka dancing in his room, then all of a sudden they could just take him off NFI and no harm, no foul. So I think NFI is much better news than PUP.
I agree. So that's a good explanation too there, by the way. But again, this is was always kind of my concern here about this particular year. Long term, you hope that, think of other defensive line. Remember, John Allen had a health concern. It was his shoulder, allegedly, or something like that. That's why he fell to Washington in the teens, and he's been outstanding and has been pretty damned available almost all the time. So you look at Newton, you're hoping this is something that doesn't linger, and he sort of just gets over it, and he's good to go, if not somewhat this season, in the future, and it's not one of those like chronic cases. But we don't know yet. We simply don't know, and at this stage, it's still affecting him. Will it still be in a month? Again, the NFI, more optimistic maybe than PUP would certainly be, because we've seen that linger, as you mentioned. Chase Young is the ultimate case, where what's supposed to be 6 weeks comes and goes, and nobody's asking any questions, and then we're at week 12, and maybe that's going to happen, and then it's not, and then he's not really sure if he can play hard or not. I mean, none of that crap. I don't want to see that again. So hoping he's okay.
They know way more than we do on everything, and specifically on this kind of thing, like on injuries. So they know right now what the projected timeline is. They have a plan. I don't know what it is, but hypothetically, they want to get him on the practice field. I'm just making these up, but like by August 1st, they want to have him ramping up by August 15th and ready for week 1. But potentially their target is week 4. Like, we just don't know.
We have no idea.
they're also not going to offer that to us. And we can know that going in too. Dan Quinn is not going to suddenly just start giving timelines. I'd be surprised if when he does his first press conference next week at training camp, he says, yeah, we don't expect Johnny to be ready for the start of the season. We still think he's going to have a very helpful year for us. And we're hoping by, a quarter of the way or so through the year, he's in the rotation and making plays. That would be great. That'd be candid. I just think it's going to be a lot of the week by week updates, a million questions. And I don't know why teams prefer that, because it adds to the consternation. It adds to the idea that something's lingering or not going well. Curtis Samuel style.
Yeah, remember when Ron Rivera was on with us as the news breaks that Curtis Samuel's on PUP, and he's like, yeah, there's just something he's doing.
But
right, how's that better?
There's no reason to lie about these things.
Right.
Because then all of a sudden it just seems like the team was initially wrong, but they like to kind of keep things close to the vest. And until it's game week, they don't really have to tell you a whole lot come the regular season anyway. But I would still bet on him helping them a bunch this season. I don't know when we see him. I just think he's a really, really good football player. And if I'm assuming health and that he's 100% at some point, that means I'm assuming he's going to make plays because that dude can play.
It's going to be curious how they use him. I mean, the opportunity, you wouldn't think if there's two defensive tackles on the field, he'd be one of the two. More often than not, he'll be part of a rotation at a minimum. At a maximum, it's exotic looks. It's, three defensive tackles. One's kind of a glorified defensive end. Maybe you're moving guys around, trying to exploit a matchup that you think is advantageous for you against a certain offensive line, blitzing certain guys. I think it's not going to be one of those. Everybody lines up in their original spot and tries to go forward. Very, Del Rio sort of style. I think you're going to see some different things, but I'll be fascinated how he's deployed.
Agreed. I just think there's a chance to get him on the field a lot because he can rush the quarterback some. So you could run a 3-man defensive front with those three guys pushing the pocket and have a bunch of extra DBs or linebackers. Have Frankie Louvu standing up. You could have guys like Jamin Davis to me with a 3-man defensive front standing up and coming off the other side, pinning his ears back. I hope they get creative. I would imagine they're going to. I don't think you draft him if you don't plan on getting something out of him pretty quickly. But they have the two really good D tackles, so there's less urgency to make sure that you get something out of him. Also in the second round, Ben Sinnott, the tight end that they drafted, who's going to play some fullback, kind of an H-back type, Chris Cooley vibes. He's 6'4", 247, played his college ball at Kansas State. Sinnott's going to wear number 82 this year. And then the second rounder is Mikey Sanristil, who seems like the safest bet to be really good right away, playing in the nickel. I'm guessing he's going to be a third corner and their nickel back immediately from week 1 on, rocking the number 2.
That's the sound of things, right? I mean, again, I always look at opportunity for rookies. You may not be great league wide. You may not start for 31 teams, but do you have a chance here? And the answer for both Sinnott, in my opinion, and Sanristil is yes. I think those guys could be on the field early on because I'm not a huge Zach Ertz 3.0 kind of renaissance believer. I think he's more of a veteran presence that'll be a nice safety valve, but I think Sinnott's a lot more dynamic. I think they see that.
Does Sanristil start week 1?
I do. Yes.
I think so too.
Starting in the sense that if there's two cornerbacks on the field, maybe not, but it's the nickel. Everyone's in 11. Yeah.
So I agree with you. He'll be a starter.
Yeah.
Does Sinnott catch a pass in week 1?
Yes.
I think so too. All right, let's get to the rest of the rookies. Next, as we work our way through the class of first-year players for the Commanders, they have already reported training camp around the corner. This is the Fan. Training camp for the Commanders kicks off on Wednesday. Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. Rookies reported yesterday. We are working our way through the Commanders draft class to try to set some early season expectations, figure out when guys will be on the field. So you and I both think Sandra Still is going to be an important player in the secondary right away. We both see Sinnott playing immediately. You said Sinnott's going to catch a pass in the first game. I do too. Who catches more passes this year, Zach Ertz or Ben Sinnott?
I think Ertz by a hair.
The only way I could see Sinnott catching more balls than him is if Ertz gets hurt.
Yeah.
Which will probably happen, honestly. But it's got to be a pretty serious thing at that point. And he'd only have to, if he plays in 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games, something like that, then maybe Sinnott does if he's healthy. But I think Ertz is, the plan is that he'll be more targeted, more involved early on than Sinnott. But there's also a chance, like, go back, I comped him to Chris Cooley when he came out of Utah State, who was a third-round pick at the time. I don't think the plan going in that first year with Joe Gibbs was for Chris Cooley to be super involved. But as the year went on, he just kept making plays. The next thing you know, you look up and it's 40 catches and, over 300 yards, close to 400 yards, whatever it was. And that just became what they did in that season. Is Sinnott that type of player where he forces his way onto the field? I kind of think that's possible.
So that certainly would be the ideal scenario from a Sinnott perspective. I don't know that it'll go that way. I think there's a happy medium too, where the tight end isn't just a huge focal point. Jaden Daniels is playing point guard, right? You've got McLaurin who's going to get his 125, 135 targets, right? Then, Austin Eckler's going to eat into some of those, presumably Dotson, maybe McCaffrey, who we'll get to in a second. I just think there's enough kind of to go around for multiple people to eat. I think there's going to be a lot of 2 tight end sets as well. I mean, I could see Sinnott in the mid 30s. John Bates had 19 receptions last year. I don't remember a single one of them, by the way, just for the record. They're not terribly memorable type receptions. I do remember a lot of swatting the ball to the ground and hating the football a couple different times. So I'd like to limit those.
That's not nice. That's not fair. He did a good job blocking. And
yes, he did.
Most of the time he caught it when they threw it to him.
He is a blocking tight end.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's what I want. I don't have any interest in him throwing him the football unless it's like some sort of weird trick play and he's like acting like he's lost like Billy Bob.
I will agree to your terms.
But for the most part, I could see, Ertz being in the 40s, Eckler being in the low 50s, and you start to add it up, and I don't know how many catches are available for that tight end spot, or at least that tight end 1A spot.
The most compelling rookie of the class, perhaps, as we skip to the third round now, is offensive lineman Brandon Coleman, who has played guard and tackle. They drafted him as a tackle. They think he can play on the left side. His ascension, if that happens this summer, could be riveting. I mean, this to me is, if you're throwing all the rookies and they're standing on the depth chart and with this team right now into a pile, the most gripping storyline is what happens with Brandon Coleman. When does he see action at tackle? This is, I think, the most curious guess. And I'm going to say he plays in week 1. Doesn't start. They do like was it Jamal Brown, Tyler Columbus that Mike Shanahan had
sounds
rotating
right
at right tackle. He also had one at guard. I remember it might have been his first game, but it was early in his tenure where Derek Dockery and Corey Lichtensteiger were like immediately rotating at left guard, and he wasn't ready to supplant Dockery, who had been a long-time locker room leader type, but he wanted to get Lichtensteiger in the game to make sure and see, okay, he could do things with our offense at the same level or better or whatever. And I could be wrong if it was Dockery. That's the name that comes to mind. I think it was him. But I could see something like that where in week 1, Cornelius Lucas starts, Coleman gets a couple of drives, and within a few weeks, he's the starting left tackle.
Yeah, week 5 is what I had in my mind, and I don't have a good reason for that, but it just sort of feels like this is what they want to happen, right? I mean, I can think of this in various athletic experiences I've had over the years where you've got someone that's got some experience, that's a veteran or that's been there, and the new hotshot guy has to, meet a few metrics, meet a few bars, meet a few levels of, the coaches being comfortable with him for him to eventually take over. I think that's the design. That's what they want. So to me, it's like a third of the way through the season with the veteran who you don't want to have play 18 games, 17 games, whatever. Now we'll turn the keys over to the kid.
If they sign a left tackle between now and the start of the year in Tampa Bay, and that guy who they paid pretty good money to ends up starting the whole season, and Coleman does not supplant him, I have no problem with that. I don't think that is indicative of Coleman not being as good maybe right away as they thought he was going to be. I will say, though, that if Cornelius Lucas lasts the entire year as their starter, and at no point does Coleman overtake him, I would say that that's a bad sign, probably. Now, one caveat here has to be it is possible, I suppose, that Cornelius Lucas just plays at a really, really high level. In the very limited action that he's had, he's been okay, like, even solid, I would say. I don't think he's been a liability or problematic. So if he's solid, if he is Charles Leno-esque or something like that, that's a win to me. But even if he's a hair worse than that and he's just kind of what fans perceive Charles Leno to be, which was just a sub-average tackle or something, then at some point Brandon Coleman probably should be overtaking him as a third-round pick that this group was really, really high on. Fair?
Yeah. I mean, in other words, this is the tipping point of the draft.
Like, nobody's blocking you. Nobody is standing in your way. It's a binary thing. There's either someone in front of you based on money or resume or whatever that is probably going to start over you, or they're saying, hey, man, the job's yours when you're ready. Go take it.
Yeah. To me, this what they've done or not done is the ultimate vote of confidence in a couple different guys. This, to me, is the swing of the offseason. And by swing, I mean, if it goes right, they are geniuses, and they should believe their own genius, and they should walk around knowing they're the smartest guys in every room. If it doesn't, this is the error that I think it is, or worse, probably. Right? It's a gamble that they shouldn't have made. Thinking again at left tackle and the receiver spots. If the guys that they have perform well, incumbents or third round picks, step up and it's a steal. You didn't have to go trade back into the first round to get Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma, who I desperately wanted. You didn't have to give anything up. You just waited around, let 32 teams pass multiple times over on a guy that's your left tackle of the future, and you were right about that. Take a bow. You could start every press conference, and Danny Rouillet is stupid. I look forward to that happening, by the way. I hope it does. But that, to me, is this is the tipping point of the draft where did you get too cute in round 2? A little too cutesy, a little too smart for your own good, and leave a glaring need that you haven't bothered to do anything about other than cut the incumbent starter? Or were you really, really sharp?
That brings us to the second of the third-round picks in the form of Luke McCaffrey, the wide receiver, former quarterback. Started at Nebraska, transferred to Rice, where he became one of the better wide receivers in his conference and according to the Commanders in the country. The 100th overall pick, it was a round 3 pick. This is the pick, by the way, they got for Chase Young. Think about that. So there was a lot of debate about Chase Young and should they trade him? Should they keep him? He went to San Fran, played over half the season, had 2 sacks, and he's currently on the PUP list to start training camp with the Saints. And the Commanders kind of sold as high as they could at the time, or they determined they were ready to move on. And we'll see if the Luke McCaffrey pick is right or not. But in an offseason where they needed weapons for their young number 2 pick quarterback, they got a top 100 wide receiver for Chase Young, which I think looks really, really smart.
Yeah. Instead of being left with nothing.
Right. Well, or
a compensatory pick next year.
A compensatory next year, or keeping Chase Young, paying Chase Young, whatever the alternative was. I will take a high upside wide receiver and hope that they evaluated correctly with the first team all AAC pass catcher. Then I would like a defensive end who hasn't put up the production that you were hoping for when he was drafted in the top 5. I'll ask you the same question about McCaffrey I did about Sinnott. Does he catch a pass in week 1?
That's a great question. I'm going to say yes. Because remember, they've had a couple different guys over the years. Remember the first couple of weeks, years ago, they featured De'Ami Brown? Like, oh my God, wait till you see this, wait till you see it. And then the reps went away, so did the looks. You've seen something similar for Jahan Dotson. You saw something similar for some of the guys that are kind of the new toys. Kelvin Harmon was a factor early on. When someone's drafted, it's your guy, and we've seen nothing but shorts and T-shirts. You get out there. Now, it doesn't mean that McCaffrey's going to be one of those dudes that's not any good, or it doesn't mean he's going to be great. But I think early on, they might give him a shot.
So De'Ami Brown's debut, he caught 1 ball for -2 yards on a screen. He had 3 for 34 the following week, but remember, there was an injury, so I think he started, and then he ended up going to the bench, and he caught 1 pass over the next month or so. So would you go over under that production, like 4 catches through his first 4 games?
Over.
I would too.
Still sub 10 catches, though.
Through 4 games?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Like, I don't think it's over 2.5 catches per game.
No, because if he's over 10 catches, you're talking about him on pace for close to like 45 or 50 grabs, which I do not see.
Which I don't see.
So, yeah, I think it'll probably be like 7 or 8 catches. But if you told me right now he goes 3 for 35 in the first game, I would not be shocked by that. And if that's the case, now you bump up 7 or 8 pretty sizably.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not that he's going to do that all season long, but if he were to go out and do that, that's a 50 catch season. If you're catching 3 balls a week. But I say all this, maybe there's a better way to just cut to the chase here. I do think he'll be on the field running routes. I think he'll get some targets.
Well, so and we always talk about this, or
right away.
Yeah, I harp on it. Who's blocking you? The opportunity. I think the opportunity's there. There are a bunch of guys, the aforementioned De'Ami Brown, but it's Alameda Zaccheaus, Dax Milne, Mitchell Tinsley, Jamison Crowder's second tour of duty with Washington. There's not like Amon-Ra St. Brown in your way to be a slot/outside guy. You know what I mean? There's no star here. So this regime selected you. There's a chance you get a chance to beat out some of these other dudes, at least early on.
Those are the top 3 rounds worth of picks a weekend. Continue the discussion later in the show. We got to win off the field next because it is Friday. You got to count up your moral victories. What has gone right in your day and put a smile on your face that nobody else would care about? You can tell us next at 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. Time to figure out how you are winning off the field. Can't be important. Can't be something that anyone else would care about. It's got to be something teeny tiny. Call us up, 800-636-1067. We will count up these wins with you on Grant and Danny. We do this today because many, many, many years ago, Goose Allen once said,
we're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
I will give you an example. We are able to do the winning off the field segment despite not having access to any of the audio we normally use on our radio show.
Oh, yeah.
I think most of America is having some kind of computer issues.
So they can't get audio either?
We're in that boat. But we have a hardworking producer who troubleshoots things.
Mm-hmm.
And Darius went back in the archives and found some audio in the past of winning off the field and then recorded it. And all of that work meant that we could hear how people are winning off the field. Therefore, we are.
Winning off the field?
Oh, would you look at that? I get what he did.
He could have just sat there on his hands and said no winning off the field today.
Mm-mm.
A lesser producer would have. Many producers might. Not Darius.
Not this one. Not this time.
Not our guy.
Here's my winning off the field. So I'm sitting there going, I got to make myself some lunch. I've been spending too much money lately. I've been eating out. I don't want to do that. So I'm going to make a sandwich. But I'm like, well, it's not going to be a good sandwich because we have no mayo. We're out of it. And just, we're in between grocery orders and it's just not there, right? There's no mayo. Like there's that yellow mustard that we got for hot dogs, but it's like, that's not great. I'm not just going to have that on a sandwich. I'm not a savage.
Mayo is short for?
Mayonnaise. Anything? Any follow-ups on that or no?
You always say it weird. I just wanted to hear you say it.
How do I say it? That's weird. Remember we went through this before?
Yeah. You say mayonnaise, like M-A-N, man.
Do you say mayonnaise? What do you say?
Mayonnaise.
Yeah, that's what I just said, right?
No, you say mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, keep going.
Yeah. So I'm like, we don't have any. And wouldn't you know it? I'm rooting around in the fridge, making a lot of noise and rumbling and like bumping into stuff that my wife hates. And I find a little teeny tiny speckle of mayo that nobody knew was there. This had been buried in the fridge, kind of behind other things. So the normal survey would say there's no mayo.
Wow.
This last little bit of mayo, and it went right on my sandwich, and I ate it. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Attaboy.
Mayo.
That's such a good feeling, by the way. When you have come to grips, you've come to terms with the fact that you were without something, only to then find out that you have the thing.
There's a little bit.
Because before you know you don't have it, there's a gleam, man.
There's a gleam.
There's some hope. And then the resignation sets in, and you're like, I'm going to eat, and then you're just bummed. You're
Eat
like,
this weird dry sandwich now.
I'm going to eat a terrible sandwich. And then over that hill, like a beacon of hope, comes the mayonnaise on a horse to save the day.
Would you mind if I tell the people how I'm winning off the field?
We would love that.
Sure, yeah.
So today is Friday, July 19th, which is the release date of a movie by the name of Twisters, starring our buddy Glenn Powell, who we are in studio with.
Producing this show and in a movie.
And in a movie.
Sure would be cool to see Twisters with Glenn Powell, wouldn't it?
That's the great thing.
Oh.
I think we're going to go see the movie with Glenn Powell tonight. Some fellowship between me, Grant Paulson, and Ryan Clary. We're going to go see the movie Twisters
Danny?
tonight.
We can't leave Danny out.
And what about Danny?
Danny asked us to save him a seat, but we know how that's going to go.
So he'll be there.
Yeah.
He wouldn't ask us to save him a seat.
Don't start the movie without me. Like, don't let him start it, because I think did you guys say there was no one else in the theater? When you booked the seats?
So we booked our seats, and there's absolutely no one in the theater that we're in as of right now.
Let him know what time the movie is. Maybe that'll help him.
10:35.
Oh, that's tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's when the trailers start.
Yeah.
So what time are you going to get there?
10:30 never.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm going to participate in fellowship with my friends and sing Twisters. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Are you going to get snacks? What kind of snacks are you going to get?
Oh, I want to do this later. I want to have more time on the movie experience. I'd like to game plan this with you guys on air.
Well, Darius hates popcorn.
Well,
that's not true.
That's why I asked.
I remember
that's
that.
Not true.
He's going to get nachos. It's going to rick me. But yeah, we've got to get to the bottom of our game plan.
Okay.
So we will do this in more detail.
All right.
Coming up later in the program. The people need to know who we are, so we tell them. We are the Eels, the mighty, mighty Eels. Everywhere we go, the people need to know who we are, so we tell them. Chris in Manassas, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Christopher.
Gentlemen, happy Friday to you.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hey, so I got the early release copy of college football. My wife of 30 years let me pull an all-nighter. Went ahead and took Oregon to the national championship. Therefore, I am
winning off the field. Congrats, buddy.
Huh?
Congrats.
Oregon to the national title. Really?
That game is an absolute blast. Probably the best sports game that's ever been out, and I'm 52 years old.
Ever? Whoa.
An all-nighter for a video game at 52 is incredible, by the way. And can I say Dan Lanning who? He did what Dan Lanning's been unable to do. He got the lads to the national title in year one. Rich is in Olney. What's up, Rich?
Richard.
What's going on, boys? How you feeling today?
Hey, bud.
We're feeling good.
So this Sunday is my big annual barbecue, and I will be enjoying drinks and beers with the coolest producer in town, Mr. Darris. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
So you've got yourself the annual Rich and Olney cookout coming in hot.
Yes, we do.
What are the
All of
meats
you
that
are
are going to
invited,
be
by the
on?
way.
Yeah, what are the meats, buddy?
So this morning I made 72 handmade burgers, 27% fat. I got some all beef hot dogs, and I'm going to be making about 11 pounds of pulled pork.
So wait. Why did you make the burgers today? Why are we so far
He
out
packed
on
the
this?
patties.
I know, but why?
I need the sauce to set in. That way they're firm when I put them down on the grill.
Oh, he is really doing his
You
thing.
think he doesn't know what he's doing? Come
So
on.
and who's going? Darris, Clary? You guys are going?
Well, Clary was coming.
Opted out?
Yeah,
He's an opt-out.
Yeah.
You just can't
Yeah,
you
know.
can't pin Clary down. He's a tough guy. He's a busy guy. I get that.
He's very popular.
He's
That is true.
extremely
He's got a
popular.
movie premiere.
He might have to go
Yeah,
see
I
the
heard about
Twisters
that.
premiere in LA. So you went there last year, Darris. Were the meats silly off
Oh
the
my
grill?
goodness. I still have dreams of the burgers that I had last year.
Wow.
I really do.
What time is this at, Rich?
We start around 1:00.
See, I'm supposed to be at the Nats game on Sunday. But a burger off a grill sounds pretty good. All right, so we do have a man as going as proxy.
We
Thank
do
you,
have a
Rich.
show rep, which is
We
great.
have a show representative, Darris Dameron, and it sounds like Ryan's a maybe baby.
Well, actually, I'm now working on Sunday. This is not a joke. You can listen to me on the radio with Doc Walker. So I'll be over at the Nats game doing the show from there. So unfortunately, I won't be able to make it.
Hold on, time out. What do you mean doing the show from there?
We will be doing the morning show Sunday morning. Doc Walker, myself, and we'll be doing that show
From the Red Box?
From the Red Box.
They
Sunday.
do that on Sundays?
Apparently we do now. This was this was asked if
How
I could
about
come
that?
in and do it, and I said sure. So I'm now working on Sunday, and then we'll be going to the
Well,
Nats game.
But I didn't even know we do from the ballpark on Sunday.
I'm pretty sure it's because Doc is a part of Sunday's DC Hall of Fame bit.
Yes.
Oh, is he
That's
getting
happening.
inducted?
I don't know if he's getting inducted. I think he might be hosting or emceeing or something.
Yeah,
He's doing something with it. I remember seeing.
Yes.
Correct. So
Really?
it's easier for him to be at the park, so that way
Silly.
then he can go and do what he needs to do right after the show.
Look at the good doctor. I love that.
Well, I just think it's weird that Ryan specifically asked to pick up that shift instead of just going to Rich's barbecue. I thought that was tough.
Irresponsible.
You know what I mean? Like, can I please work that? He said.
Vinny in Seat Pleasant. Hello, Vinny. How
Hey,
are
Vinny.
you?
What's going on? That's how you feeling today. Happy Friday to you.
Hey, buddy.
And to you.
I have a small victory. I went into work today. I delivered for DHL. I'm thinking I have a hell of a lot of freight to deliver. Get there and I have none. I had to put a makeshift route together. Ended up with 30 packages, and I am off work now on my way home. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Let's go.
That's
Vinny.
perfect.
Well done.
That's how the whole segment is supposed to go, like that.
It is. Also, I left my car, ran inside in DC, went back out to my car, and didn't have a ticket. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
It also wasn't taken from you. Like,
well, I locked it.
oh, I thought you said you left it running.
No. I just left.
Oh,
it
I see.
Without paying for parking.
Gotcha.
I didn't leave it running. Yeah, that would be winning off the field. Nobody stole it and joyrode in it with 3 of their buddies. Therefore,
Winning
I am.
off the field.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Beltway Blitz comes your way next. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Kondori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. You tell them about our show, they will give you a discount. Check them out. They're our buddies, kmlawyers.com. They travel the country to see the local teams play. They are big, big DC sports fans, and they're going to take great care of you like they did my parents. Got the Beltway Blitz coming up. We'll talk Wiz with Greg Finberg and Commanders with Nate Davis, but let's get things going right now on the Diamond. One of the voices of Nationals baseball is our buddy Dave Jagler. He and Charlie Slows on the call tonight. 6:15 pregame, 6:45 first pitch right here on 106.7 The Fan. Jags, the news of the day, Josiah Gray shut down for the remainder of the season, partial tear of the UCL, so it sounds like TBD still on Tommy John. But what is the recovery time? Does this go into next year either way?
I would think so, not being a doctor, and I'm going to defer and wait until ultimately the surgery occurs. I mean, if it's Tommy John surgery, we know that much of next season would be lost, knowing that you're at least 12 months out, so your All-Star break next season. The internal brace can be a shorter timeline, but obviously that's to be determined by the doctor when they go in there. But either way, it's a real blow for him personally and for the organization. I mean, this year is obviously a lost year. He only made 2 starts at the start of the year, and if there's a chunk of next season gone, you're talking about 2 years, kind of right in the prime of his pro career that could be impacted. So that's devastating for him personally.
How does it sort of affect, you mentioned it, his career development, Dave? Because this is not a guy with an outrageous amount of pitching experience. Sort of picked it up, late in his baseball career in terms of the various levels that he played at. Is still kind of learning on the job. Good enough to make the major leagues and be an all-star last year, while still kind of rounding into form as a pitcher. How does it affect that part of the process?
Well, I mean, it's a huge setback. I mean, anytime we saw what it has done to other pitchers in this organization, but the Nationals have a good history of having guys come back from Tommy John surgery, a better version of themselves. So you hope that's the case. I mean, Steven Strasburg went down early in his pro career, came back and had great success here, and ultimately was a World Series MVP. Jordan Zimmerman had success after his Tommy John surgery. So it's not a death knell on your career, but it's definitely a setback. I mean, here he is in the prime, figuring he was going to be fronting this rotation as the team's coming back to contention. And obviously this year is gone and potentially somewhat next year. So that's for him personally, you feel bad for him. I mean, just when he was addressing the reporters, he was very emotional, and it hasn't sunk in yet. Now he's got to take that energy and focus on the rehab process, focus on getting better and getting back here and being a better version of himself like others have in this organization's past.
Jags, the really good news, I suppose, if there is any, is that Mackenzie Gore and Jake Irvin and Mitchell Parker are all kind of teaming up to have what is still a young foundation for a rotation, even without Gray. And there's more pitching on the way in the system. What is the plan here in terms of the pitching rotation coming out of the All-Star break to try to do what you can to mitigate and get extra rest for some of those young arms?
Yeah, I think what you saw, Grant, is that they pushed the young guys back. I mean, it looked like just kind of that. We focused so much on the bullpen in that stretch going into the All-Star break. It was 17 games in 17 days, and you're focused on, boy, the relievers are working a lot. But these young starters, I mean, most of them have not pitched a whole lot in their career every 5th day, because in the minor leagues, with the built-in 1 day off a week, you're oftentimes pitching with 6 days rest, and once in a while you pitch with 5. So you went 3, almost 4 turns through the rotation without that extra day. And I think you saw the kind of the performance maybe suffer as a result. Jake Irvin had 2 of his worst starts of the season going into the break. Mitchell Parker had far and away his worst start of the year going into the break. DJ Hurst, they sent down to monitor his innings. So with that in mind, that's why, clearly why Patrick Corbin is starting the first game out of the break. I mean, he's been through this, this so many times, and you're going with Gore in the second game and, Irvin in the third game. And I figure it's going to be after that, Parker in the fourth game, and we'll see with the off day what they do as far as when they bring Hurst back or how long they go without a 5th starter. So hopefully this is a little bit of a reset for Irvin and for Parker in particular. Gore has gone through this last season, so hopefully this break will be good, not just for the bullpen, but definitely for the rotation, because you saw signs just of a little bit of slippage because they were so good over the first 3 months of the season. Now you want them to finish the season in a strong manner and come out of the All-Star break on good footing, just because there'll be some more off days between now and over the next month or so that they can get in that routine and pitch well here the last 2 months of the year.
Jags, what do we want to see next in terms of development, growth, et cetera, from James Wood?
Well, I mean, his first week was outstanding. I mean, he was seeing a lot of pitches, taking his walks, not striking out much, hitting the ball a ton. I think in the second week, just on that road trip, he was really caught in between whether pitchers were they're throwing junk at him early in the count, and he was kind of sitting on junk, and then they were busting him with fastballs in kind of breaking ball counts with 2 strikes. So just that adjustment of kind of sitting on the fastball, hunting that pitch that you can drive, because we know when he finds his pitch to hit, he's going to hit it hard somewhere. So I think he just kind of got it caught a little bit in between. Maybe the pitcher's getting in his head a little bit. So hopefully this little mental break for him will be a nice reset, because clearly I think the swing decisions are good for the most part. He's not chasing a lot of bad pitches, and a few times he's been called out on strikes on pitches that clearly weren't strikes. So I think they're happy with what his strike zone decision is, but in a way, maybe try to be a little more aggressive. I felt like because he was maybe waiting for the perfect pitch, he let some decent pitches go by. So it kind of works backwards, like we were saying. They were throwing him soft stuff early, heaters late. He's got to make that adjustment, and just whenever that fastball comes, be ready to do damage on it.
The quality of at bat for him has been excellent, arguably the best on the team since he got called up.
I think so. I think I'm even though he didn't hit a ton that last week, it's not like he was swinging at a bunch of pitches way out of the strike zone. I think he stayed at his approach, but in a way, maybe he was almost too patient. So we'll see if that's an adjustment he has to make.
Jags, have you worked on any Carly Rae Jepsen lyrics for your calls? Working in maybe a Call Me Maybe with the concert tonight, or Run Away With Me after a stolen base, something like that?
Well, I'm glad that you just provided that, because that was not really up my alley, but now I know. So now I know what to do. But that's what our rehearsal's for. We rehearse all our ad libs. You know that. Exactly.
Cut on and miss could be Cut to the Feeling. That's from the Side B 2016 album.
It sounds like you're angling to do an inning tonight. You're bringing the A game here. I like it.
I'm on Google Carly Rae Jepsen song.
I learned a lot about Carly Rae Jepsen just now, Dave.
I know about Call Me Maybe.
As did I.
That's the one. Enjoy the concert tonight and also the game.
And maybe not in that order.
Exactly. All right, Jags, be good.
See ya.
There's our buddy Dave Jagler on Grant and Danny. Let's keep it moving. Greg Finberg, love his X account. You can check him out breaking down the Wizards. Greg, why don't we start with Bub Carrington, who has been a revelation. What an awesome first week or so in the summer league he has had. Seems like he's now on the short list, Greg, for everybody's rankings of the best players in the summer league so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Bob Carrington had lofty expectations considering, the Wizards traded Denny Avdia to get him. So they had, a niche that he was going to be, a really good player, and he's proven them right. The pick's great right now. I mean, this is a kid who's only 18 years old. He turns 20 or 19 in about 2 days. So player, a lot of upside. First game against the Hawks, almost dropped a triple-double, 19 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists. They played him on guard. They played him off of the ball. So he can play point guard. He can play shooting guard. He can pretty much play anywhere you need him on the perimeter. So the scoring there, he's shown great court vision. Another thing that's kind of gone under the radar, he's pretty much picking up full court. The defense has been better than advertised, I should say. So, in terms of Bub Carrington, he's exceeded all expectations so far.
Alex Sarr, obviously the O for game has gotten a lot of headlines and a lot of hot takes, CBS Sports Minutes and various things, people noticing it. I still not alarmed. I mean, that's an offensive guy in progress in terms of an 18-year-old player. I saw a lot of athleticism, good defense, and a lot of positive things even in that. How did he bounce back here in his game after the offer? What's your assessment?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a bounce back in terms of scoring, you're not going to get that. I mean, you had 2 points, so obviously anything's better than going 0-15 and 0 points. You can't really get worse than that, but his calling guard has always been on the defensive end. I mean, Wizards GM Will Dawkins came out after the draft and pretty much said, we drafted Alex Sarr because of his defense. We didn't draft him to, drop 25 points a game. A lot of Wizards fans, Alex Sarr is the highest pick since Otto Porter Jr., a long time ago. So lofty expectations coming in. A lot of Wizards fans wanted him to look like prime Anthony Davis right away. He's still only 19. He's never really been touted as an offensive guy. So it's alarming, I should say, obviously, to go 0-15 and then follow that up by a 1 of 6 performance, 2 points on 1 of 21 shooting in your last 2 games. But I'm not too concerned because the defense is still there. He's still blocking shots and altering pretty much everything around the rim, making, life pretty difficult for opposing guards. So that's there. The rebounding has been solid. His passing hasn't been too bad on offense. So every other aspect of his game has been as advertised. And quite frankly, the offense has been as advertised too. No one thought he would be a great offensive player right away. And yet the Wizards still took him at number 2. So it's a work in progress. He's not going to come out and light the world on fire offensively. But again, I'm not too concerned considering that the defense, the rebounding, the passing, that's still all there for Alex Sarr.
Greg Finberg, Bullets Forever is where you can read some of his work. To double click on that last point, because that's actually where I wanted to go. The defense has been excellent. That's great. Everything he's done pretty much has been good other than shooting the ball and scoring. And I know the expectations were low, but even by that standard, has it been disappointing to you? I think he's 1 for 20-something his last couple of games. Like, does he look further away or like more of a project than you expected offensively?
It's a good question. I think for if you watched film on him pre-draft, you saw the glaring holes in his game. I mean, the shooting is one thing, an inefficient shot at that, but he doesn't have much in his offensive game to begin with. There's been struggles apart from scoring, just like catching the ball in the post or off passes. When he sets screens, he seems to be rolling too soon. Like, these are all pretty elementary things that he's got to work on and get better at. That being said, even when I came in expecting him to be a poor offensive player, he's been worse than I thought. And I think it's probably because he's pressing. He's trying to do way too much. He's not letting the game come to him. And when you do that, you shoot 0 of 15 and you shoot 0 of 5 from 3 and all of that kind of culminated. That was pretty much as bad a performance against Portland as you could get, 0 of 15 shooting. So yes, while I didn't expect him to be a great offensive player, it's been a little worse. But again, he's only 19. It's going to take a while. So, I'm not pressing the panic button just yet. I don't think Wizards fans should. It's definitely a cause for concern, but again, it's not the end of the world considering he's done everything else that he's expected to do other than scoring.
Back to Carrington. Early on this year, and then maybe as the year progresses, it's always so hard to read summer league stats and performances, Greg. I mean, you've covered this league a while now. What do you think his role is going to be initially versus how will it grow as the year progresses?
I think Wizards fans are going to be frustrated to start the season when they see Malcolm Brogdon starting at shooting guard alongside Jordan Poole and Bub Carrington coming off the bench, because I pretty much bet that that's going to be the case as they try to build Malcolm Brogdon's trade value. Obviously, Poole's making $30 million. He's probably going to start at point guard. But I think Bub Carrington's role is off the bench as a scorer. And it depends. If the Wizards play him on ball, then, he can come off the bench as a point guard and kind of display that court vision. And if they play him off ball, he can show his scoring prowess. I mean, very efficient in the mid range. He shot 44% through the first 3 summer league games from 3. So this is a guy that can score, can also pass, has many hats that he can wear. So I think that's his role as kind of a bench kind of player to start. And I think he's the point guard of the future for this team. But at this moment, I think his role is probably more suited off the bench considering they'll try to build Brogdon and his trade value.
At Greg, Greg, Finberg, Finberg on Twitter. Thanks for the time, buddy, as always.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
You got it. Good content there. Let's keep the blitz moving and get the latest on football and the Commanders with Nate Davis of USA Today. Nate, I want to start locally here. We found out yesterday Jason Wright out as team president. Search begins immediately to find his successor. He is going to stay on this football season as a senior advisor. Surprised at all with the timing of this as we close it on camp this week?
I don't know what the optimal timing would have been, Grant. And welcome back, by the way. I spent Monday quoting Danny Rouillet, back to Danny Rouillet.
Yeah, it was tough. Nate got me too, by the way. I totally forgot about something and he called me right out on it. I had no answer. I had no response. I was flattened.
That's great.
But yeah, as for Jason's pending departure, I mean, I don't know the ideal time to announce that. I mean, I think most of his endeavors were on the business side, so I don't think the football team will be especially affected by this. I mean, he had some misadventures, I'd say, in his time here, but I mean, also he was not in the most favorable situation for a good chunk of that time. But wish them well. We'll see what they do. They do next in that position, but definitely kind of signals a near complete turnover. Just kind of in the Josh Harris area here.
Nate, read your piece about why the Niners would be crazy to trade Brandon Ayuk. Tell people what those reasons would be, why they'd be nuts to do it. I'm with you.
Yeah, primarily, we talk about teams being in a Super Bowl window, and we know the Niners are a perennial contender. But I mean, this is the window. This is the last year they're going to have Brock Purdy, on the NFL version of welfare for a quarterback. And next year they're going to have to pay him, and that's going to mean that other guys are going to have to go. They're as loaded as they're going to be this year with Brandon Ayuk, who became Brock Purdy's number one target last year. The crux of the argument is why would you get rid of a guy, and certainly at this point, presumably for draft assets, that wouldn't do you any good until 14 months from now. So it just doesn't make sense. So the Niners have leverage here. I think I said it before. I find it more likely that they'll figure out something with Brandon Ayuk either in the near term or next year, and then I think probably the more likely candidate to go, based on how this offense worked last year, would be Deebo Samuel and maybe another guy or two.
Nate, are you watching off-season Hard Knocks with the Giants on HBO?
Yes.
So 2 things on that. I guess first, I just want to know what you think about the format, because I think this is the best version of Hard Knocks for me personally. But then second, I can't believe how rudimentary some of the questions Brian Daboll has asked are. And I want to know if every coach is like that, do you think? I mean, he's asking things like before the day they're trying to trade for Burns. They've been working on this for weeks and weeks and weeks. He's the head coach. They're counseling him. He's like, what's his sack production like? I mean, first of all, sack production is like the 11th best way to tell if an edge is awesome or not. So that is dumb in and of itself, but I just can't believe that's the question an hour before they're trying to trade for him. And then there's just other things along the way that he's asking about guys. It just seems to me like I don't know. I like Brian Daboll, but I've been really surprised by him.
Yeah, Grant, I think this kind of shows you to some degree, and I've enjoyed it too. I mean, it's actually kind of ironic to me that the Giants kind of avoided, this Hard Knocks thing throughout their existence, and then they sign up for what may be like the most invasive and revealing, version of all of them. I think it kind of shows how things can be siloed. Knowing Brian Burns' production isn't Brian Daboll's lane. I mean, certainly, I could see where you might think he'd bone up on it a little bit.
He doesn't have Google.
I got Pro Football Reference up right now.
I mean, it's not like he's preparing for the Eagles this week, I mean, and it's weeks and weeks of like they were at the Senior Bowl talking about it, and I can't think of exactly, but it's like 6 weeks later that they're now, and he's like, so what's his sack production?
Is he good at football, you guys?
I don't know, man. I know that here when Marty and Ron just sat around, it was just a bunch of dudes from Section 417 running a football team. But is that the case everywhere?
Well, I mean, Shane and Morgan were talking about it at the Senior Bowl, but to me, Brian Daboll came out very impressive with the question and answer portion. In that tight window they had at the combine.
I love that. Yes,
when they were running the prospects through. And I think that's his deal is the X's and O's. And I'm sure he knows who Brian Burns is. Does he know his production off the top of his head? Again, I'm not sure that's issue number one for him. He just got a new defensive coordinator. I think I've been more struck by feeling, and again, obviously, we're seeing the snippets that NFL Films and the Giants are kind of letting out there. And, who knows what the broader context is of some of these discussions. But it does feel like, too, that, the three of us should get a football team and run it.
Exactly. I mean, you mentioned the coordinator, Nate. Like, that's another one. And now I sound like I'm beating up on him. But he comes up in the first episode to Joe Shane. He's like, I made my decision. We're going to hire, I don't even remember the guy's name, whoever the former Titans coordinator was. And he's like, oh, okay. He's like, this guy's the real deal. He's like, they were 10th in yards against them in the run. And he used the most, the stats that I would look up when I was 15. He's like, he's 10th against the run. I looked it up. He's not even going per play. He's going per game. Just dumb stuff.
Amazing.
I'm like, these are the analytics of football, the Ron Rivera style that he's using to hire his coordinator. I don't know, man. It was just
the thing that's really struck me is just kind of like, I don't mean this in an insulting way, but I mean, it almost seems like John Mayer is like this 12-year-old kid who wants Saquon Barkley for Christmas, and Joe Shane's just no, yeah, maybe we'll see. I'll let you know.
You'll see how it goes. I got to save you from yourself there, sir.
Exactly. He tells him a bunch. He's like, he's our most popular player, and Joe Shane's like, yeah,
sure is. Yeah,
we get it. We
I'll
know
have a
that.
heart attack if it goes to Philadelphia. Yeah. Spoiler.
It's so good though. So good. Check out Nate. You should be following him already and following all his content. Does a great job covering the National Football League for USA Today. He's at by Nate Davis on Twitter. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks,
Good
bud.
having you on as always.
All right, guys. Thanks.
All right, be good. There you go. Your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Next, Caleb, Jaden, who's going to have the bigger first season in the NFL, Williams or Daniels? This is The Fan.
This is Danny Rouillet speaking. I'm a Ted
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thanks for making the show part of your day. The Nationals have agreed to terms reportedly with their first-round pick, Seaver King, the number 10 overall pick in the draft this past weekend. Seaver King out of Wake Forest, the Demon Deacons, third baseman. Nats are going to start him out at shortstop in the minor leagues. So that was quick. They got this done. They'll get him into the minors and start working him through the system, which is ideal because it means he'll be able to play enough this year to maybe start it, one of the upper levels, whether it's A plus, AA, something like that, sometime early next year if they want to move him along. Not surprising though, when you go college, not a lot of leverage for him.
Right.
It was under slot, and they got the contract done quickly, which is one of the great benefits to drafting as many college players as they did.
Yes.
They have a pretty new drafting department, amateur scouting, they call it, player development on one side, and then your scouting department. Well, the amateur guys have worked in a bunch of places, but recently Baltimore has done a great job drafting, and they kind of implemented a heavy college bat philosophy, it seems like.
So there was a small piece I read on Mass, and I think it was our guy Bobby Blanco that wrote it, but a local kid, I think he went in the 9th or 10th, maybe 11th round, went to UMBC, was a pitcher, and he's a graduating senior. So instead of giving him what's the average for that position, it's almost $200,000 in a signing bonus. They, I feel bad, but they're within their rights to do this because that's the way the rules are. I think they only gave the guy a couple grand to sign. So it doesn't seem like much, but you do that a few different times. You got yourself an extra $1 million to play with to take somebody and pay them over slot. Someone you think is going to go to college, for example. You go, college sounds nice. What about an extra $1 million to come sign and play for us? What about that? And so that's kind of the way this gets manipulated.
And I always see people that get so upset or talk about, that's no money. This sounds weird. It's really not weird. The teams talk to the agents beforehand. They are on the clock and they go, hey, we're spending a couple thousand at this pick. Do you want to be the pick and play pro ball for a couple $1,000s and go start your career? Or are you going to college? Or are you going back to school? And the player has the right, I'm sure, in that situation. Now, if you draft a guy without making that call or seeing if he's going to sign for that, that doesn't feel as good. But I think typically speaking, you're on the phone with agents, you're working those relationships and figuring out what's a guy looking for, what does he want. But yeah, you save some money and you're able to use it in other places in the draft to get players who fell. I'll give you an example. Last year, the Nationals took Travis Sikora, who's a high school right-handed pitcher, was a 19-year-old, 6'6" kid who might be a little taller than that now, based on the last time I saw him in person. But he's at Single A Fredericksburg, pitching for the Fred Nats right now. He's been one of the best pitchers in the minor leagues this year. He's got a 2.7 ERA. He's got 63 Ks in 45 innings and a sub-1 whip. This guy throws 100 miles an hour, upper 90s, like legit prospect. He might have been the best pitcher in America last year in high school. He did not go in the top 70 because a lot of people thought he was going to go to college. He had a commitment to Texas. He was the 71st overall pick. But the Nats kind of called his bluff, hit him up at 71 and said, hey, we've got this much money to offer you because we're saving some money and giving some other people some haircuts. Would you sign for that? And then lo and behold, they got the guy done.
That's right.
And now I think he's vastly underrated and is the best pitching prospect in their system. And if I was doing a prospect ranking, I'd have him right near the top of all of their prospects, even if you don't see that at some of the publications that do that. So that's kind of the idea is you try to go under slot where you can, where guys don't have the leverage, and then you use the money left over to go reel in a big fish. Because for those of you that don't understand the baseball draft, it's essentially like being given an allowance. So you're given $10 to spend on your 20 rounds, so to speak. You can spend it however you want. If your first overall pick takes $7 of your dollars, you got $3 left to use on your other 19 picks. That's the way it works. And then each pick is valued at a slot, that what you're supposed to spend. You don't have to go that high or that you could go lower, above it, whatever. But at least the player knows, okay, at this pick, as you said earlier, I'm supposed to get, of your $10, $3.50. Well, if the Nats offer you $1.17 and you take it, they just saved between that and $3.50,
a couple bucks, yeah,
to go use elsewhere with their allowance. And that's kind of how the whole system works.
And so for some folks that, and again, I would have been on the other side of this, right? As somebody that was a senior, they'd offered me, if they actually, teams had wanted me, $100 or something, like some nominal fee to sign, because my alternative is either go play independent ball in Butte, Montana, or, go get an internship somewhere. And that's it. I got no other places to go or what to do. So it's the kind of thing where it probably doesn't feel great and look great in individual cases, but this is the current system. I think the system is flawed, just for the record. But the way that it's done, this is maneuvering within that system, and you can play with it a little bit. You can be smart. The Orioles have done it. I know a couple different teams have kind of said, we're going to take a guy, overdraft him, knowing we don't have to pay him as much in order to have some more room elsewhere. And it's one of these things it's not just who's the best player. He'll now get, 94% of the guy that just went ahead of him's salary, like they do in the NFL or the NBA, et cetera. It's a more complicated system, and the Nats are using it very well. It's smart business.
Seaver King, who they drafted in the first round, taking BP over at Nats Park right now, hitting some tanks. Bobby Blanco of Masson Sports saying he just went into the brew house seats out, those red seats in left center. So he's got the power. The big question is going to be swing decisions, chase rate, some of that stuff, kind of getting him to swing at the right pitches in the zone. There's going to need to be some tweaks, but he was at Division II a year ago, transferred
Pretty
to Wake
meteoric
Forest
rise, huh?
in the portal, and then went in the top 10. Pretty amazing story. All right, let's get to the top of the quarterback board. Speaking of draft picks, numbers 1 and 2. Caleb Williams, who went 1 to the Bears, and Jaden Daniels, who came to the nation's capital with the Commanders' number 2 overall pick. This is what Booger McFarland had to say on ESPN yesterday.
Don't be surprised if midway through the season, we're having a conversation very similar to what we had last year, meaning the number 2 pick, Jaden Daniels, looks better than the number 1 pick, Caleb Williams. Just like we had last year with C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, because there are a lot of people out of Washington telling me that this young man, Jaden Daniels, not only does he look the part, his teammates know he looked the part. And I think Caleb Williams is going to struggle, and I think Jaden Daniels is going to come out the gate flying. And we're going to have this conversation, Greeny. Mark it down. July the 16th, whatever it is, it's 100 degrees. Did the Chicago Bears make the right pick? We're going to have this conversation again.
I want to get into this next, and I want to open up the phones with you guys on the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067. Do you agree with the idea that Jaden Daniels is going to have a better rookie season than Caleb Williams? And if hypothetically you think that's possible or you do, how does he get there? And maybe you don't, because I don't necessarily. I think Caleb Williams has the best situation for a kid quarterback in league history in year 1, with supporting cast, defense, running game, receiving room, all of those things. And it's going to help him hit the ground sprinting. But let's get into how Jaden Daniels could outperform him as a rookie, how we could get to that outcome that Booger McFarland of ESPN is projecting. Phones are open, 800-636-1067. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
we're having a conversation very similar to what we had last year, meaning the number 2 pick, Jaden Daniels, looks better than the number 1 pick, Caleb Williams. Just like we had last year with C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, because there are a lot of people out of Washington telling me that this young man, Jaden Daniels, not only does he look the part, his teammates know he looked the part. And I think Caleb Williams is going to struggle, and I think Jaden Daniels is going to come out the gate flying. And we're going to have this conversation, Greeny. Mark it down. July the 16th, whatever it is, it's 100 degrees. Did the Chicago Bears make the right pick? We're going to have this conversation again.
Yesterday on ESPN, Booger McFarland claimed Jaden Daniels will have a better rookie year than Caleb Williams. Do you agree? 800-636-1067. Why or why not? We'll tackle this in a moment. Let's start with Dave, who's in Largo, Maryland on G&D. What's up, Dave? How are you?
G&D, what up, though?
Hey, buddy.
How are you, pal?
What's up, fellas? Happy Friday. Hey, I don't know if I could agree with Booger like that, man, just because we have our offensive line, okay? So let's start with the offensive line. With the offensive line, yes, we addressed the interior part of the offensive line, but we did not address the major position on that offensive line as the left tackle for that right-hand quarterback. So Cornelius Lucas, are we like going to put all our faith in Cornelius Lucas? And then look at the weapons we still have. Yeah, we surrounded, we got Eckler, and I like the Vincent Knack guy, and, the other additions they added. But, bro, our wide receiver room is not all of that. Like, Terry, we know what we're going to get with Terry at the number 1, because with the display of quarterbacks we had over the past several years, now he finally got somebody throwing to him. So now we know what we're going to get with Terry. But Jahan Dotson, bro, I hope you're listening right now to Grant and Danny. Listen, this is a make or break year for you, Jahan. Like, if you don't give us the production that we need, bro, you got to go. And I don't know why people, like the youngest guy in charge, Linnell Willingham, thinks we shouldn't go get Brandon Ayuk. Like, bro, bring in all the extra weapons we can bring in the extra talent. So to answer y'all question, I don't think we have set this guy up perfectly for him to have a better season than Caleb Williams. We're going to have a better season overall as Commanders, the fans, and the team, yes, but Jalen over Caleb, I don't know. I just think they surrounded Caleb much better in Chicago than we did here in Washington.
Well, they definitely did that, Dave.
I appreciate you, dude. Thank you.
I mean, look, in fairness, if you're comparing what Washington did to what the Bears did, they did a better job surrounding him than I think any team has ever done ever. I really legitimately
they set the new benchmark.
He has been surrounded with more than a rookie debut in neophyte QB in league history has never seen what he's seeing. So, yes, they have not done as much as the Bears. By the way, big day, I think, for Linnell. I don't know that he's been name-checked on this show before. This is the Linnell name-check bell. We've had some other shows mentioned.
Yes.
I don't know that anyone's ever dropped Linnell's name. Well, like taking issue with, that's like a badge of honor. It's like getting your first piece of hate mail or something.
Yeah, I remember the first time it happened to me. Not even kidding you. Doing overtime.
Like, who's
when
this
I first started?
Rouillet guy?
Yeah, I remember it was like Wise and Kushner the next day. Some caller was they're like, we didn't hear that. We were living our lives. We didn't listen to this dude after the Nats game at 10:45 last night. But the guy was like arguing with me through them. I was like, I have arrived. That's a big deal.
Well, attaboy, Linnell.
Good job, dude.
It's a nice step for you in the right direction there. But kidding aside, going back to the larger point, I do think that he made an interesting observation. He said they made moves I like. True. They got some good players. They didn't get a special player. The Giants go out and this is Daniel Jones's make or break season. Here's Malik Neighbors, right? When the Eagles didn't know what they had in Jalen Hurts and they were hopeful, they already had Devontae Smith who they drafted and they trade for A.J. Brown. Like, we got good. We're going and getting great. We're going to be spectacular. We're going to be special. The lists that are all coming out ranking skill positions have Washington, for what it's worth, somewhere between the bottom 4 to the bottom 8 teams in the NFL.
This is my point.
They are fine. I think their receiving room has a chance to be better than expected if Jahan Dotson, who we just spoke directly to, who is absolutely listening right now. Hello, Jahan. We know
Hi, buddy.
You're a big fan of the program, and we're a big fan of yours. But he's got to have a big year. They've certainly need help for Terry McLaurin on the outside. Let's go to Matt and Stafford on G&D. Do you think Jaden Daniels can outperform Caleb Williams this season?
Yeah, I do. And it's interesting. It's kind of funny when you think about 12 years ago and you looked at Andrew Luck and Robert Griffin. Andrew Luck being the one that had more of a pedigree and more statistical production in college compared to Robert Griffin that was very, very exciting. And I remember thinking at the time, I would want Robert Griffin. And a lot of people thought it was 1 and 1A. And I believe that this year you're going to see more exciting plays from Jaden, and he'll lead them to like a division title and win Rookie of the Year. It'll just be a matter of keeping them healthy, and it's I kind of expect something like Kyler's rookie year. I would say maybe 700 yards rushing and 3,500 yards passing, and that would probably be the recipe.
Yeah, that's exactly the recipe. And that was kind of part B of the question we were going to get into here, Jeeps, is I don't know that you're going to be as prolific as Williams with those weapons in terms of throwing the football.
He's
right?
going to outthrow you.
I think Williams is a great thrower of the football. I mean, that's why I would have drafted him first. He's been the number one pick for 2 years, basically, because of that. Does some things that only a handful of guys on this planet really do. Those off-angle throws, those sort of magical creation moments, which to me is the separator in the league. I think he's going to be really good. You give him some weapons, some safety valves, some deep threats, everything in between. But for Daniels to outperform him or shine him, it's going to be some of those highlight runs, right? I mean, Williams is athletic, but not like Jaden Daniels. I mean, that's a different stratosphere. Williams is a guy that uses athleticism maybe to get a pass off after an extra beat, can scramble a little bit, but Daniels could run if they so desired. I hope they don't, by the way. I want some running, not 800 yards worth, but if you wanted to, you could have him run for 800 yards this year. If that was like an integral part of your offense and it was featured, you could have him run a lot more than we're used to seeing. And that Cam Newton, Griffin kind of territory, if that was on paper, but some highlight reel plays in that regard, that's the path to winning it.
Yeah, and this is why I think he does have a chance. It's what they will do, hopefully. It's what I would do. It would be ludicrous to draft Jaden Daniels and then not have him running a lot, not have that built in as part of your offense. If you took the running out of the equation, he wouldn't have been the number 2 overall pick. In fact, if you took the running out of the equation, he wouldn't have gone. I mean, maybe he still goes in the the middle of the first round or something, but the electricity with his feet, the ability to create and extend, the ability to make plays and run away from people and crush souls with his legs, part of the package, a big part of the package. It's the cape. That's what makes him Superman. Let's go to JB in Waldorf. What's up, JB?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? What's going on, man? I kind of do side with Booger on this one, saying that Daniels is going to end up being a better quarterback. Not because I'm a skin Commanders fan or whatever the case may be, but I just think it's going to be all about the attitude when they win or lose. And I know you guys don't like to judge quarterbacks by win or losing. I'm not judging them by win or losing, but it seems like Caleb Williams, when he loses, like he has an attitude of it's all over.
That's exactly right.
He just wants to sulk and cry all the time. And I don't think that's going to go across well with, players who've been in the NFL for 5, 6 or 10 years that have been doing this, that understand winning and losing. And he's on a team with guys like Keenan Allen. They've got other players that came. I just don't think that they're going to settle for him sulking and doing that. And I think with Daniels, having him just have not too many receivers, like not too much to have to do, just like Stroud last year. They kept it simple for him, and he had more success. I think that's the best way for Daniels, and I think he'll end up being a better quarterback.
Appreciate you, buddy. I think that there's no doubt that Caleb Williams has to grow up really fast. He's going to have to mature. He handled losing and negativity or adversity poorly last year. I don't think anybody would refute that, at least from what we saw publicly. But that doesn't mean that's what he's always going to be or that's what he'll be this year. Maybe that changes and people have gotten in his ear, and maybe whether it's Keenan Allen or some of the veterans you mentioned in that locker room, maybe they help him right away. But I don't expect to see him, crying in the stands with his parents after a loss this season or refusing to speak to the media. Like you can't really do that at this level without it affecting you pretty negatively quickly. We saw Cam Newton and some other guys learn that the hard way during their careers. I appreciate the phone call. Do you see a path for Jaden Daniels outperforming Caleb Williams in his first season? We're going to give our answers on that next, and then we can get into where our confidence in Daniels comes from for his rookie year, as rookies have reported to Ashburn yesterday. We're Grant and Danny. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad can guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. Score yourself a discount. kmlawyers.com. We're taking you up to 6:15 tonight. We've been talking about Jaden Daniels, and all of our coverage of training camp as we get closer to the start is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. I want to get back into Daniels in a second, but I do want to check in. Danny, have you made any progress on your decision as to whether or not you'll be joining the boys for a late night film this evening as we go see Twisters? Ryan worked very hard on this movie, as you know.
Yeah.
He's very excited for us to see it.
Shooting on location in actual tornadoes, I heard.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to get to meet Daisy Edgar Jones as well as co-star. We're going to the big screening, so this is going to be excellent. Are you going to attend?
No, and I like you guys a lot. I have no interest in doing that at all. I just want to make sure I'm very, very clear. Not a reflection on you guys. I think it's great that there's a little Fellowship of the Ring going on. That's awesome. I wouldn't see that movie if it was playing on the inside of my eyelids.
So the issue is not that it's a 10:30 start time.
I haven't even gotten to the other issues yet.
If it was a 7:15er, still no.
No.
What if we were watching it in your living room? Like you came downstairs and for some reason we got into your house, your wife let us in, and we're just all on your couch.
You're just there?
And we're like passing a bowl of popcorn.
So, so my oldest is at the Nats game. I'm not sure what my youngest is doing, but if there was a TV available, I'd be like, that's awesome. You guys enjoyed that. I've got some Elden Ring DLC I got to cover. I just beat a boss this morning that I'm geeked up about. It took me 15 tries to beat General Gaius. That was really, really hard, a hard fight. I lost all my runes, but
General Gaius?
Yeah.
How come you've never mentioned him in the Guy game?
Well, because it's new. That literally, I just came upon him last night, and he knocked my ass around a couple different times.
Did
But
he?
yeah, I got a couple Shadow Tree blessings out of the whole deal, and I'm pretty excited about that.
You didn't get a Shadow Tree blessing.
First off, you're pretending that I didn't. I obviously did. Like I definitely did.
You got a Shadow Tree blessing.
Well, if you want to be real true about it, I got 5.
That's ridiculous.
I got 5. I've never seen a
From
corner.
General Gaius.
No, none from him. But it unlocks an area where you can go to a giant chalice, and they had 5. Usually, you have to hunt for
Do you know how long I've been hunting for a Shadow Tree blessing?
Probably a long time.
You wouldn't even be able to believe it.
Yeah. So
I've
now,
never had you ever had a Shadow Tree blessing before
well,
yesterday?
of course I have. For God's sakes, it's in the DLC, Grant. You can't beat any enemies without a couple of them.
I guess I haven't beat any enemies.
Well, that's my point. You can't even beat a regular low-level minion without doing
a Shadow
that.
Tree blessing.
No, because all the work you put into the regular game doesn't work in the Shadow Realm. We talked about this.
Can I steal your Shadow Tree blessings?
I mean, no, but even if you tried to, like, I'd have a shank for you. Like, you
Okay.
don't come close to those. I'm now level 16 Shadow Tree blessings.
Wow.
Level 16, which means I can do damage and also negate incoming enemy damage at a much higher level than kind of some of you peons that would start it tomorrow.
I'm level 11 Shadow Tree blessing.
You're not. I mean, admit you're not. Just admit you're not.
I'm level 11.
Admit you're not.
Shadow Tree blessing.
Admit you're not. What
if I had a tattoo that said Shadow Tree blessing?
I would lose my mind. How many did you find in the Cerulean Coast versus Scadu Altus?
1 Scadio Altus.
Well, only 1?
Yeah.
That's how I know you're lying. That's how I know you're lying. There's a total of 20-some just in Scadu Altus.
I only found 1. By the way, that's how you know I'm lying?
Yes.
That was the tell?
That was the tell.
The rest of it all made sense.
Dude, Scadu Altus is enormous. There's so many nooks and crannies.
I'm going to let you finish, but we're going to set you to the side for a second.
What were we talking about again?
Movies.
Oh, going to the movies.
But
Yeah, I'm not
tag
going.
in Darius and Ryan, who are going to the film with me tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So I have not heard back from my wife, but I did text her and let her know that I'll be going to the movie. So we got that going for us. I want you to weigh in on something. Clary's big plan is to bring his own popcorn.
What?
Now, I've heard of people like sneaking in a sandwich. I've heard of people sneaking in candy. The whole point of going to a movie is to eat movie theater popcorn. And I'm going with 2 ham and eggers who don't appreciate movie theater popcorn. Darius is going to get nachos, and Clary's bringing in Skinny Pop. Can you believe this? The whole reason
What
to
are we
go.
doing?
Like when they said, will you go to Twisters? I said, is there popcorn there? Yeah, I guess I will. And neither of these guys are going to be eating the buttered popcorn that I purchased. Pretty staggering.
What are we doing?
Is this a normal thing, Clary, or is this a skinny Clary thing?
I'm not gonna lie, it is kind of a skinny Clary thing. But like, here's the thing though, it's also saving some money. Like
I told you I would gladly buy you popcorn.
No, I know, and I understand that, and I appreciate that. But also, I'm kind of weird with my hands. Like, it gets all buttery and salty.
Danny
and
said that about you before.
Yeah.
I've made that observation. Ryan is a little weird with his hands, a little aggressive.
I'm a little
touchy
weird with my
sometimes.
hands, yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Those calluses don't feel nice.
they don't feel nice. And so gosh, I'm sorry.
Those Jim calluses.
That just threw me off. But yeah, it's just a weird thing.
So does
that
your
I
gruff
have.
touch.
I know it's a weird thing. I just don't like butter and
I'm
salt.
actually the same way. In this way, you are anti like your hands feeling gross.
Yes, and I have to
am
feel
too.
that way for 2 hours.
I can't put any kind of lotion on. Like my wife's always lotioning and like, oh, my hands or my skin or whatever. Like I don't do anything on my hands ever.
Well, I do lotion on my hands, but like if I have something like butter or oil, kind of like that, that's where it kind of throws it off for me. And I just don't like that feeling.
So
I have
then
to
you're
sit
out on
there.
movie theater popcorn.
I'm not out on movie theater popcorn.
But you're not getting it today because you don't like oil on your hands.
Yes.
And this isn't a new phenomenon.
It's a little bit of a new
Have
phenomenon.
you ever not purchased movie theater popcorn before?
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
Okay. That's a big deal.
Yeah,
within the last,
I mean,
within the last, yes.
Honestly, like if I found this out on a first date, we're not going on a second one.
I get it.
This is a red flag.
I get it.
What color is that jersey? Not burgundy, right?
It's kind of a USC red.
Yeah, this is a USC red flag.
Arizona State alternate jersey.
But then also, I'm that guy. I bring in my own snacks as well.
Well, I mean, sure, that's a green flag, right?
Yeah.
What percentage of the time do you get movie theater popcorn when you go to a movie?
I would say about 50% of the time, maybe.
Who do we work with? And Darius never does because he's always eating nachos. Darius, don't lie to sound good on the radio. What percent of the time do you get movie theater popcorn when you go to a movie?
All
right. I'm gonna say
it's not a high number.
We need a number.
It's not higher than 50%. I'll say
It's
that.
low.
I'll say 30%.
What are we doing? Ask me that question. Anybody, whoever wants to.
I'll take it. I got.
Okay.
Oh, good. Darius, you go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Grant, what percentage of the time?
100% of the time.
You don't even know what he's gonna say.
How many movies have I been to? That's how many times I've ordered popcorn at said movie.
In the future, hypothetical. Let's
I've
say
forgotten my wallet before. And I've said to them, hey, I don't have my wallet. I've got my ticket. I can't see a movie without popcorn. Is there any way I could eat my popcorn with my movie? I'll come back and pay later. They've let me do it.
Really? Because they know you?
No, just because if I need to, I'll like leave an old card or an insurance card or something. I'm not going to watch a movie without popcorn. I'm not going to do it.
Hypothetical. Over the next 5 years. No, 7 years.
100% of the time.
Wait a minute. You don't even know what I'm going to say.
Okay.
You go to 100 movies.
100 times I'll eat popcorn.
How many times out of that 100 are you going to? You don't even know what I'm going to ask.
Okay.
How many times out of the 100 would you get movie theater popcorn?
100 times.
99 times.
Guy, this is where you go. What about 98? No, 100 times.
What if you're not hungry?
I get the smallest version. Also, this is actually true. I don't go to the movie theater if I'm not hungry. There are a lot of times, like last night's a good example.
Yep.
Last night, I had not been home because I was on a trip.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to get home, see the kids, got to do that. Wanted to spend a little time with my wife. She goes to bed. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to see Twister. But I was like, you know what? I want to see this movie really bad. But my stomach's kind of hurting. If I'm going to go, I'm going to eat a small popcorn and I'm going to feel terrible. You know what I did? I didn't go.
You didn't go.
Literally, the popcorn is baked into the entire plan. It's the point, bro. It is the point.
What's the dollar amount? So one of these weird people that like doesn't mind strange scenarios and giving people money for it, right? Like this mythical person that's like, how much money to live on top of a cliff for a year? This mythical person is going to give you money. You got to see 10 movies in the theater and you can't have a kernel of popcorn.
Can I have other foods?
No. Actually, yeah.
Okay.
You can have other foods.
If I could do pretzels and chips and stuff,
yep,
it'd be a low number, like 50 grand.
What about no food at all? No snacks of any kind?
That's tough.
By the way, low was 50 grand, by the way.
10 movies?
10 movies. 5K a movie.
I wouldn't do that for 50 grand. I can't eat anything.
You can drink. You can be hydrated, drink some water.
$100,000
for 10 movies.
10 movies. It's part of the process.
Well, sure, but
why am I here?
But for $100,000, you can just sit still for 2 hours. You wouldn't do it for $80,000?
The lowest I'll go, so don't keep asking, is 75. That's my leave it at the table.
68.5. You wouldn't do it.
Not doing
You wouldn't do it?
75. I need 75,000.
One of those suitcases with the cash in it?
Yeah.
Like
Cash.
in dodgeball?
You give it to me, I wheel it out, I throw it in my trunk, then I go in and watch my movie. First movie. No snacks, no drinks. It's just part of it, man. Other than that, are you guys going to try to make sure it's a terrible time, or are you guys going to really invest in the fellowship?
How about this? I will indulge in popcorn.
No, here's what I don't want. Here's what I don't want. First of all, I'm proud of him, and I want you to know I'm proud of you. I don't want to yuck your yum. I want you to have your best time, whatever that is.
It's not even about that. Like I do like popcorn.
Yeah.
It's just
I don't.
sometimes
I don't think you do.
Sometimes I prefer nachos.
You really like nachos better.
Nachos are good.
I want you to have the best time you can have. So I want you to get nachos or whatever you would get without me. Like, this is not a, old bossy Grant making me eat popcorn. Like, no. Whatever you're going to get, I want you to get it. I want you to have a blast. Clary, you're going to a store first and walking in with a bunch of stuff in your pockets?
I think that's probably the play at this
Okay.
point. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So we agree that that's a bad bit?
I can't do that. You have to follow the rules.
That makes me so uncomfortable.
I'm so nervous about that.
Yeah. So we're all out on that.
I'm
okay.
super out on
Me
that.
too, but can you pick me up some Twizzlers?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
But here's the thing. Actually,
Pibb
I've
and
kind
Red
of been
Buns.
convinced. Because my bit is that I do popcorn with M&Ms. I kind of want to do movie theater popcorn now with M&Ms.
See,
Look at this.
No.
Look at
I
this.
feel now I've just bossed them around.
It's not that though, because
I
that's
just feel
my
like such
thing.
a-
I wanna
You've
share it.
browbeaten a little bit.
Yeah.
Darius, would you do me a favor when you get your nachos?
Yeah.
Will you,
Whatever he says, don't do it.
everyone sat down, everyone's comfortable, Grant's got his popcorn going. Can you do a bit where you go, Grant, will you hold these nachos and then like leave for about 5 minutes?
Ooh,
Just like make him
that's a
sit there
great
with the
bit.
That's
nachos?
not as bad as I thought you were going to say.
I think it's a good bit though.
I thought you were going to say get in my head, like I made him get popcorn or something. Like, make sure that I know that I ruined his night a couple times. Like, I can't
Ask to
believe it.
borrow some cash for the popcorn that you
Right.
have to get now.
So, Clary.
Yeah.
What are you getting to sneak into the theater?
Well, okay, we have a
And-
different
and
place.
Is there
here.
any fear at all for you that they're going to like pat you down or do something?
No chance. No chance they do that. This is something that I've done since I was a little kid, going to theaters myself.
Oh, you should definitely brag about
breaking
that.
the law.
Yes,
Yeah.
breaking the law.
How much money have you stolen from Regal Cinemas?
So many
Okay.
many dollars.
Oh my
so
God.
many dollars over the days.
It is funny when you sit in the
years.
theater and like the lady next to you whips out a Chipotle, like she's like undoing her tin and
Yeah.
she's got like a Chipotle
Like
bowl.
a plastic bag of some finger sandwiches.
No,
I'm like,
I mean,
what?
the amount of kids movies I go to where the moms just shamelessly will like whip out a big Food Lion
I
bag.
can't believe it.
And it's just like goldfish and she's putting plates together with brownies. And I'm like, the hell are you doing? We're not in your living room, lady. What do you think this is?
I mean, I'm just being honest. This is what I do. This is part of the experience for me, is sneaking in the candy.
On a date, would you do this?
No, but I would not go on a movie theater date unless I'm comfortable with that person. I would not do that.
That is
How many
That's
dates
definitely weird,
before
right?
someone would you'd go to a movie with somebody?
It's just, movie theater dates are nubs. That's something that you see in
Sure,
a
by the
Disney
way.
movie.
what a weird take that is.
It's I don't know. The movie theater date
In
is not
all
my
the
thing.
dating you've done recently.
Mhm.
Right? And can I move forward or are we good?
I
there?
think we're okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Anybody say anything? We're good? All right.
We're good.
Yeah.
There's been a bountiful amount.
Yeah.
No movie theater experiences?
Zero movie theater experience.
That's crazy to me.
See, I think there's a generational divide here. This is a bona fide young person. So from the culture that brought you, you just go on this weird website and click 7 different links. You can just watch the fight for free. Like that's what they do.
That's
The
a good
young
point.
people have been doing this forever. So like sort of second order stealing.
He said, I wouldn't go on a date to a movie theater. It's nubs.
Yeah,
That's literally what everyone used to do on their first date.
exactly. We had nothing else to do. Before
Now
you could drive, you just
it's
walk
a
to the
lot of
movie
like,
theater.
Oh, no, we got to talk. I'm sure your conversations are so good. You know what I mean? I'm not talking about you, Clary, but just in general. Like, so that's what the bit.
Yeah, it
they're
sounds like a job interview.
Don't go to that's like everyone's TikTok. I'm going to teach you how to date. Don't go to a movie theater. It's hard to talk. No one's talking. What are you talking about? No one wants to talk.
You go to a movie, you talk about the movie afterwards, you talk about the thing you saw
Then
before,
what do you do?
beforehand. You drop them off at home respectfully and say, "Thanks for a lovely evening."
I agree with
I'd
that.
love to call you again at some point.
You get him home before 11.
Yes.
And you say, thank you for the time.
Thank you for a lovely evening. I had a great time.
So
It's been great to get to know you.
So, Clary, what are you going to sneak into the theater? What's your your menu? What's your plan?
So right now, like my bid is I always do M&Ms. But then again, I also like, you know what? Like at AMC Theater, which we are going to tonight, they sell those big bag of M&Ms.
I wouldn't give many more details only because you're going to walk in and they're going to tackle you.
I'm sure.
They're gonna start-
Pat you down.
I'm so M&Ms. Like, what if
Swarm,
Clary
swarm.
ends up in jail? I got to go bail him out tonight because he's sneaking in M&Ms. You were going to a Regal tonight, right?
Yeah, Regal.
In Maryland?
In Maryland.
Yeah.
Yes. Maryland, way out in Maryland.
Where
Way
you
out.
live there? Where are you at from out there?
Bowie.
We're going in Bowie.
Yeah.
Bowie.
The Bowie over by the Bay Sox Stadium.
Yeah, that one.
We'll be there right at 10
Regal.
o'clock.
Yep. Nowhere near us.
Throw all of them off. All the
Yeah,
cop
yeah,
cars
yeah.
will be waiting out front for Clary.
My God.
So my usual bit is I need like the big bag of M&Ms. Like the big one. You know what I'm talking about. If you go to a theater, they have those big bags of M&Ms. You only get them at movie theaters. So I have to start off with that.
But what, you're not buying it at the movie theater.
I know. So here's the play. Is I get 2 regular bags of M&Ms over at 7-Eleven. About $3.50 in total. And that adds up to about a single bag of M&Ms from a movie theater.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, you get
All of the sudden, Danny.
all of a sudden,
All of the sudden.
Yeah.
if you do it my way, you have a Ziploc bag
Oh my God.
full of Skinny Pop.
Do you bring a Ziploc bag?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh,
can't
this,
believe
this
this.
is terrible.
Where do you put your shame?
Nowhere.
It goes right in that Ziploc
Yeah,
bag.
where do you put your profound sense of what should be embarrassment? How do you store that?
Never. No
Does
embarrassment.
that stay in your pocket or? So you
Little cupboard in your soul there.
you open the Ziploc bag. You already have the popcorn in, and let me guess, you pour in your M&Ms.
No. So not gonna lie, like this is a terrible bit, but I hate sharing.
Let's start with the terrible bits now.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a terrible bit. I stuffed the M&Ms actually down my pants,
Well,
so no one
come on.
else can eat them.
This is not real.
Wait,
That's
what are you
not real.
talking about?
This is
So
not
like,
real.
no.
You don't
so-
put them in your underpants.
Oh no, I do. Because also,
Wait.
what am I can't stuff in my pockets. They'll see it. No, this is serious. You'll see it.
You do underpant M&Ms.
Oh yeah.
What does that even mean? Like, how do they stay in there? Do you put them like between your
Well, typically
waistband and your?
I wear lining pants like under this, so it just kind of sticks there. And it's just a good development that I've had over the last few years where I can just stick them in there and they're not going to fall out. They're not going to stick out my pockets. It's no one
I'm
sees it.
confused. You said you have zero fear of being caught.
Yeah, so he's not
Zero
putting
fear.
loose M&Ms in his underpants.
But-
it's the bag of M&Ms.
I understand that.
Yeah, I didn't at first.
But he also said that he's not afraid of being caught, and now he's saying he doesn't put them in his pocket because he might get caught.
Yes, because just in case. Like in case they're like, hey man, like you have M&Ms in your pocket. No one will ever say that, but I take that
Here's
precaution.
what you do if they say that. Oh man, didn't know these were here, and throw them on the counter and keep walking.
Never would do that. I already bought them to enjoy that
But you
experience
said
and to
it's
save a
so
couple
people
bucks.
don't eat them.
Well, yes, also kind of that too. That's the selfish reason why. I don't want to share it. They're mine.
Well, that I get.
Let's go to Mike in Leesburg, who's a former movie theater manager.
Oh no.
Hello, Mike.
Hey, we really didn't care about people bringing like a bag of M&Ms. Like, it was more like alcohol. And then I once stopped a family trying to bring in an entire bag of Chinese food to feed like a family of 7.
No way. What were they
so-
carrying it in?
Like, they went to the Chinese food like 2 places down, got like
dinner,
8 orders of
Yeah.
food, and had it in like whatever bag the Chinese food put it in, like a shopping bag.
The stones on
The
these people.
stones.
So they're
Yeah.
just holding it
And
in
they
the
were like, they-
open, like right past you.
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to do anything, Mike.
Yeah, so like M&Ms, nobody cares about.
All right. So what if they see, like, if you're tearing my ticket and you see my M&Ms poking out, you know I didn't buy them from you. Are you going to say anything or no?
For M&Ms, no. But if I see like a Subway sub, then you're not. Then we're gonna say something.
And what would you
Or,
say?
Like McDonald's or stuck in your jacket, you can see like the bag of McDonald's sticking out from the top of your jacket. They would stop that. But I mean, we always would have parent. I mean, when I was a kid, we would stop and get candy on the way to the theater.
I love it.
And I'm 50.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not saying I've never heard of it before. Again, I told Ryan it's not the thing that I would do, but if he's going to be doing it, I would like some Twizzlers. So
I get what you're saying there.
I'm an accomplice, right?
I don't endorse it, but however, could you get me some Twizzlers?
I'm not going to be doing it. But if you're doing it,
Yeah.
I want Twizzlers.
Like, I'm not illegally streaming the thing.
Exactly. But what time do I come over to watch?
Yeah, but I can come watch.
Exactly. That's kind of where I'm at on this. Let's go to Dave in Arlington on G&D. Hello, Dave.
Hey, I love you guys. I listen to you every day, but come on, you're being such Boy Scouts. Bringing in a snack or two is no problem. I wouldn't bring in a meal, but come on, the prices are a little exorbitant, right?
No, they totally are. But again, those rules are so important. I am such a rule follower, despite any kind of like tough talk in general in my life. Like, if somebody has a rule, I'm like, well, I guess we can't move too fast by the pool. There's no anything other than walking is not allowed. Everyone has to walk all the time. Like, whatever it is, I've got to follow
This guy says his move is Royal Farms chicken and a Coke and Airheads. I mean, I just don't know. How do you
can't do that.
How do you get that in? I don't have any problem with a candy bar or whatever in your pocket, right? But to me, that's like, okay, a little bit nubby, but fine. The people that are bringing in dinner, like, that takes another level of I don't care about anything.
Like the family with the bag of like 8 dishes.
Well, Ryan's the mom who's breaking out the Ziploc bag with snackies, except for myself. Right.
And his underpan M&Ms.
Here, will you do this? Will you bring me some clary casserole in a Ziploc bag?
Yeah, you joke? I probably could.
Can I ask something on behalf of my friend Grant?
Yeah.
Please don't store the food for Grant in your underpants.
That's a good point.
I won't. Just wait till you see the Gatorade that I store in my pants too to bring in.
All right, next on Grant and Danny. What makes you confident Jaden Daniels is going to have a big rookie season? You're listening to The Fan. Commanders rookies have shown up at camp, training camp, practice number 1, set for Wednesday. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We were talking about Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels based on Booger McFarland's comments earlier in the show. I wanted to talk what gives you confidence, what makes you nervous about Jaden Daniels as a rookie. So, Danny, why don't you go first? I'll tee you up on what makes you the most confident that Daniels can have a big rookie season.
It is the understanding of what got him here, right? Like, this is a guy, I've talked about this a bunch, who was a pretty highly touted recruit, went to Arizona State and was fine, just okay. Transferred to LSU, got into this much bigger pond, and catapulted himself into this Heisman Trophy and the second overall pick by a relentless work ethic that wasn't just for Instagram occasionally. It wasn't just for show. It wasn't that, fake workout stuff. It was the real deal, and it didn't stop. It was a constant effort and grind that got him here, and he's continued that. It's not like, well, I got drafted. I'm the Heisman Trophy when I've arrived. Now let's do the Tonight Show and let me be a celebrity. This is a person that understands that half the work, it's in the rearview mirror, and now to actually be really good, you've got to apply yourself maybe more than you ever have, because this transition has claimed a lot of quarterbacks that came in as highly touted as you are, if not more so. So that, to me, is what gives him the most confidence, is his approach, knowing that it's not going to be because he didn't study as hard or didn't do everything he possibly could. You feel comfortable. You can go to bed at night. I'll take my chances with a guy like that.
So I'll write this in pencil rather than Sharpie, because I just don't know for myself with my own eyes. But it does seem like all the reporting on Daniels is that he's working his butt off, and that he's doing all of those little things that you need to do to succeed. And if that is the case, then I have a really good feeling about his rookie season, because having success initially is actually easier than having success long-term, or after the adjustments get made, adjusting yourself. We've seen it with so many guys, as you were just alluding to, where they can hit the ground making plays like Griffin did, because you can kind of LSU-proof your offense a little bit. Turn it into something like what you saw in Baton Rouge when I went and saw Jaden Daniels in person a couple seasons ago, or for people that saw him as a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback last year. 40 touchdowns, 4 picks. That gives me confidence. He's made really good decisions against some really good defenses with pro prospects. Didn't turn the ball over very much. But it's more of the intangible stuff that it seems like he's checking the necessary boxes that young quarterbacks don't always early on, that he's focusing on the right things, that he's not out partying and living his best life because he made it, that he's actually putting in the work to make sure he thrives. That gives me hope, confidence that he can be really good. The other thing is, I am going to LSU proof the offense. I am going to blend college and pro football. It is going to look a lot like a Saturday offense on a Sunday if I'm Cliff Kingsbury, and that way I know he can run what I want him to run. We're going to run a lot of the same concepts and principles. Won't be as watered down, or to quote Logan Paulson, who studied the film and knows more about football film than anybody I know. He talked about the LSU offense being one of the most simplistic from a passing standpoint he'd ever seen before. And that worried me a little bit. Talked about it. Was it Brian Thomas? I think he said he ran like 3 different routes, basically, like the whole season, something like that on his route tree. So while that's a little bit alarming and scary, like if I make my offense more like his, well, there's a little less growing up to do. Now, it might take longer for him to develop. This is what the Shanahans decided with Griffin. He wanted, throw it all at me right now. I want to be Aaron Rodgers. And they're going, we're going to break it off little by little and give it 2 or 3 years, and you're going to be where we need you to be. I think that's the way to do it. I think that's hopefully what Kingsbury will do. And if you do it that way, you're going to have a playmaking, game-breaking quarterback as a rusher who could go run for 80, 90, 100 yards every now and then, who can also make all the throws. And that would make me think he's going to play really well.
Like it, I echo a lot of that. I mean, to me, there's that balance, right? Where eventually you gotta keep on one side what makes you special, right? You don't want to say never run, because that's wrong. You don't want to say run every time, because that's wrong. It's that balance, right? There's going to be some times where, and this will go into my the thing I have doubts about or I'm concerned about here in a second. But part of that is, we talked about it with Sam Howell last year too, that playmaker gene, where you still think the play's alive, maybe when it looks like it's almost dead. And sometimes you'll take maybe more sacks than your average bear. Sometimes you'll take a hit that you probably shouldn't, or you'll force the ball in traffic when maybe you shouldn't. It leads to some incredible moments, right? Some of the best plays in NFL history are these off-schedule kind of like miraculous Brett Favre and Pat Mahomes type stuff where it comes from athletic arrogance, where you believe that it's going to be great because you're a great playmaker. How do you keep that, but also say, hey, man, this one's dead. Let's maybe not take the headshot on the sideline and throw it away. Or, sometimes, hey, there's nothing here. Put it where only receiver can catch it. It's either incomplete or it's, a miraculous play. Those things come from growth, and it's a really difficult balance to walk. And so we're talking about doing that maybe by and large with an offense where you eventually want the next, 10 coaches over the course of this guy's career that he's going to deal with, both position, offensive coordinator, head coach, or otherwise. He'll be able to thrive in any system, not just what he ran at LSU that time. So you want to give it to him and let him grow, but at the same time, give him some success early. And that balance is hard. The thing that makes me nervous, I just touched on it, it's the hits. The hits that he takes as a longer, leaner kind of player and athlete who's so fluid and incredible, and he's explosive and he runs so fast, even on scrambles. Some of those highlights at the end of like a 45-yard run, he's getting sandwiched and folded and legs taken out and the head's going one way and the back's going one way and knees and joints are flying in the air. The hits that this guy has taken terrify me. That's the thing I'm most afraid of.
Yeah, I mean, this is well documented if you listen to the show before the draft with some of my reservations, and the reason on my big board, which doesn't matter a whole lot, was Drake May over Jaden Daniels. It's the frame, how skinny he is. And you want to say hits, that's fine. Maybe he can avoid those, but you're going to be in the pocket. You're going to get fallen on. You're going to get rolled up on. There's going to be a big fat defensive tackle who drives you into the ground and lands on you, sideways, like you're a sideways sleeper on your side. And your shoulders are going to get caved in on by a 300+ pound dude. And I'm hoping, his body can withstand that. So you talked about the sack rate, so I don't need to go too deep into pressure to sack and the issues he had collegiately. Leaving clean pockets was something he did too often. Running around is great. It needs to be the minor, not the major. You minor in that, you major in throwing the football. And he was exceptional when he threw the football. He didn't throw to the middle of the field a whole lot. That would be my kind of one curiosity with the much more complicated asks of him deciphering things in this offense is going to be throwing to the middle of the field, getting the ball out, and not leaving clean pockets are some of my nerves. But we want to hear what you guys think. 800-636-1067 is the number. We'll hit the phones on this next. What gives you the most confidence about Jaden Daniels having a big season, and what makes you the most nervous about him? You're listening to The Fan. Old friend Darren Haynes, who was a DC Sports media member. He was on Channel 9 for a few years. He's out in LA now doing TV. He got a tour today with a bunch of other media members out in Los Angeles of the brand new Intuit Center Dome. What are they calling that thing?
Intuit Dome.
Intuit Dome.
This is an arena. They're going to call it a dome. That's cool. Intuit Dome. It's where the Clippers play, not the Lakers. They've got crypto. Are they moving there too?
No, it'll just be the Clippers. This is the exclusive home of the Los Angeles Clippers.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you grows up and you grows up. Good for you, Clippers.
Good for them. But this arena is unbelievable. Now, Steve Ballmer's richer than everybody else. I get it. Did he pay for this by himself, or was that some taxpayer money in there?
I do not know that.
Can we get a Google search on that, somebody? Research department? I don't know how. We'll find that out for you. I know that this arena is unfathomably impressive. Darren posting pictures of the seats where they've got these buttons so you can play along with different activations in game, and there's like heating and cooling, and they've got chargers at every seat. I mean, they thought of everything. The screen above you is unbelievable. It's just gorgeous. I'm not jealous. I'm happy for LA. I got some funny memes, so we're even. Okay,
right? They got that. What did you get?
I didn't want a new arena, people. I never did. I just wanted some memes and some infighting politically. That's what I was hoping for. So they got what they wanted. I got what I wanted. Everybody's happy. I have no animus. What'd you find?
So it looks like that he did put $2 billion himself into this arena.
Is that all of it? Is that 100%?
That is 100% of it. Yep.
That guy's got cash. That's where you really win.
Mm-hmm.
Is when your owner is like the owner with all the money.
Yeah.
That's where the Bezos thing. And I like that it's Harris is an OG in the area and came up since he was knee-high to a grasshopper in the DMV. But when you got the guy who just can do whatever he wants and never notice, like, you want to pay for the arena? Sure. I just ordered Chinese, so what's the difference?
Yeah, how much is it? Two. That's billion? Sure, no problem. Yeah. Give me a second. I'm gonna move one thing from one pile to another pile. I'll get you a check.
One time many years ago, I had like when cash was still a thing in my life, I had a couple $100 in my wallet. And somehow when I was paying or whatever, I ended up leaving it on the table. Crestfallen, left that restaurant, went back hours later, searching through trash bags. I mean, just beside myself that I lost a couple $100, right?
Yeah.
That's the equivalent of him paying for his own arena with a couple $1 billion.
I misplaced my $2 billion. Oh, that's right. It's the arena.
Go? But that's a good looking arena.
State of the art, by the way, for $2 billion.
Darius, you want an arena? I'll get you one. Who wants a stadium? New stadium. Who wants one? I got a stadium here. Who wants one? Anybody want a stadium here?
Would love one. I would love a new arena.
Here you go. You get a stadium. Ryan, got a stadium here. Get your stadium.
I would love a stadium.
Buy two, get two. You want a stadium?
I want a stadium.
Here you go, Ryan. Danny, you want a stadium?
I would like a stadium, yes.
It'll open tomorrow.
Thank you.
Ask me if I want a stadium. I live in D.C.
Grant, would you like a stadium?
That's how that goes.
That was a fart noise? That's what you got said?
I don't know what it was. It was a sound effect, to be clear. Let me be clear. Let's go to TJ in D.C.
Teach.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Chilling. What's up?
Not much, man. I definitely believe that, Jaden Williams, Jaden Daniels would definitely have a better rookie season, man. He has a great supporting cast around him. He got those veteran guys that he just acquired, in Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler, man, and a couple of rookie guys behind him too. Jahan Dodson, I like him. He's very flexible and he's a great wide receiver who can stretch the field along with Terry McLaurin. And I definitely believe that, Dan Quinn will be able to utilize his skills as a dual threat quarterback, this year. And, he's going to definitely develop and it's going to be a great year for him, man.
Hope so. I mean, to me, there's that fine line between sort of the short-term payoff of saying, well, let's run it one more time, right? And to have him use his legs. Whereas long-term, that's not helping you develop as a passer. But you got to use some to stay on the field to get more reps. I mean, again, there's some push and pull there.
I always have disagreed with that premise, though, just for the record, that it's not helping you. It's not like you run every play. Like, you're still throwing in practice all the time. You're still learning the playbook. You're still seeing coverages and mastering pre and post snap reads and things. You're still throwing a bunch. So the idea that if you run some, like, did Russell Wilson not get better as a passer? I think he almost was an MVP.
It certainly did. But my point is, if you run a quarterback draw, that did not help you as a passer that play. So when you do that all the time, that's not a rep throwing the ball.
But nobody does it all the time.
Well, that's my point.
I mean,
There's a balance.
Do it a lot. Do it 8 times a game and throw it 35.
Right. I mean, so my point is there's a balance there where you're going, we need to stay on the field so you get the more reps. If we just have you drop back and throw it like Sam Howell did, we'll be off the field a bunch and your reps aren't as worth much. Again, there's a balance to running good offense to give him some success, but also his long-term development. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that I completely agree with. But that's kind of going even back all the way to 2012 and Robert Griffin being, I remember Chad, in this chair on this show, and probably still LeVar at that point. But going on their show from the park, and they would be asking me and kind of grilling the idea of how many times Griffin had just run the week before. I'm just picking a team. I don't even know if they played them, but like against the Browns. Why would he have had 12 carries or 13? Why did they call 7 designed runs and he ran 12 times? That's too many. And my point even then was, well, A, this is what he does well. This is a big part of the offense. And B, the story is not, is he running too much? The story is he protecting himself and taking shots? Like if they're running him into harm's way on the draw, to your point, middle of the field, that's tough. Like that's on the coach in some way. You probably only want to do that one a couple times here and there. But generally, if I'm running to the wide side of the field boundary, sideline is your friend. Is he getting down like that? And that's kind of what I think about when I'm thinking about like Daniels as a runner. The story needs to be about him protecting himself from himself.
We agree there.
As much as the team protecting him. Now, they can't be willy-nilly with play calls and just running him into a bunch of bodies. But I'm guessing they know that. They might want to protect the asset more than anybody else.
Indeed. Yeah, it's worth it for everybody, right? I mean, his success is their success.
Right. Kingsbury, if this works, they're geniuses, and if it doesn't, they're a decision away from being out of job.
Kingsbury's a head coach in 2 years. Brian Johnson's an OC next year. Dan Quinn gets an extension. I mean, if he works, everybody's a genius, and we sort of forget about any other person on the steps.
I've got the list of the coaches most likely to get fired in the NFL this season, so we could run through those really quickly. And because it's Friday, and it's about to be 6 o'clock.
Yes.
The Grant and Danny's, Tony's.
Here it is.
Mailbag.
Yep.
You call us at 800-636-1067. You tweet us at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny, or ask us anything. Something you want us to talk about that we haven't. It's the Grant and Danny's, Tony's Mailbag. Stretch run of Grant and Danny, brought to you today and every day, exclusively by the sponsors of this show, the law firm Kandori and Murat. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will and set up a trust. They'll create a healthcare power of attorney if needed. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. That's kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount at kmlawyers.com. Danny will get to our G&D's Tony's mailbag in just a moment. As a reminder, if you've got a question for us, they'll ask us anything. This is something you want to hear us talk about that we haven't on the show. You set the agenda. You can call in now. 800-636-1067. It can be sports, non-sports. Maybe you want to learn a little bit about the behind the scenes of the show. 800-636-1067 is the number. We try to answer everything we can for you in this segment. But before we do that, first head coach to be fired this season in the National Football League. Robert Saleh, 5-1. Mike McCarthy of the Cowboys, 6-1. Dennis Allen, head coach of the Saints, and Matt Eberflus, head man of the Bears. Huge offseason, a lot of expectations now. So I guess he could be in the mix if they get off to a slow start. Both Allen and Eberflus are 7-1. And then we round out the top 5 with Nick Sirianni at 8-1.
Interesting. All 5 of those, maybe with the exception of New Orleans, but I guess maybe them too. All 5 of those places have big expectations, right? With
Jets,
they're ready-made.
Super Bowl. Cowboys, if they don't get to Super Bowl, he's probably out. Dennis Allen and Matt Eberflus, a little bit different, I would say, but Eberflus after this offseason should be coaching a fringe playoff team. Allen, frankly, I'm not really sure why he's still there, but they're just kind of a middling team without a great cap situation. And Sirianni, here's the tell, blew out both coordinators amid locker room strife and basically the walls caving in around
There's no
him.
more levers to pull there, right? Yeah.
It's now you're the problem if it doesn't work.
Yeah. So if anybody doesn't meet expectations, you could see, in season, hey, we need to change direction.
Which of those guys, if I was to tell you one gets fired 6 weeks into the year, who's it going to be? Saleh, McCarthy, Allen, Eberflus, or Sirianni?
Eberflus. That guy was tenuous as it was to me. And they may go, oh, dude, we have too much here on offense. This carryover thing didn't make that much sense in the first place. He was maybe more tenuous than we thought. Let's have an offensive mind take over interim style and really make something, try to last year for Caleb Williams.
I'm going to say Saleh. Let's say, hypothetically, they open with the 49ers. Good chance they lose.
You lose that game.
Then they play 3 winnable games against the Titans, Patriots, and Broncos. You absolutely have to go 2-1 in those games. If they're 2-2 through 4, that's about as bad as you're allowed to be, I'd say.
Yep.
Then you play the Vikings on the road. You got to win that. But let's say they don't, they're 2-3, and then you get worked by the Bills and you're 2-4, something like that. I mean, if they're not better than 3-3 through 6, as the schedule really gets more difficult, that becomes a big problem. Saleh,
because it could get away from you in a hurry in that division.
Not his fault that Aaron Rodgers got hurt last year, but because of that, you're in a bad way if you don't start really fast.
Yeah, I think he's actually, I know it's unpopular to say, he's done a pretty good job without a quarterback there. They've been competitive, tough in a lot of games with one of the worst QB situations in the sport. So now that you finally got it, last year we thought we finally got it. It lasted, 2 plays? But if you do have good quarterback play, if you don't meet expectations, now maybe there's a reevaluation.
All right, let's get to it. The Grant and Danny's, Tony's mailbag.
Here comes Grant and Danny's, Tony's mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's, Tony's mailbag.
Thank you, Darius.
Good job, Darius.
First question is from David on Twitter at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. If you want to send a question, 800-636-1067. You want to call us with a question. David says, I live for DC sports, but I've moved to the Boston area. My house is 10 minutes away from the Worcester Woo Sox Park. I am allowed to be a fan of this team. Yes, he wants to know, is he allowed to be a fan of the local minor league baseball team, or is that violating some type of sports rule?
I think that's perfectly allowed. Because the point to me of having conflicting fandom is, like, for example, take our very own Ryan Clary, who's just a dear, sweet little boy. He loves the New York Yankees so much. They sometimes will play the Nationals. That's a conflict. The Nationals are not playing the Woo Sox. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is where you live. You got a family. You can take your kids to the game eventually as you guys grow. I think that's a pretty reasonable thing. That's kind of like that hometown feel where it's not in conflict. Now you start going to Red Sox games and telling me about Jaron Duran and how excited you are about Colton Wong and different things. Connor Wong, rather. I conflated my Wongs. That's a different issue, but go to the minor league game for, eat a $1.50 hot dog by all means.
So I actually think this is the play if you relocate. The localized, to your point, like this is our neighborhood team. If you live in the Richmond area, become a Flying Squirrels fan. Get season tickets. No harm, no foul. You don't have to like the San Francisco Giants. You can still claim the team that you always liked just because they're the AA affiliate of the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
You root for the players, and when they get to the big leagues, you can root for them too. But you don't have to be a fan of the team. I actually think it's the perfect play. It's 10 minutes from your house. It gives you the ability to kind of relate to the locals, wear some gear where everyone thinks you're one of them, but you still keep your DC teams. Also, a lot of people, when they relocate, do change their affiliations, their affinities for teams. But I think it's easier now than ever before with all the packages and the apps and the ability to stream games and everything that you can do. If you really want to stick with the team, you can. It gets harder when there's a team right next to you. Like, I grew up a diehard Baltimore Orioles fan. Working in DC sports and being on the air and directly affected by the Nats' well-being makes my situation a little different. But what really eventually happened for me is I was going to 20 Nats games for every 1 or 2 Orioles games because it's so hard to go up 295 in traffic to get to Camden Yards, which is one of the great ballparks in America. And I literally work 2 blocks from the center field gate. So I'm like, am I going to drive up there, get there by the second inning, get home at 1:30 in the morning? Or am I just going to waddle down Half Street, stop and get some peanuts 2 blocks up, and then get in the center field gate and watch some baseball? But I think if you move like states over,
yep,
you could you get the league pass. You get whatever you need to watch your team. It's a good question, though.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Tweet came in at Funny Danny. I'm a huge Terry McLaurin fan, so please don't block me from calling in or tweeting the show. I would never do that. This is a good question. That's why we're here. At work, the question was asked, would you trade Scary Terry for Brandon Ayuk?
Straight up, I'm going to be annoying. Contracts are equal, or Ayuk at his contract, McLaurin at
No
his?
qualifier here. I think probably as is.
You go first.
No, because that defeats the purpose to me. The point of me wanting to acquire Brandon Ayuk is to add him to Scary Terry. I need a better receiver room. The thing I've been beating the drum for, if it's not Ayuk, make it T. Higgins. If it's not Higgins, go back in time and go get Keenan Allen. I want an upgrade in that room. I don't want the 26th best skill position group, according to CBS Sports or Pro Football Focus or ESPN or the people that do this for a living. I want a top 10, 12, 13 group for my rookie quarterback. So I would not make myself worse to make myself then maybe slightly better if you prefer Ayuk over McLaurin. But to me, the whole point is to make that room better, and that wouldn't really do that enough for me.
I'm going to say no, only because I don't know what kind of guy Ayuk is. I've never been around him. I just see him agitating and being a lot to deal with right now, which is the antithesis of my sweet Terry. And I actually care about that. Like, I'm a proponent of, I don't need 53 choir boys. I mean, I'm okay having some, I don't need cats, I need dogs, or whatever that coach said in his press conference back in the day for East Carolina. If you're, a little bit of a squeaky wheel, that's fine from time to time. But Terry's excellent and does everything the right way. I'm not in the business of trading those types of players, even though I think Ayuk is probably slightly better. I'm not going to go with like, what's behind this door as a personality when I know this guy is everything that I want. Like when I'm watching the Receiver Show on Netflix, Dan Campbell's showing Lions players the final 2 plays of a game where the Lions were getting blown out by 30 against the Ravens. And Amon-Ra St. Brown is blowing people up on runs, just blocking the heck out of them. He's like, this is our DNA. This is why he'll be here for life. This is what we are. And I think you can do the same thing with Terry.
Mm-hmm.
And that does matter.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Nobody's better at coming up with these questions than my guy Resh on Twitter. He said he had 2 of them here. We'll go rapid fire. First one's really easy. Which Commander's Hard Knocks would you most want to see? Off-season, training camp, or in-season?
Off-season.
I agree. Off-season Hard Knocks is the best Hard Knocks already. Now, part of that is the access we got to the Giants, but to see their decisions, if we're getting what we got on the Giants and it doesn't change, and we see basically all their rankings of all the free agents, who they wanted and got, who they wanted and didn't get, what they evaluated each person to be worth that they paid.
That's a drug to me.
I mean, there's not enough money in my bank account that I wouldn't hand over right now for all of that. It is. I'd like it in real time more than months later.
Yeah,
clearly. But yes, Hard Knocks off season, no doubt. He then says you get a one-on-one sit-down interview with any fictional character from a sports movie or TV show. Who are you interviewing?
Oh my God. Okay. Do you have an answer?
I've got a couple I'm kicking around.
Go nominate them. Go because my brain's working.
Yeah, I would say Rudy would be one that comes to mind.
Okay.
Nice sit down of Rudy. How about who did Gene Hackman play? The coach in Hoosiers, head coach.
Oh, for God's sakes,
doesn't matter.
I just remember him as coach.
And then I guess lastly, I'll go with like maybe it's got to be fictional because I was thinking somebody from Miracle, but that was obviously based on a true story. I'll go with like little big league manager Billy Haywood. He was like a 13-year-old manager of the Minnesota Twins. I get sized for Billy Haywood.
Top of my head, Eric Taylor, Friday Night Lights, would be fun to have a sit down with.
That'd be great.
That's a great one. This is so hard. Quarterback from the longest yard. That'd be an interesting story to tell. You know what I mean? Where it's like you got to either play hard or you do worst time in jail. I'd love to find out about your story. Paul Cruz comes to mind. There are a few good options. That's a hard one.
That is a hard one.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
From our former colleague, Alan, used to work down the hall, moved on to bigger and better things. Who is the best athlete in DC pro sports history to wear the number 11? Illustrious number here in DC. There are 3 nominees, and maybe there's another one that I haven't thought of, but he put 3 here in a little survey. Your 3 nominees: Ryan Zimmerman, playing number 11, Elvin Hayes, or Hall of Famer Mike Gartner. Best number 11 in DC sports history.
Hayes or Gartner, Hall of Famers. I don't think you can go wrong. Probably Hayes, top of my head.
Yeah, my answer is Elvin Hayes, averaged 21 and 12 here in Washington. In a time where that's not a thing, where people are scoring 90 points a game, he averaged 21 and 12 and was an all-pro caliber dude. Gartner scored just over half his goals here in Washington.
That is your Grant and Danny's, Tony's mailbag. We do it every Friday at 6 o'clock. It's time for your Nats starting lineup and pitching matchups. Presented by the Window Man since 1989. The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free no pressure, no estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Fine, Patrick Corbin, leading off, playing shortstop. Check. Abrams batting second. In right field, Lane Thomas. Batting third, your DH, Jesse Winker. Batting fourth at first base, Juan Yepez. Batting fifth in left field, the James Wood. Batting sixth at second base, Luis Garcia. Seventh, doing the catching, Keibert Ruiz. Eighth, playing third base, Trey Lipscomb. And in center field, batting ninth, your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young.
The Window Man. Love that feature. You got your Nats lineup. Now you can settle in, put the feet up, and check out some baseball tonight. The boys are going live in 30 minutes right here on 106.7 The Fan. Thanks for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.